Hassan Ali to the crease to Warner, who nearly chops on, inside edge, back past the keeper, 4 runs. Not a lot of footwork there, trying to slash Hassan Ali out through point. Shaheen bowls. Oh, big shout for leg before. Umpire Raja gives him. Caught on the crease. Moving back towards the left-hander. Generous movement. Will Warner send it upstairs. He goes and consults Usman Khawaja. 10 seconds on the clock. I think he's accepted his fate, and he has. So Pakistan get the early breakthrough. Australia 1 for 8. Shaheen Afridi outstanding.
Yeah, that looked like an absolute beauty from Shaheen Afridi. Just looked like it came back against David Warner. Great length. Caught him on the crease. Got him on the knee roll. David Warner getting trapped in front. That's a big wicket early on for Pakistan. And the youngster salutes as his trademark. 2 fingers in the air. And Warner goes for a quick 7 in Australia now. 1 for 8.
Shaheen bowls for Labuschagne. Extra gone! Labuschagne caught behind for a duck. Shaheen's got 2 wickets in 3 balls. Pakistan having to do the hard graft bowling on day 1 on a dead track, and Shaheen's gone bang bang. And just as it was in Karachi, Labuschagne is out for a first innings globe. Australia 2 for 8.
What a blow that is. That was just a ball that was hung out outside off stump on a good length. But Marnus Labuschagne didn't get that bigger stride into the line, and as a result paid the price, playing away from his body early. Just his second ball and a little feather through to Rizwan. And Shaheen Afridi salutes again. You can't believe his luck here. And Australia reeling at 2 for 8.
Hit by Smith straight to mid-wicket. No run. And what a strange thing to see. Multiple wickets to the new ball, Simon Kadich. Hasn't happened in the series.
On a good length, it hit him on the knee roll. Would have hit leg stump, but Labuschagne would be disappointed with his dismissal. Given the form he's been in, he looked disappointed. Just wafting at one outside off stump and getting the nick through to Rizwan. We see a little bit of a hold up here now. Just next to the side screen, there's some flags waving and people moving around near what looks like the viewing room. So there's a little bit of probably shine too off one of the windows by the look of it that might be reflecting into Steve Smith's eyes. It's a very glary ground. I noticed when I was out in the middle earlier, even at probably 8 o'clock in the morning, had to have the sunglasses on because it feels like you're squinting really badly out there.
Absolutely. I think it's to do with the smog overhead. It just makes the light reflect all over the place. So we've got this. It's a cloudless day, but it's almost a white sky. You know, so heavy is the particulate matter up ahead, up above us, and the light just refracts and reflects all over the joint. So it's challenging viewing out there. Now we've got another delay because Shaheen's talking to a couple of the substitute runners who've come on.
Yeah, someone's up on the top level too, just maybe taking the flag down because I think, yes, they're taking...
There we go.
Taking the Pakistan flag down off the top of the side screen.
So I don't know who planted it there, but it wasn't the smartest place to put it right in front of the white cloth.
It might have been Shaheen Afridi's family.
Just get up there with the mirrors and some big...
Got him too early.
Big glitzy watches that you can get the light reflecting off the face. So I think that's the 4th official up there who's doing the legwork, running around at ground level, talking to people, and then up on the balcony. So earning their pay. The 4th umpire doesn't always do that, but called upon today, and we will at last get back underway. Smith on strike. Shaheen up to bowl. Left arm over and very wide outside the off stump, but Smith won't go for the sucker ball in the same way that his predecessor did.
Yeah, he's just got that ball angling across the right-handers at the moment, so I just wonder whether there's no swing out there back into the right-hander, or he's just trying to set Steve Smith up here and work him across the crease for an over or so, and then maybe try and fire one in at leg stump. Because we know that Smith likes to go across his crease early on and get himself into that power position of his, covering off stump.
Stacked cordon. We've got an actual seam bowler's cordon, 3 slips and a gully conventional. None of this 1 slip at third and then maybe a fine gully sort of business. Shaheen closer to the stumps, driven by Smith for 4. Away through mid-off. got the full stride forward and just flowed through that stroke down the ground to the boundary, and Australia go on to 14 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that was a classy off drive from Steve Smith. It's not normally one of his high scoring areas, Steve Smith, but got himself in a beautiful position and just effortlessly stroked that through mid-off. Wonderful shot.
It is interesting how little you see him play through mid-off. That sort of floor-handed grip. He either brings it to the leg side or fully opens up the face and goes through cover. Very rarely just to the offside of straight. I've seen him flat that a few through mid-off, but rarely with the off-drive. Shaheen up to Smith, who leaves alone outside the off-stump. And again, he's gesturing at something behind the bowler, complaining about that.
Yeah, I don't know what that little thing on the wheels is called, but it's the portable camera that roams around the ground on the boundary line. It's on the move, and it shouldn't be in that vicinity while Shaheen Afridi's dad is controlling it.
As Stuart Broad said during the Ashes, stop moving the robot.
Yeah, Foxy Rover.
The robot's been in the middle of some attention it doesn't need. So they're just moving that around to a wide long on now, out of the eye line of Steve Smith. Everything's quiet behind the bowler's arm. Shaheen delivers and Smith clips off his toes. It's another good shot. Mid-on has to sprint across and dive to prevent any more than a single being taken. Smith goes on to 5 with that run. Australia 2 for 15. End of the over there have we got? No, we're changing over for one more.
Yeah, nicely played there by Steve Smith. Good bit of fielding at mid-on by, I think it was Norman Ali, diving full stretch to his right. His non-preferred hand. So Smith looking in good touch early.
Full changeover of the field for the left-hander. Same cordon, 3 slips and a gully for Khawaja. They've got a point. They've left cover open to tempt him to go through there and feed that cordon. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. 1 ball that Shaheen will have at the left-hander. See if he can pitch one up, get a bit more swing, find that edge. Khawaja's been in such good touch through this series. Shaheen bowls outside off and Khawaja will leave alone. Reserves of patience. The end of the 5th over. Australia 2 for 15.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. The Australians are not building with confidence. 2 early wickets. David Warner, gone. Marnus Labuschagne, gone. Shaheen Shah Afridi, the left arm quick, knocking them both over. Warner, LBW. Labuschagne caught behind from a loose drive. And Hassan Ali, bowling from our broadcast end, comes into Steve Smith, who drives away to mid-on. Won't take a run, thanks to Simon Kadich for his company over the last half hour. And thanks to you for tuning in with us again on SEN Test Cricket. We've had a wonderful time over the course of this series. Islamabad first, Karachi second. Hassan Ali running up to bowl on leg stump. Flicked away by Smith for 4. Absolute fierce timing. And that ball whistles away all along the carpet. It was full, it was straight, and Steve Smith got rid of it. So Australia move on to 2 for 19. Smith looking in great touch early in his innings. He's got 9. Usman Khawaja has 3. Leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, Khawaja, after his big 100 in the previous test. His 97 in the first test. Hassan bowls to Smith, who steps across, punches hard to point. And there'll be no run on that occasion. Hassan Ali walking back to the top of his mark. Very pleased to welcome, for the first time in this test match, Waqar Younis is joining us. Hello.
I'm good, mate. How are you? You all?
Very well.
Excellent.
I think we'll be slowly cooking here at Lahore.
Yeah,
You've turned on the gas jets.
Really hot day. It's only 10:30 and it's feeling really hot.
Hassan Ali bowls a good length delivery on the off stump.
And it seems like that it's going to get hotter and hotter. The morning was all right, actually. Around about 8 o'clock when we arrived here, it was a little bit of wind blowing, little cooler. There's no real wind from where we are, at least sitting. I don't know how it is in the middle, but by the look of it, it looks like scorching day. And it's not going to be very comfortable for the cricketers out there.
Hassan Ali, 2 balls to come in his over, and he pitches up a little more. Smith coming forward to cover up.
Yeah, what a wonderful start for Pakistan. Shaheen once again giving a couple of breakthroughs and putting Australians on the back foot. It was a good toss to win, I felt, because Lahore historically is a very good pitch to bat on. There's no real grass on the surface. A little bit here and there, but that's not going to really affect. It's going to be a slow track. Spinner's going to come into play later on, but at the moment Pakistan are really cruising well.
Hassan Ali to Smith, who defends to bring the 6th over to an end on SEN Test cricket. It's 2 for 19.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
2 for 19. The 3rd test coming to you from Lahore for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. You must have been absolutely delighted to see that start. Shaheen, he hasn't been able to do that in the first couple of tests, to have an influence early, but 1-2, bang, bang, and they're in the game.
Yes, especially when you're playing on a pitch like this, where there will not be much in offer for the faster bowlers going deeper in the game. So the new ball becomes very crucial, and I think that Shaheen knew this, and the way he bowled, the lengths he hit, he was targeting the stumps, and the ball he bowled to Labuschagne was a beauty, just nice and full, little bit outside the off stump, and Labuschagne, we all know that he likes to play those booming drives.
Khawaja facing Shaheen, who bowls in at the stumps, and Khawaja's able to get enough in behind the line of that delivery and defend to mid-off.
And this is another pitch where wicket-to-wicket bowling is going to be the way to go. And Shaheen picking up first wicket of Warner, pitched in nicely, just outside the off-stump, nipping back very sharply. And as you all know, that Warner sort of likes to favour that offside, and I was just trying to make a bit of room outside the off-stump. But the length was so good, and a little bit of nip back onto the stumps.
Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who defends with an open face to point, no run.
Yep.
It's interesting with Warner as well, because you so often, the right armers coming around the wicket can use that angle. The left armer also has that angle, and they can get him falling over a bit with the ball coming into his pads.
Yeah, and he knows that's his fault. So what he has done in this series, he's sort of staying more leg side-ish and trying to not fall over and trying to bring that offside more into play rather than playing on the onside. Normally he's very good on the legs. If you bowl him down on the legs, he's just too good there.
Shaheen to Khawaja, who's punching off the back foot. He'll pick up runs here. He'll pick up 4. I think the ball's slowing up, and it's just flicked back. A great diving stop down there on the rope. keeps the ball in play. So Khawaja will move on by 3. He's taken his score to 6. Australia 2 for 22.
Look, Khawaja is in such a good form. You know, that sort of deliveries ain't gonna bother him. He was just a little bit outside the off stump and little short. On this pitch, the length is going to be really, really crucial. And the timing was great, just opening the face of the bat and running it down to more toward pointish third man in between that. And beautiful shot. Yeah, Pakistan, I thought started off really well, especially in Shaheen. He's bowled extremely well. Hassan Ali, still searching for the right length, right lines. He's trying hard, but still not there yet. So Pakistan made one change, bringing in Naseem Shah in place of Fahim, just reducing their batting option a little bit, but going with full throttle of picking up 20 wickets. They already got 2 wickets, and I'm sure that it's not far away that Naseem Shah will replace Hassan Ali in a very, very near future.
Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's coming around the wicket to the right hand. Finish off the over. Shaheen bowls to Smith, who's driving it away. Ball smacks it for 4.
Wow.
Shaheen might not mind that one. Drawing Smith into the shot. Yes, he overpitched the ball a bit, but drawing Smith into that big drive outside the off stump. After 7 overs, the score is 2 for 26.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
2 for 26. That was some shot to end the previous over.
Yeah, it was a little bit fuller. I don't mind the line, and the line was a little bit outside, and that was a booming drive. It was nowhere near the ball, but because the length was little fuller, he had the sort of eye to swing the bat in the line of the ball, because the ball did not do much off the surface. So it was a safe shot in a way. But you've got to be very careful. You don't want to lose any more wicket here. Don't want to just play a rash shot. You've got to build a partnership here for Australia.
Here is Naseem Shah, just as Waqar Younis predicted. He's bowling a good length delivery, right arm over the wicket. Khawaja defends to cover, but just twists the bat a bit in his hands. So that good hard length.
Yeah, to be fair, honest, Rawalpindi Test match, I thought Naseem Shah bowled extraordinarily well. And especially with the new ball and him coming back in the team, not sure why they dropped him in Karachi, because he's one of those who can give you that pace.
He bowls to Khawaja, Fuller outside off. Khawaja leaves.
And he's a wicket taker, and it's a big punt Pakistan have taken, leaving Fahim out of team, because they wanted to make sure that they have a complete package when you talk about the bowling side, and bringing in the 3.
Like tiddlywinks, mate. You've got to be very careful what to say when asked.
Well, Karachi, they did have a lot of signs up saying the cricket city, so they've firmly stated their case. I haven't seen that in Lahore. Maybe they're so confident they don't need to put a sign up. If you put a sign up, doesn't it display a little bit of doubt about whether people will think that you truly are, whether it's beyond argument? So
who's continuing here? Is it Hassan Ali, number 15? He's bowled 4 overs.
And he's having a change of ends. He was bowling from our broadcast end earlier. The Waqar Younis end now. He's coming in from the far end of the ground. It's being driven by Smith to cover, and there's no run.
Well, Stephen Smith's hit 4 cracking drives here. He's in a mood, Australia. It's delightful to watch. It's the Steve Smith of old. It's the Steve Smith shouldering responsibility when his mate and mentor and shadow and imitator, Marnus Labuschagne, has got out after 2 deliveries, and Australia
has as you've said. 16 of his 19 runs being whacked to the fence. It doesn't seem to be game dependent, match situation dependent. It's just how he feels, what the vibe is.
Well, hopefully this is situation dependent in that the ball's hard. You've got to make runs now because it looks like it's going to get harder to score as the game goes on.
Hassan Ali bustles in to Smith, who's stepping across and keeping it out of his pads. That ball seams in a touch, and Smith is able to get that on it, as he usually does. Bowlers always want to try to hit him on the pad in front of the stumps, and they rarely do.
Well, let's not underestimate the sort of bravery it takes to attack in a position like that. Because you play a bad shot, team are 3 down, everyone's going to be having a bit of a look at you. Like, what are you thinking, pal? You know, you really needed to dig in then. But like Alyssa Healy in that World Cup final, to hell with it. It's time to score, and I'm going to score. Throw caution to the wind.
Tap of the bat. Smith waits for Hassan, comes forward and shoulders arms, lets that ball go through to the keeper.
A bit more carry on that one.
Yep.
Has the carry improved since early, Geoff? George?
I think it's improved. Well, it's certainly improved over the last test. And there has seemed to be a little bit more life in it. I think Hassan Ali's got his lines a lot better than the previous test as well. Better for the run, as they say. But perhaps it depends whether you pitch it a little shorter and hit some of that grass in the middle of the strip. Last ball of the over, left alone outside the off stump. 13 overs gone, 2 for 35.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Naseem Shah has the ball in hand. The young quick, the slightly less young quick Shaheen Shah Afridi came over to him, warming up, doing some leg stretches, so maybe he wants to come back on for another go soon. And Naseem has the ball in his hand at the moment. The umpire just shifting Steve Smith to the other side of the wicket, so Naseem Shah is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. He's a right armour. He's very quick.
Naseem Shah's 11th test, I think, and he's still yet to reach 20 years of age. What were you doing when you were 19?
Around the wicket he comes, in at the body. Khawaja gets runs through square leg. But at least a couple. He's timed that flick off the hip pretty nicely. He'll turn and not come back for the third in the end. Smith says no. We're on the side of caution here, thanks, friend. 2 for 37. Khawaja on to 8. Yeah, what I was doing at 19, I probably can't talk about on air, otherwise cops might be waiting for me when I get home. Probably wasn't being a very a greatly contributing member of society, put it that way.
Yeah, well, what an incredible achievement to have played in your 11th test match at 19 years of age, give or take a couple of years.
Naseem Shah runs up again to Khawaja, who's forward and defending. The only achievement I can think of when I was 19 was I found the old original Nintendo system in the garage, you know, the 1988 sort of NES, and I did some rewiring and got it working again and played the original Super Mario. It was pretty good. That was my high point.
Gee, that sort of stuff should be recorded on Quick Info, shouldn't it, on a stats guru basis. Anyway, it's bowling about 140, sometimes hitting mid-140s.
Naseem bowls wide and Khawaja drives, doesn't time it, hard into the ground to Azhar Ali at cover, no run.
Well, what a series that Usman Khawaja has had. I think off the top of my head he's scored 300 runs. He'd be the leading Australian run scorer in this series. Smith has got a 78 and 72, I think, so he's got 150 runs. So he's only had 2 outings. Funny to think that you're into the 3rd test match and you've only had 2 innings. But this has been the nature of the test for the middle order batsman.
Naseem bowls short, hooked away by Khawaja, top edge, but he's got enough on it. It ends up speeding away for a wide long on. Just for a second it looked like that might hang in the air. but he got more of it than it first appeared. So Khawaja goes on by 4. Australia 2 for 41. He's got a dozen.
Oh, he's got a lot of that, I think. He's cracked that well in front of square, controlled the delivery. I can't see that.
Hit it up in the air.
Up in the air, but there was nobody there.
He did it safely.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Had plenty of time to get onto that. He tried one of those 2 overs earlier and it got under him, and we saw Warner try one earlier. Runs, so he's only had 2 outings. Funny to think that you're into the 3rd Test match and you've only had 2 innings. But this is nature. Middle order batsman.
Nassim bowls short, hooked away by Khawaja, top edge, but he's got enough on it. It ends up speeding away for a wide long on. Just for a second, it looked like that might hang in the air, but he got more of it than it first appeared. So Khawaja goes on by 4. Australia 2 for 41. He's got a dozen.
Oh, he's got a lot of that, I think. He's cracked that well in front of square, controlled the delivery. I can't see that.
Hit it up in the air.
Up in the air, but there was nobody there.
He did it safely.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Had plenty of time to get onto that. He tried one of those 2 overs earlier and it got under him, and we saw Warner try one earlier and he got an inside edge on it. But
Nassim goes fuller to Khawaja, and that one keeps low. It crawls through to Rizwan behind the stump. So there's inconsistent bounce already from this surface, and playing the hook shot might be a hazard later on. So if we go from memory, Khawaja got 160 and 44 in the last test, so 204 plus 97 in the first. That's 301 plus whatever he got today.
So I was pretty close.
You were
with 300. Yeah.
300, 301. We'll allow that. That's within the margin for error. Umpire's call says correct. A dozen runs today, so he's up to 313 in the series. Nassim, to polish off the over. Bowls full, and it almost goes through. Khawaja jams the bat down, missed the ball. It just misses the off stump, and it scoots through to Mohammad Rizwan along the ground. Seeing this again on the replay, and that very nearly bowled him. It just swung away a little bit, and that may have saved Usman Khawaja. So at the end of the over, Australia 2 for 41.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Around the Carbrook Golf Club, Brisbane, that's seen 6 bull sharks that have been stranded in the lake at the 14th hole after recent flooding. And apparently there's up to 12 now. It gives it new meaning to stay out of the water when you're next taking your tee shot.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test match cricket, 2 for 41. Start of another over. Steve Smith carving away off the back foot, but straight to cover. There's no run. Broadcast brought to you by Tyre Power. Their buying power puts the power in your lane.
it's hard not to get caught up in the emotion of the events of returning to this ground, Geoff, without sort of revisiting tragedy too much. I want to acknowledge the presence of Hassan Raza, who's standing up there deliberating at the moment. Hassan Raza was involved in that terror attack. He was shot twice. He's lost the function of one lung.
Up to the crease comes Hassan Ali, defended away to mid-on, no run.
But for Chris Broad, he would be dead. He would have bled out in that van. He was playing his first match. He was involved in his first match as an official. He was an assisting umpire. He wasn't on the elite panel. He was in a coma for 3 days. It took 6 months to recover. He has spent the rest of his life trying to get back onto the elite umpires panel and to actually achieve it and be with his good friend Alim Dar, who's out there with him now. They're both from Lahore. He was accepted onto the elite umpires panel in the last 2 years.
Hassan Ali runs up to Boulder Smith, who defends to mid-on again.
And here he is in his hometown, not half a kilometre from where his life nearly ended, with his friend Alim Dar standing in a test match. What a moment for that man. And spare a thought for him. I wonder if that bus went through that roundabout again this morning. I wonder how he felt. I wonder what he thought last night. It must take immense mental fortitude, and this must be a wonderful moment to be out there in this match.
Hassan Ali bowls wide to Smith, who leaves it alone. Yeah, it is an extraordinary story that he was where he was and that he's been able to make it back. He's been umpiring for the last few years, and here he is in this position, as you say, at the ground he was heading to on that day.
They were brought into the dressing rooms here. They somehow got the vans into the dressing rooms. An ambulance came to take the players and the officials away.
Hassan Ali bowls to Smith, who drives to mid-off. Nicely struck, but no run.
The injured players and officials. He rushed off, obviously, in a critical condition. Two of the Sri Lankan players were taken away, despite the protests of the other Sri Lankans who were terrified to leave the stadium and to leave that dressing room. Even the ones who'd been hit by shrapnel refused to get into the ambulance. They stayed in those dressing rooms for 5 or 6 hours that day until helicopters landed on the ground to evacuate them.
Hassan Ali up to Smith, who defends, no run.
Even then, the Sri Lankan players were so traumatised they didn't want to get into the helicopters and leave the security of that dressing room over there. At one point they saw a shot of the scene, and there was a shot-up ambulance at the scene which they just left, and they thought it was their two teammates who had been ambushed again on the way to the hospital. They were in a terrible state. Simon Taufel was involved in this. A number of Australians were involved in this. Trevor Bayliss, of course, was involved. Shocking day for cricket. So, and I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I want to dwell on the heroicism of Afan Raza. I just wanted to visit that and just say how wonderful it is to be back here in this town which has burst back to life. We've been out and about. We've been in restaurants where you thought you could have been in New York or London. It's not my kind of thing, but that's where this town has bounced back to.
Yeah.
The hospitality, the life, the happiness of this town, and having Test match cricket back here. I've got too carried away, but forgive me, we'll get back to the cricket. But this is a really big moment in Test match history.
I think it is important to be up front about what happened, about that terrorist attack on the Sri Lankan team. We've got Noman Ali starting his work for the day, the left-arm spinner bowling to Khawaja, flick to mid-wicket, no run. Because people sort of footsie around it. They use euphemisms. They say, the unfortunate incident that took place and things like that. And there is a reluctance to actually look at it directly, as though mentioning it would be bad luck. But it is real. It did happen. It happened here. It happened, as you say, a few hundred metres from where we're sitting right now. And it was one of the most hugely significant moments in the history of the game. Noman Ali gets an outside edge from Khawaja. He'll pick up runs. He had a big drive at it. Big outside edge, running down towards the rope. It will stop inside the rope. He'll come back for 3. He'll go to 15, Australia 2 for 44. But everything...
Jeff?
Yeah?
Did that go through slips? Hands? My eyes aren't good, but I'm watching the replay here.
Went past slip on the bounce.
Just under the fingers, I'd say. That was a chance. He's had a... I'll watch it one more time.
Just
very, very close to out. He's getting beautiful curve on the ball, Noman Ali.
I think it's bounced under the fingers, at the bottom of the fingers.
Yeah, just had a life there. He's chased that ball. He's getting beautiful curve, beautiful sort of outswing. If you could, obviously a spinner doesn't get outswing, but it's lovely drift.
Well, they sometimes do. A finger spinner who's not trying to shred the ball too much can. Michael Beer basically used to bowl in swings. Allegedly an off-spinner, round the wicket. Noman Ali gets one driven back to him. Well, that is a drop. That is a drop from Stephen Smith. He's played a hard drive. He's hurt the bowler as well. So Noman Ali's clutching his hand. He's in some strife here. In Pakistan, they picked an extra bowler, and they already have lost one. Smith clouted it, toe of the bat, and he's hit the right hand of Noman Ali down on the drumstick, the heel of the hand, and the spinner's in some trouble.
Well, better the heel of the hand than the end of the fingers there, because that could have him in real trouble. I'll tell you what, they really hurt when you drop them.
Yeah.
You don't feel anything when you catch them.
Well, he's
put that down.
He's got the ball back now, and he's just walking. He's sending his teammates away and saying, "I'll carry on." So it's not his bowling hand. That's one thing.
Smith was saved by how hard he hit that ball. So he had to snatch at it. He wasn't quite in position.
So 2 chances in 2 balls for the left-arm spinner in his first over. Bowls again to Smith. Loop. Smith drives straight to cover. No run. Timed it nicely, but didn't place it.
Elegant, confident shot there, but the field has blocked off any run scoring at the moment. See if Smith can calibrate and try and find that gap. It's a fine one.
They're still happy to take on the bowling, Steve Smith, despite a close call. Noman flat, and Smith defends. So mixing up his pace, his trajectory. Noman Ali. 1 ball to come in the over. Bowl it now. In between the stumps and the umpire, around the wicket, loop and flight. It dips on Smith and he defends, coming forward and keeping the ball out. After 16 overs, the score is 2 for 44.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having an off. So,
you're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have an off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Adam Collins replacing Geoff Lemon after 2 drop catches in the previous over. Both Khawaja and Smith put down by Norman Ali in his first over for 14 and 19 respectively, Pete Lawler. And we saw last week how important half chances can be on a surface like this.
Yes, Bubba his arm didn't quite get down low enough to that chance at first slip. I'm glad that... and then... too much on the ball from Smith, and Norman Ali couldn't quite get his hands in position. But 2 lives for the Australians. Been some really exciting cricket here, Geoff, sorry. You've just changed into Adam. You've just done that shape-shifting thing that alarms me.
Hassan Ali is going to be running towards Khawaja. Got a couple of slips. 7th over for him. First ball pushed out into the offside, no run. Pete, while we're together, which isn't for too long, I thought it was just worth mentioning, assuming you haven't done this with Geoff already, the incongruity of a ground being named after a former dictator in Muammar Gaddafi. You might be listening in and thinking, why is a ground in Pakistan named after the former Libyan dictator? I thought it might be worth just explaining that and explaining the transition that seems to be currently underway. Because it is an odd story, no matter how you sort of piece it together. Hassan Ali gets to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, who defends into the offside.
Well, it's certainly an odd story, and I think that you've done the research a little bit better than me, but it involves nuclear weapons, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the nub of it. He was here speaking in 1974.
Yes, at a conference, yes.
At the second coming together of what was then called the Islamic Conference, and he supported Pakistan's right to have nuclear weapons. And as a tribute to him, they said, well, we'll name the cricket ground after you. So Lahore Stadium became Gaddafi Stadium, and so it remained throughout the time in which they played international cricket here until 2009. As Hassan Ali now goes around the wicket to Khawaja. 2 slips of gully, wide of the crease. Khawaja defends again, out to cover.
You're not going to tell me that pernicious cancel culture is going to have Gaddafi's name removed because he turned out to be a pretty ordinary bloke in the end. Are you going to tell me that, Jeff? Adam, Adam, your name's Adam. Come on.
We probably don't need to document all of the alleged atrocities associated to Muammar Gaddafi, but what we can say is that the PCB have signalled to us last week that they're in the process of renaming this ground, so it's in all probability the last time we'll see an international game played here, or a test match played here under the tag Gaddafi Stadium. Hassan Ali bowls to Khawaja, leaving a lane outside the off stump.
Can I suggest that they call it the Qadir Stadium?
Well, they've got the Qadir ground next door, don't they?
Yeah, well, it's Qadir Academy.
Academy, that's right. Beautiful.
Beautiful, kind of beautiful. It's been there for years. Obviously, they've named the stadium after him. He's a local. He has that presence. I'd be going for the Abdul Qadir stadium myself. Well, unless you wanted someone a little bit more modern, and if the great man's still in power, would they name it after him?
I was going to say, he's a Lahore. He was educated across the road from where we're staying this week, Pete. Imran Khan. Hassan bowls and Khawaja comes forward for the third time in the over, picking out cover, no single on offer. Well, they've got some pretty good options. So from Lahore, there's, Imran Khan, Waqar, Younis, Wasim Akram, Abdullah Hafiz Qadir, who was the godfather of cricket in Pakistan after partition. Fazil Mahmood, who one of the enclosures is named after here, the great fast bowler and captain who took over after Qadir.
I've got one.
Yeah.
Javed Miandad.
Wrong city, though.
Oh, he's got an enclosure.
Yeah, he's from Karachi. I don't think that would go over well in Lahore.
How come? He's got a gate, he's got an enclosure, he's just got a decoration. Are you telling me he's not from Lahore?
They've had Javed Miandad enclosures in all three cities we've been. Around the wicket here, Hassan Ali to finish the 17th over. And Khawaja again out towards cover. End of the over. 2 for 44. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Buying power puts the power in your lane. Adam Collins with you, and for the first time today and for this Test match, Bharat Sundaresan with me. There's a most interesting first hour of play with a couple of quick wickets in the third over. Smith, a series of lavish shots. He's completely stopped on 19, though. He's been there for 22 deliveries. Khawaja down the other end. He's been dropped off the spin of Nouman Ali. Likewise, Smith. Dare I say, it's all happening.
After two stalemates, we've gone to speed chess in Lahore. Nobody's ready to hold back. The Pakistanis have come firing on all cylinders, and so has Steve Smith.
So Nouman is away from us, around the wicket, passing between umpire Dar and the stumps. Here to Smith, who's forward in defence. We were just, before you came on air with us, talking about who they might name this stadium after in terms of a former player. There's plenty of Lahoris to choose from.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Imran Khan, like you said, for a variety of reasons, may be on top of that list, currently anyway.
Yes, provided he remains in power, which is no sure thing at the moment. Nouman bowls and Smith comes forward in defence.
But, yeah, I mean, if you look at the godfathers of Pakistan cricket, I heard you mention Abdul Hafiz Qadir, and there's Fazal Mahmood, who may be the first superstar of Pakistan cricket, both of whom very much are from Lahore. Maybe they could share.
Well, that'd be a nice touch, given the influence they had in the early years. Dancing is Smith, over the head of Nouman and hits him for 6. It might have just landed in front of the rope beneath us here. They'll take a look and see whether it's gone over the top of the Toblerone or not. Either way, Stephen Smith, after being stuck on 19 for about half an hour, said enough's enough on the drive. Nice straight blade, got plenty of it. Watching the replay back here, but it has gone 4, landing just in front of the rope. So his 5th boundary, moving along to 23, 2 for 48.
He was shadow practicing this shot in the last over, Adam, when he was at the other end. And I was wondering whether he was ready to go after Nouman Ali already. And if you go back to that cotton ball chance in the last over, it was firmly struck back at Nouman. Steve Smith looks, he's been a busybody from the moment he walked out today.
Nouman gets to the crease, around the wicket to Smith, who turns him just behind square. An easy single there. 2 for 49. Smith has 24 with 5 boundaries.
And even though Australia would be disappointed having lost 2 wickets to the new ball early on, I'm not sure whether Steve Smith would mind this scenario. It's a situation where he can set the tempo for the Australian innings, like he has already.
So back to Khawaja on 15. Nouman will go over the wicket to him with his left arm orthodox. Bowls here, Khawaja on the sweep with authority. Big gap at mid-wicket, and he goes bang for 6. So a shifting gears from both Australian men. That takes them past the 50 mark as well. 2 for 55, and Khawaja joins Smith in the 20s, and that was straight out of the screws.
As Smith went big, Khawaja's gone bigger, and this is something the Aussies have liked doing, going after the spinners early on, putting them off their length. We saw them do it against Sajid Khan in the second test. Now they've taken a liking to what Noman Ali has to offer. Harder new ball, easier to score.
Yes, they tried this at Rawalpindi as well before lunch on the third day. Really going at him here after he created 2 chances in his first over. Khawaja on the advance and taking an easy single to long on that's been put in response to the previous shot. Khawaja will retain the strike. He's 22. Australia 2 for 56 after 18 overs. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
So a big over for Australia with 12 runs coming from it, the biggest of the test match so far. Here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, the home of cricket in Pakistan. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with you, and it looks as though we're going to have a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Naseem Shah back into the attack, replacing Hassan Ali.
Yeah, brought in for Fahim Ashraf. Hasn't had much of an impact, but extra pace can rush the Australian batters, and that's pretty much the one reason he's been brought back in.
He bowled very quickly in that first spell of 4 overs. Done for 8, a couple of big in-swinging Yorkers at Khawaja. That's what he's looking for here. Start of a new spell, full to Khawaja. Nice full face of the bat presented. Pushing out to mid-off, no run, no concerns.
Yeah, you'd expect him to bowl 2 lengths. He'll either go short or go really full. Just coming back to the renaming of the stadium,
yes,
Adam,
yes.
And we spoke about Fazal Mahmood and A.H. Qardar. Considering Lahore is a city of history, it's known for its royalty, I guess you would want to go with those 2.
Over the wicket goes Naseem to Khawaja. Bowls here, leaves alone. Nice length though, just asking the left-hander to play, but he withdraws the blade.
And you know, we've spoken a lot about pre-partition history, and we ourselves went to the Lahore fort, and you can see the remnants of so many empires that have ruled Lahore over the years. And India is so close by. I mean, I put it in my copy. It's like, for all you South Australian listeners, from Lahore to Amritsar, which is a major town in India, it's pretty much going from Adelaide to the Barossa Valley. That's how close we are.
You can kind of see that architecture around this ground as well. Red brick. Bowling here, Naseem Shah to Khawaja, who defends back down the wicket, no run. Lots of arches, even around the ground. They've designed it with arches all around in tribute to previous empires that ruled this land.
Yeah, I mean, the introduction to Lahore, Adam, if you remember, as we drove in from the airport, was alongside the Lahore Canal, which was built during the era of Shah Jahan, a name I never thought I would get to say on commentary. One of the early Mughal emperors from 3 centuries ago.
Naseem bowls, and Khawaja is able to leave alone, well outside the off stump.
And how it was passed on over time between the Tughlaq Empire some 1,000 years ago to then the Mughals. Then, of course, the British loved it here as well when they were around. And yeah, I mean, and going back to Qardar and Fazal Mahmood, Qardar did play for India, undivided India. He was known as Abdul Hafiz at that point. And Fazal Mahmood came very close to playing for India. He was nearly picked for that tour of Australia when the only time Bradman played against India.
It's Naseem here bowling with 2 slips in the gully to Khawaja, who leaves alone again.
And there are some who believed at that point that if Fazal Mahmood had been picked for India at that point, Bradman might not have got to that 100 average. Yeah, I mean, or as close as he did. But he was nearly there, and then finally, I know I was reading the other day about one of your favorites, the Nawab of Pataudi. Iftikhar Ali Khan Pataudi, yes. That is, was very keen on taking Fazal Mahmood on that tour to Australia, but it didn't work out, and eventually it took Mohammad Ali Jinnah to convince Fazal Mahmood to start playing for the newly independent Pakistan.
Naseem to finish, bowls to Khawaja, who defends out into the offside end of the over. 2 for 56 with Smith on 24, Kawaja on 22. Our broadcaster Henley Holmes delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Yes, with the Nawab Pataldi, one of the players that did play Test cricket for two nations, England before the war and India afterwards when they got their opportunity. But yes, Fazil Mahmood, who took 12 wickets when Pakistan had their first win over England at the Oval in 54, and then Australia in 1956, another 12. So instrumental in kind of putting them on the map as the first real hero superstar of Pakistani cricket. It'd be a good shout. So the piece you wrote last night, Bharat, for Crickbuzz was reflecting on the two sides to Lahore, and sort of that oldie worldy side that we've seen a fair bit of in the hospitality we've received in recent days, and visiting the old town as we were able to do a couple of days ago. Real privilege to be there. Smith facing up to Noman Ali, slipping a short leg round the wicket. Smith comes forward, defends out to cover, and the contrast to the more industrious part of Lahore.
Yeah, very much so. And Lahoris love to take pride in the fact that they're very laid back, their city's very slow paced, that they don't really need to work too hard to, for their own survival.
Noman passing between umpire Darren the stumps, around the wicket to Smith, defending, back down the pitch.
But as we found out, Adam, when we went to the electronic bazaar the other day to purchase a few products, it is as industrious as any busy subcontinental town.
Yeah.
So they don't like to talk about those aspects of Lahore and the traffic.
Yeah, that similarity to Karachi, and that wasn't it. Bowling here's Noman, and Smith's well forward, negotiating the spin, pushing back down the pitch.
I did anger a few Lahoris when I said the traffic here was worse than it was in Karachi. it is ranked amongst the most polluted cities in the world, and for a proud city like Lahore, they don't take to it too kindly. Things have changed in the last few years.
Yeah, population in excess of 11 million now here. Smith on 24, looking for his 25th down the ground, but can't beat extra cover.
But when you do drive through certain parts of town, you can see the old wealth coming through, and just the lavishness of some of those villas and manicured lawns and all the greenery Lahore has to offer as compared to Karachi.
Noman up to the crease. Lots of vuvuzelas blowing in the crowd. Smith lunges forward before defending, no run. And the fact that we are so close to India, which does mean that even some of the tour groups who are here watching the Australian team play have watched the border closing of the night, and you're reminded at just 1947 partition that this was one country, one empire until the line was drawn down the middle and they had to start again. End of the 20th over. Noman bowls to Smith. It's full, and Noman does well, diving away to his left to cut off a single. So it's 2 for 56 after 20 overs. Smith 24, Kawaja 22. We've got about 18 minutes until lunch. For Henley Holmes delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
It's the express pace of Naseem Shah from the pavilion end that saw Shah Afridi strike twice in his second over, bowling at Kawaja on 22. First ball of it, steered out towards the offside, back of a length, no real pace in the track unless he's nice and full, no run.
We've been experiencing and talking about the heat in Lahore for the last few days. And going back to your point about how close we are to India, Adam, last night I was chatting with an old friend of mine who lives in a town on the other side of the border, very close to the border though in Punjab, the Indian side of Punjab. And she had the same things to say about the weather there as what we've experienced here. And it's like 50 kilometers, so it's pretty much the same place about it. What you said about the birds of prey. Spinners these days, or spinners in general, if you are a batter, if you move around the crease, you don't become a still target.
Noman flights the ball and Kawaja defends. Yeah.
It just makes it more difficult for a spinner. You can't line a batter up. You can't just keep landing the ball in the same spot. like we discussed in the previous over from Noman Ali, and that's where Smith and Khawaja, not just in this test but throughout the series, have done well.
Noman bowls to Khawaja. He's got a little preemptive movement, then he flays it away on the outside edge. He'll pick up 4. So he just threw his back foot out a bit just to see if he could put off Noman Ali. Whether that had any part to play in the ball dropping a bit short, I'm not sure. But Khawaja saw some width, threw his hands through it, and he got a thick top edge away through deep third for a boundary. So 2 for 70, Australia's score.
Well, Mohammad Rizwan seemed to suggest to Babar Azam that he could have caught it, could have taken some catching, flew over his head.
Noman to Khawaja, lots of flight. Khawaja defends just in front of his right boot. Stays on 31. Last ball before lunch, you would assume. We've just ticked over to 12. So that should be it. Noman slipping a short leg. Takes a beat. Bowls flat on the stumps and Khawaja's jamming down on it. And that should get Australia through the session. Only 24 overs bowled in that first session as the umpires tipped the bails off. So things went pretty slowly. A number of delays, sight screen and all of the rest. The fast bowlers operating for much of the session, but still, that's a pretty parlous over rate having got through 24 overs. So if you just tuned in, Australia won the toss and elected to bat. And it did not start well. David Warner, LBW to Shane Afridi for 7. A ball that decked back in. He thought about the review but ended up not going for it. Marnus Labuschagne then chased a wide one, second ball, and was caught behind for naught. So at that stage, Australia 2 down with 8 runs on the board. And from that point, Khawaja and Smith have built up. And they've hung in there to the lunch break. Welcome to the networks joining us on SENZ for the first time today. Glad to have your company with us as we come into the lunch break. A couple more sessions to go. So Usman Khawaja 31 not out. Steve Smith 28 not out. Counter-attack early. Hit some boundaries. And looked to be pretty positive against this Pakistan bowling attack. 2 for 70. A changed up attack as well, Bharat, where they brought in Naseem Shah and they've left out Fahim Ashraf, the all-rounder. So they've bolstered their batting, Pakistan, and it looks like they want to go all out to try to win this last test and win the series with it. And a couple of chances went begging as well in that session.
Yeah, it's a hot morning and things did heat up with Shaheen Afridi getting wickets of consecutive deliveries. 2 for 8. Australia, were not in a big spot of bother, but then Steve Smith transferred the heat onto the Pakistanis, played a few shots to start with, and ever since the pitch has settled down, Australia have settled down, and the pace of this test match has settled down a little bit as well. Naseem Shah, though, has created that extra speed, asked a few questions of the Aussies, but yeah, Noman Ali would be a little disappointed with himself for having put down Steve Smith, the cotton bowl chance, but who knows where the game would have gone. But Australia have recovered really well, but I have to say the session for me belonged to umpire Ehsan Raza. You know, you and Pete spoke about his incredible story, having been part of that unfortunate or terrible terror attack in 2009, to come back and to get 2 wonderful decisions right. This come back to Lahore. What a story.
It is a beautiful moment for him, a special moment, and poignant as well, because he made it out, others didn't. The driver of the bus was killed in that attack. Several police officers were killed also, and you know, their families will always remember that day. But I think what we really take out of that is that the attack was intended to stop cricket being played in Pakistan. Yeah, it worked for a decade, but it can't work forever. And here is a test match back in Lahore, back in the place where that took place. And I think that's a blow for saying that that people who try to destroy joy, they can't win in the end.
They can't win for too long. And even if they do win, I don't think it's much of a victory.
So the score at the lunch break for Australia, 2 down, 70 on the board. Khawaja 31, Stephen Smith on 28. Let's have the highlights of the morning session. We'll take a break and we'll be back with you after lunch.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith, or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drink Wise.
Tyre Power's store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Cairnstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Join Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin for their weekly podcast, Don't Shoot the Messenger, filled with their insights into the latest news and a little sport, good local tips and plenty of recommendations on what they're reading, watching and whipping up in the kitchen.
Did you see the gathering of women on the streets who were making their own Molotov cocktails with the YouTube on their phone, teaching them how to do it? That's just raw and real.
It's almost like the trauma for some people of COVID is very, very quickly been completely translated into a much more terrifying trauma, really, of the possibility of nuclear war.
The power of real-time reporting, there is nothing like it.
It was one of the more scary departures from anywhere that I have ever experienced. The drive to Ballina was in the most torrential rain I think I've ever driven in.
You'll find the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast on the SEN app or subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having an off. So,
You're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have it off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brantz. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo, live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Shaheen bowls. Oh, big shout for leg before. Umpire Raja gives you. Caught on the crease. Moving back towards the left-hander. Generous movement. Will Warner sends it upstairs. He goes and consults us with Khawaja. 10 seconds on the clock. I think he's accepted his fate, and he has. Shaheen bowls for Labuschagne. It's gone! Labuschagne caught behind for a duck. Shaheen's got 2 wickets in 3 balls. Pakistan having to do the hard graft bowling on day 1 on a dead track, and Shaheen's gone bang, bang.
Round the wicket, Naman Ali gets one driven back to him. Well, that is a drop. That is a drop from Stephen Smith. He's played a hard drive. He's hurt the bowler as well.
Dancing is Smith over the head of Nomada, hits it for 6. That might have just landed in front of the rope beneath this here. Nice straight blade, got plenty of it. Watching the replay back here, but it has gone for Khawaja on the sweep with authority. Big gap at mid-wicket, and he goes back for 6. So last ball here from the scene to Khawaja. Nice shot off the back foot. Out through backward point, gets himself another boundary. This is the lunch break on day 1 of the 3rd Test live at Lahore on SEN Test Cricket. Revered cricket journalist Robert Crash Craddock joined Gerard Whateley earlier today to discuss some of the key issues around cricket and the broader sporting world. Here's Robert Craddock with Gerard Whateley.
You know, concussion is a really difficult thing to understand. And when we get hit in the head a certain number of times, and we have a particular bad concussion, what can happen is every time, and this happens to many athletes, a number of athletes I've worked with, when we get then hit in the head, our whole nervous system shuts down. Whether it's a bad enough hit for concussion or not, our nervous system is very jumpy and wants to protect us. So it immediately goes into that protection mode. So for Will, it's been really difficult that any hit to the head now triggers that nervous response. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be out for a long time with concussion. So this is what we've seen over the last one. But it's out of his control. His nervous system is going to panic when something hits his head.
Emma Murray with us in the studio a couple of weeks ago. She flagged what we learnt officially yesterday, that the most recent hit to Will Pucovski wasn't concussion. It was a different nerve system shutdown, and an independent panel of medics have come together to examine the history. So what has in shorthand been referred to as 11 concussions to Will Pucovski doesn't actually represent the reality. And it does have him back available for first-class cricket, and he'll travel with the Victorian team to Western Australia today. Robert Craddock, what have you... So we learn more and more around concussion all the time. We've been conditioned to be ultra cautious and responsible in it. But there's obviously nuances within which that flinch reaction of how many is too many and how we want to apply that to Will Pucovski isn't necessarily his reality right now.
Yeah, it's a good point, Gerard. And I thought Emma spoke beautifully on it, as she did in that interview with you the other day about Shane Warne's generosity to her son with that $300,000 donation. I mean, that was quite beautiful, actually. But it was rumoured at the time when Will Pucovski went down that there was something a bit different about this concussion, and those around him sort of sensed it, that it could have been a little bit of anxiety. Rather than actual, more mental than physical. Let's say that. But here's the thing. It is wonderful to see Will back playing for Victoria in first-class cricket, but I do believe the journey back to a test cap is still quite a journey ahead of him. And the reason is the national selectors love the fact that he can be back playing, but just want to see him have a decent stint of getting first-class games under his belt without any drama or trauma. And I think they feel he needs to do that to get back to test level. And people may say they might be a bit unduly hard on him by giving him an extended stretch as a Sheffield Shield batsman before they recall him. But it's actually been done in his interests. What they don't want is a concussion case on a tour in say, Sri Lanka or India, in faraway place where it's becoming a major incident, or even in a Boxing Day test at home. You can imagine the theatre surrounding that. So I do think that they will be very, very cautious about Shane Warne, before he passed away, said he would like to see him play a full season of first-class cricket before coming back, and the selectors will be very patient regarding his future.
Yeah, there's an obvious wisdom to that. So he hasn't been able to play any continuous cricket yet. There's this one game in Western Australia and then hopefully the Sheffield Shield final after that, but then into hiatus, isn't it? So it's the next Shield season rather than either of the overseas tours.
Jared, it's just such an unusual case because cricket's a non-contact sport. Like if it was boxing or if it was rugby league, these things happen, but it's not supposed to happen. Cricketers aren't supposed to get concussions. They're not supposed to be hit in the head. So to have 8, 9, 10, 11, however many it is, it's really abnormal in an era where everyone is talking about protecting the head. So it can't be trivialised. It would be easy for us to sit here and romanticise about, he's back, he'll be right, we're short of opening batsmen, we're short of young players. But they will make him hard, they'll mark him, they'll be extremely patient with this, and will have to put a decent series of matches together before he's even considered, a national recall is considered.
Crash, the services for Shane Warne, so the private funeral yesterday and the public memorial at the MCG next Wednesday. So the outpouring has been quite phenomenal. But inside that room yesterday are those who are closest to him, and that the sense of heartbreak, I'm sure, would have been very real.
Yeah, it is. And what I've loved, the tributes have come from the good and the great, haven't they? Chris Martin, Liz Hurley, Elton John. But the ones that have blown me away, Jared, have been the ones right at the other end of the spectrum. And you had so many of them on your show, little stories about, I stopped Shane in the street and asked him whether he'd do that, do me a favour and sign this or pose with my father. And he rang up and, I've got, 5 or 6 cases in Brisbane of people saying that, I got one 2 days ago. Someone said, Shane, I saw Shane outside the Gabba. He was catching a cab and I said, could I have your autograph? I said, my dad will love this. He's really sick. And Shane said, have you got his phone number? And he said, yeah. And he said, well, dial him now. And he handed him the phone and he said, it's Shane Warne here, Bob. How are you? What? Yeah, it's Shane. I'm outside the Gabba, mate. Just heard you weren't too well. Hang on in there. Now, those sort of stories to me, he was connected at 2 ends of the scale, wasn't he, with the basic working class person and the superstars. Very unusual and unique life.
One of my favourite stories, which I've now heard secondhand, is one of the committee members at the MCC. Warnie always used to park in her reserve car park at the ground because it was the one closest to the little avenue to sneak off for a cheeky dart. And the staff, the joke was, is there in her car park, there were always these magnificently luxurious flash cars, and it was never hers. Everyone's got a link to Warnie one way or another.
Oh, they have. Look, I just had a mate on the phone from touring, mate. We were reminiscing about a time when this mate of mine wrote a story saying Shane Warne's overweight, has got a bad diet and has to change. This is in the 1990s. So I just rang up Warnie and said, can I come to your room and get a quote? And he said, yeah, sure. And he said, but I haven't seen the story. So I went to his room, I brought a copy of the paper, and as he was reading the story, his breakfast arrived, and it was a strawberry thick shake and a cheese sandwich. So he slurped his way through the strawberry thick shake, ate the cheese sandwich and said, mate, this stuff about my diet and this story is complete rubbish, and I'm going to deny it very strongly, as he wolfed down the last bit of his cheese sandwich. Fantastic. So that's about half an hour ago. A mate of mine was just reminiscing about that. But, the sort of guy you'd love going on tour with just because it was so much fun,
Yep.
There was always something happening, Jared, wasn't there?
There was.
You think of the stories written about Shane in all the different publications over the last couple of weeks, and people say, surprised they didn't run out of them. Are you kidding? We could have all gone again.
Yeah, that's fresh wave. And I'm sure that will be a part of next Wednesday, which will be much more a celebration of a life in public, the private morning yesterday. And just one on the footy crash, that Craig Bellamy's 500th. Storm, gosh, they almost blew that from a 14-0 lead and needed the field goal at the end to make sure the celebration was fitting.
They did, and they've really scraped hard to win 2 games. Oh, funnily enough, this season without Christian Welsh, I've got them down to struggle, but they prove the critics wrong season after season. No matter how low they go in their depth, they just have a way of finding a way to that top 4. So let's just see. But Bellamy to coach 500 games, his fame has stretched outside rugby league. And Jared, the fan he's got, the secret fan he's got that no one knows about, is cricket commentator Bill.
Welcome back to the lunch break on day 1 of the 3rd test, live from Lahore on SEN Test Cricket. The Australian women's team remains undefeated at the ICC Women's One Day World Cup. Champion opener and wicketkeeper Elisa Healy spoke to the media after the side secured their berth in the semi-finals.
I mean, you seem to be able to win from anywhere.
I don't know where to go with that, Mel, but no handicap system. I think that's something that we pride ourselves on in this group, is that ability to potentially win a game from anywhere in any situation. And when our backs are against the wall, we fight our way out of that. And I think that's exactly what you need in ODI cricket. It's exactly what you need in World Cup cricket as well. You just need to find a way to win games. And, I think the first half of our game yesterday wasn't perfect. It wasn't disastrous. I thought, potentially they could have put 300 on us, or if we had a better first, we would have been looking at that score as well, knowing how good the wicket was. So, it wasn't perfect, which is probably a good thing. You don't want to be playing your perfect cricket now. So just to be able to get the win and get the job done the way we did was pleasing.
So how would you sum up the bowling? I was just surprised by the number of wides.
Yeah, that's cricket. Sometimes you don't exactly nail it all the time, right? I can walk out there and get a first ball duck. Some of the bowlers might not be able to hit their spots exactly the way they want to, but that's just the nature of it. We'll probably just have a look at it where we went wrong, whether it's execution or some technical stuff. But not too stressed. It's pretty unusual for us. So, once every now and then isn't such a bad thing.
And you've had a bit of an up and down tournament with a bat. Yesterday, you really seemed to sort of click from the first ball. Did it feel any different, or did you feel like you've been going all right the whole time?
I felt really good the whole time. Honestly, I felt really good most of the summer. Just probably haven't been able to, I guess, make the amount of runs that I would like to make. But I've never been stressed at any point. I'm working really hard on my batting technically, and I feel technically in a really good place. It's just about putting it all together when the opportunity comes to step out in the middle. So yesterday was a great, a pat on the back for both maybe myself and Meg. We shared a net together the day before, and we're trying to pump one another's tyres up, knowing that, runs were just around the corner. So for us too, it's a great confidence boost heading into what is the pointy end of the tournament, knowing that everyone else is flying around us. So it's exciting times for us, I think.
And making a semi-finals, that's obviously pretty exciting.
Yeah, huge. And I guess to do it this early as well is nice. It's a nice feeling to have. We're going to be able to sit back the next week, and obviously we've got 2 big games coming up, but sit back the next week and watch a few of the other fixtures, knowing that, we're sitting in that 4, and it'll probably just decide where we end up. But from that point of view, it's obviously very pleasing, and to make another World Cup semi-final is no mean feat. And I think everyone was pretty pumped about that last night, but at the same time know that there's a lot of work ahead of us.
Great, thank you.
No worries.
Thanks, Mel. Andrew, we'll head to you next.
Thanks, Lucy. Hey, Alyssa. I know you this team doesn't really do self-doubt, or at least in the open and publicly it doesn't do self-doubt. When you and Rach went out to open yesterday, was there ever any thought in your mind that you weren't going to be able to chase that total? I mean, it was a pretty hefty total, even on a ground with some shorter boundaries.
No, not really. It's not really the way that we operate. Like I said before, if we had batted first, I think we would have been looking over 280, potentially pushing over 300, just the way that the wicket played. It was remarkably flat, and the Indian batters showed that, especially at the back end, that if you get a few set players in that back 40 overs, you could do a fair bit of damage. So, no, I don't think there was any doubt. I think we just needed to get some good partnerships. I mean, we just acknowledged that I think three of their batters made 50, and we just knew that if someone made 100 or a couple of us chipped in with 50s, we'd be able to get the job done. So, yeah, no doubt. We knew obviously they're a good bowling attack, but I thought the way that we started probably just laid the platform for, obviously Rach and I would have liked to go on, but for Meg and Pez and then Moons to come in and do their thing. So, pretty pleasing.
I was just going to ask about Beth there. I mean, how much, when you're in the dugout, or even if you are in the middle with her in certain situations, how much calmness does knowing what she can do in that number 5 role bring to just how you operate as an entire batting unit?
Well, I think not just Moons, it's the whole batting unit. I mean, the top 7 is pretty settled, and it has been for a period of time now when we've all been fit and on the park. So I guess having that confidence in what those top 7 batters can do is really just a free license, I guess, for the rest of us to just play the way that we do. And we know that if we all come off on one day, it's going to be a ridiculous score. And if we don't come off, there's 6 other players that are potentially going to come off as well. So, yeah, it's just it's not just Moons, but it's probably the whole top 7 that we give one another confidence that we can go out there, play our game naturally, knowing that someone's got our back if it doesn't work. But if it does come off, then we just keep going.
Just one more quick one, if I can. How's it felt keeping to Darcy in this tournament? It's looked in the games that she's played that it's been coming out really nice for her at good speeds. Is that what it's felt like behind the sticks for you?
Yeah, it's been really fun to keep back a little bit further than what I normally would. Obviously, Sheeta won't like me saying that. Sheeta's been doing the hard work into the wind at Wellington, so I feel like I'm almost up at the stumps for her. But Darcy at the other end coming down breeze downhill is a sight to behold. And I think just how rhythmical she is. It looks so easy. It looks so effortless, and I think that's just the way she plays her cricket for starters. But it's kind of just puts us at ease behind the stumps too, that it's coming quick, but it probably lulls a batter into a false sense as well, that you're not quite sure it's going to come down as quick as what it will. But yeah, she's obviously been amazing so far, and I think full credit to our coaching staff and the Triple SM for resting her where we needed when we needed to rest her, and playing her in the games that we've needed her. And she's done an outstanding job, I guess, coping with that, coming in and out, but also knowing that, we're going to need her for this back end of the tournament. So keeping her as fresh as we can is the way to go. And, she's just been awesome every time Meg's thrown her the ball, which is cool.
That's great. Cheers, Alyssa. Thanks.
Ben, do you want to jump in?
And I'd like to talk about Darcy as well, please, Alyssa. Were you around when she demolished that monster steak, and what did you make of that?
Yeah, I wasn't around. I didn't see much of that except for social media, so I can't comment, but it doesn't surprise me one bit. I mean, half of those South Australians just eat. They're absolute machines. You look at T-Mac as well. She's a weapon. So, it doesn't surprise me one bit.
Okay, back to the cricket. You're obviously 5-0 and can't hope for anything more on the points table, but what's pleased you most about the performances?
I think that it just hasn't been a one-man show. I mean, I think that's the beauty of our group, and I've said it about the batting lineup, but also with the ball as well. I mean, we've used 14 of the 15 players that are here on the trip right now. I mean, Grace is pretty unlucky to miss out a lot of the time, but I guess to be able to have that flexibility of using all the players, keeping players fresh when need be, and the players that are coming in are fitting that role seamlessly and doing their job. So that's probably been the most pleasing thing for me, that we haven't had to rely solely on one batter or one bowler that's been doing the heavy lifting. It's been a genuine team effort, and I think coming into finals play in the back end of this tournament, it's going to be crucial that everyone is firing, everyone's fit, everyone's feeling really good about themselves and their cricket, and I think this team's in a really good place in that regard. So, that's, for me, that's been the most pleasing aspect.
Being 5-0 and having 2 games up your sleeve now, do you use those to sort of rest some players, perhaps give Darcy another rest, rotate the squad, or do you just maintain full steam ahead?
I'm not too sure on what selections are going to look like, but I guess from my perspective, I think it's full steam ahead, in particular on Tuesday. I think it's going to be a great matchup with South Africa. I think, they've played some really good cricket. They've knocked off some big teams in this tournament, and no doubt they're going to be looking to do exactly the same for us, and probably want to have their sights set on finishing first in this finals race. So it's going to be a real contest. I hope we don't take the foot off the pedal. I think we may as well, maintain the momentum while we've got it, and keep players that are going well in the side and playing good cricket. So I'd imagine that wouldn't be. We wouldn't be looking to rest people purely because we've got 2 games in hand.
For ultimate tyre safety this season, go and see Tyre Power during their store-wide super sale now on. Your #1 destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family drive safe on the roads. Next road trip, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the store-wide super sale on now, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
We spoke to Steve's son, Jet Johnson, who's in action this weekend in the Trans Am Series and is racing at Phillip Island for the first time ever.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big learning curve. It's a pretty unforgiving track if you end up having an off. So,
you're not
I'll try not.
Yeah.
I'll try not.
No, you're not going to have it off.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year. The all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires. The Sounding Board with Craig Hutchison and Damien Barrett. It's sport, it's the media, it's talking about the issues that matter. Issues that matter.
He was a crossover star. He understood the media as well as anyone in major elite sport probably ever has. I think Gary Lyon described him today as the most accessible superstar we've ever had.
Yeah, it's a fair assessment.
I think part of it was he was on the receiving end so often of negative coverage in his career.
He never liked it, even if it was valid.
No, he didn't like it at all.
He didn't like it.
But he seemed to move on. He rebuilt those relationships. Yeah. He didn't hold a grudge like you would. And no, I think he sought to understand how that came to be.
Yeah. Ultimately, he didn't have to worry about it too much. I think because he was Shane Warne.
I think he almost had a marriage of convenience with the media by the time he finished playing. Like he almost looked like it was a tacit relationship of they knew and understood each other's need.
Yeah.
And he'd formed almost a working relationship with the media by the time he was in his 30s.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
The Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to have a drink, choose to drink wise.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath, it's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
And that is the ball game. Takes the Panthers towards the premiership. First ball.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures.
Trailblazers.
Great Australian lives.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. visit australianmade.com.au.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Welcome back to Lahore. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins with Simon Kadich to begin the middle session on day one. If you're just joining our broadcast, Pat Cummins won the toss, elected to bat, and the visitors have made it to 2 for 70 by the first break here. But they did lose 2 wickets in a hurry in the space of 3 balls. David Warner, leg before wicket for 7 to Shaheen, and then Marnus Labuschagne with a waft outside the off stump, caught the outside edge, caught behind for naught from 2 balls. And then it was Stephen Smith joining Usman Khawaja. Smith looked brilliant out of the blocks. He's reached 28 from 69 balls by lunch with 5 boundaries. Still there with Usman Khawaja, who's 31 from 64, 3 fours and a 6. Simon, they're going to have to dig in here and bat the majority of the day, this pair, to take full advantage of these flat and slow conditions.
Yeah, much like the first day in Karachi when Australia lost those 2 wickets before lunch. These two came together and put on what was a match-winning partnership. Well, not match-winning. They didn't get the result in the end, but it set Australia up for what should have been a match-winning partnership on day one, and a huge in total. And it's 500. But there's plenty of work to be done here. I thought Pakistan were very disciplined before the lunch break with the ball. Certainly to Khawaja, it certainly took him a while to get going, get the fluency in his innings, and it probably came against the spinners when he got that 6 off Naman Ali.
It'll be for Pakistan. Shaheen Sharafridi starting this middle session. 2 for 17 from 5. His figures, the 2 wickets. And the aforementioned Warner and Labuschagne. Hassan Ali, the other opening bowler, bowled 7 before the break. Naseem Shah and Norman Ali the rest. Norman created a couple of half opportunities, but they're going to start with seam. Shaheen Afridi around the wicket to Stephen Smith. Away from the pavilion to start the middle session. A couple of slips in a gully. Bowls here. Smith forcing off the back foot, but collected at cover, no run. So maybe they think that this ball might already start reversing in over 25.
Yeah, I think they've seen so far Steve Smith has been really prepared to try and hurt them through the offside. Normally he's a little bit more patient outside off stump, but I think after that last test match, he's come in with a plan to really try and put the pressure back on the Pakistan bowlers with their line, and if they keep hanging it outside off stump and he hurts them through the offside, then it'll force them to come straighter, which is where he wants it.
Shafiq and Babar Azam with the 2 slips with Fawad Alam at gully. Shaheen bowls and Smith plays from the crease out towards mid-off, no run.
The only thing about this plan of attack from Shaheen Afridi is that with him coming and angling the ball back into the off stump, Steve Smith's just got to be mindful of playing the sort of horizontal bat shots. We saw one earlier off David Warner, because it's a slower sort of wicket, lower bounce. Those sorts of shots can be difficult to play. If you don't quite get the timing right and close the face on them, then you can easily see those balls get dragged onto the stumps.
Yeah, he got to 23 and he stopped, Smith, or to 19 rather, and just stopped for about 20, 25 minutes and didn't score when they found a better way to him. Shaheen from the pavilion end bowls here, and Smith leaves alone outside the off stump. I say the pavilion end, there's a lot going on at that far end of the ground. There's about 12 light towers. We have the National Hockey Stadium to one side, the football stadium as well, the athletics track, which is the home of the Olympic movement here in Pakistan. So it's a real sporting complex here, the home of sport.
It's a wonderful stadium, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? With the colourful seats, not too dissimilar to what we had last week at the National Stadium, albeit to our left and right, they've got the star of Pakistan, and then over towards deep mid-wicket as Smith's batting, you've got the blue and the red and the yellow in rotation. Then a relatively old pavilion, then red and blue seats to our right. Lots of arches at the top of every bay, which reflects the architecture they've tried to capture here at this ground from the Mughal Empire. Shaheen to Smith, and he pulls out just as Shaheen is arriving at the crease. Maybe there's something going on behind the bowler's arm at that end. They stop and prop and go again. We've seen a few of those from that pavilion ends already in this test match. It was a feature last week at Karachi as well.
And mobile camera that's out at deep in wicket at the moment. That keeps catching Steve Smith's concentration.
Was that the culprit for a second time? Smith didn't like that before lunch. He's facing up here. Shaheen, wide of the crease. Smith comes well forward and defends back down the strip. I think we were on commentary together during the summer when Stuart Broad blew up about the robot camera.
Yeah.
When he was bowling.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a batsman get so animated like Steve Smith did earlier, but there's no need for that camera to be on the move while the bowler's running into bowl.
It is an unusual part of the modern game that it used to be a sight screen. Now it's 3 sight screens and the rest of the end widened out with sheets. It's how the modern game's evolved in terms of what the batsmen require. Shaheen bowls to Smith, one of the more fussy batsmen in the world, defending off the back foot down towards mid-on, no run. When you would have started your professional career, it was a case of moving the sight screen from side to side. That now, no such job, no role for that in the modern game.
Yeah, it's amply covered, and not just on one level, it's normally the level above as well now. They certainly block out a huge area. What has been noticeable here at Gaddafi Stadium is how big the actual playing surface is.
Yeah.
You know, you take the digital signage away, there's another probably good 10 metres or so of playing surface.
Shaheen to finish the first over after lunch. Bowls to Smith, who goes back and looks for one through mid-wicket but won't find one. He'll stay at 28. So a maiden to begin the middle session. The score remains 2 for 70. 25 overs gone in this first innings of the Test match. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Yeah, it's as it was really at the National Stadium too. Imagine when they were playing at the full boundaries here a long time ago, since that would have been the case, but that would have been a bigger six than, say, like the MCG, to put it in perspective.
Particularly square of the wicket.
Yeah, definitely square of the wicket. Huge playing surface. Of course, where the 1996 World Cup was held, where Australia lost that final to Sri Lanka. The finest day for Sri Lankan cricket, but yes, Australia threw it away on that occasion. Couldn't defend 241. That brilliant unbeaten century from Aravinda de Silva there with Arjuna Ranatunga at the end. But yeah, I suppose that was our first real sighting of this ground growing up as kids or watching it on television, that World Cup final. And Australia hadn't played a Test match here since 1994. Noman gets first opportunity from Waqar Younis to start this session. Left arm over the wicket. Usman Khawaja goes back in defence, back down the pitch.
Well, the Australian batsmen, particularly these two, didn't let Noman Ali settle when he first came on before lunch. Both looking to be aggressive to him. Usman Khawaja with a slog sweep for 6. Steve Smith with a shot straight back over his head, lofted for 4. Alain Dar just signalling the no ball. Late call on that.
Can't be having that as a spinner. First ball of a spell overstepping. They've overstepped 5 times already in the space of 25 overs. So the third umpire, Asif Yaqub, being kept busy up there, toggling between the frames. Noman bowls to Khawaja, using his feet before clipping down towards long on. Walks a single. He's 32, 2 for 72. Australia first played here, Simon, back in 1959. That was their first Test match here. It was a famous victory as well. It put them ahead in the series to an unassailable 2-0 lead. A big century from Norm O'Neill to lay the foundation, and then Lindsay Klein picked up 7 wickets. But yes, Norm O'Neill, his first 100 for Australia. The classy New South Welshman. Delivering here to Smith is Norman Ali, who gets runs out through mid-wicket. Might be a couple, will be a couple. He joins Khawaja in the 30s, 2 for 74. Yes, looking back through that Test, some big names involved. Hanif Mohammed in the runs in the first innings, Alan Davidson, Ian Metcalf, the 2 left-armers in the wickets for Australia. And yeah, Lindsay Klein, the second time around, 7 for 75, a match-winning effort. And then Norm O'Neill finished it off. Century in the first dig, 43 not out in the second dig. Australia win by 7 wickets and claim a victory here. One of only 3 Test wins in Pakistan all up. Norman bowls to Smith, comes forward and finds a gap in the covers. Nicely driven out towards the rope. Quickish outfield. It's cut off at the last by Naseem Shah. Good diving effort. Doesn't use the relay through. They come back for a third. Kawaja to the danger end, but he gets through fairly comfortably. So Smith again looking to drive through the covers as he did a number of times before lunch. Australia 2 for 77.
Yeah, he looks on, Steve Smith. It's been the hallmark of his game today. It's been his cover driving and driving through mid-off, off the quicks. On that occasion, just guided that ball beautifully through cover. Actually went square of him, but still middled it off the left arm orthodox. And he's moved nicely now to 33. He looks set for a big innings, Steve Smith. Timing the ball beautifully today.
Yeah, just 1 century since the 2019 Ashes, and you can tell that's starting to get to him a little bit. I know we're a long way from that now, but just in terms of him getting that impressive start, Kawaja back on strike. Norman to him, he's got a slip and a short leg in close. Delivers here over the wicket. Kawaja goes back. Can't quite bisect the fielders between backward point and cover point. No run. We asked him in his press conference a couple of days ago about conversion, and he knows it's a thing, and it wasn't a thing before. When he would get to 50, I mean, he was only out 4 times between 71 and 100 across his first 26 Test hundreds, to give you some sense of scale. And it's become a bit of a pattern in the last 2 summers that he would fall in the 70s. Norman bowls and Kawaja defends, just out towards point, no single. So he would love nothing more than to correct the record on that front this week in a series-defining Test match.
Well, that's how they're viewing it. It's like a grand final, isn't it?
Yep.
What's interesting is it's been 10 years since Australia began a series with 2 draws.
Right.
Happened in November 2012 at home versus South Africa, which we end up losing 1-0.
Yeah, that's right. The Perth Test to finish with Dale Steyn, Ponting's last. Final ball here. Noman Ali bowls to Kawaja, flatter and clipped out towards deep square. There's an easy single, one of 2 sweepers on the leg side rope. So Kawaja joins Smith on 33. He retains the strike. It's 2 for 78 after 26 overs. Our coverage for Henley Homes. Build with confidence, henley.com.au.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 2191 for your local owner operator.
Another front foot no ball called from the last delivery of Noman's over. So he goes back to his mark. There's something behind the side screen again. So another no ball and a delay to finish. So Stephen Smith back on strike. He's on 33. Noman around the wicket to him. He goes back and defends, and Noman does well to cut it off in his follow through. Now it's the end of the 26 over at 2 for 79. Adam Collins and Simon Kadich with you on the call to start this middle session. So 2 draws to start that series. If this were to be a draw to finish off, it'll be one of only 4 instances in Test history for Australia where they've had a 0-0 result, where it's played over more than 2 Test matches.
Yeah, it'd be remarkable if that's the case. I mean, these 2 teams have played some magnificent cricket over the series so far. You'd like to think that they'll both be trying to force a result, but at the same time, because of the World Test Championship, that potentially has an impact as well, because at the moment, Australia first, Pakistan second, and it comes... Well,
it means quite a bit because of the way they assess the points on percentage, and I know this is a bit down in the weeds, but what they would get from this series, Australia or Pakistan, if they draw here, is the equivalent of a 2-1 loss in World Test Championship standings. So there is an incentive there to play enterprising cricket this week for Cummins and for Babar Azam if they do get the opportunity. They're 1 and 2 in those ranks at the moment. Shaheen starts a new over to Kawaja. Over the wicket, Kawaja off the back foot, punching out to cover, no run.
Well, the thing is, when you're playing a home series, you'd like to think that you're going to be able to make the most of those series to really climb up the championship ladder. But in this situation, you can understand why that first wicket in Rawalpindi was as flat as it was, because Pakistan were without 2 of their most experienced bowlers in Hassan Ali and Fahim Ashraf. They probably felt like they're going to be a little bit unbalanced.
Yeah, it's an interesting debate to go back to with Rawalpindi, which was wickets galore last year. Shaheen bowls to Kawaja, back in the crease. A little bit of tail on that one towards his middle and leg stump. well negotiated, but a good sign for the Pakistan spearhead, getting the ball to move a little bit in this fresh spell. The idea that, you know, they were trying to neutralise Australia's quicks, but at the same time, they neutralised Shaheen Shah Afridi. And, yeah, sure, no Hassan Ali, but that might have been their opportunity wasted as well, especially after posting the better part of 500 in the first innings.
Yeah. And that's the challenge. I think Australia's bowling lineup at the moment will definitely scare a few countries in terms of what they play on. As everyone that was watching the Ashes saw what happened on grassy wickets with bounce.
It's Shaheen here, passing umpire Raza to Khawaja over the wicket, goes back and defends to mid-off. And I suppose the extra element, and it shouldn't be part of it, but it's hard to avoid. This is a marquee series. Australia returning after 24 years. Hopefully it'll be the catalyst for England doing likewise later in 2022. It just looks bad. 2 draws off the top, and we can justify them as we will. It just doesn't look great in the modern game when draws have been such a small part of the Test playing rotation in the last 5 or 6 seasons. You know, there were a lot of draws between 2005 and 2015, but very few since then. Shaheen to the crease, short ball, haven't seen many of them. Khawaja deals with it well.
You know, didn't provide a fair contest between bat and ball, but I think it certainly was a fair contest in Karachi. And realistically, Australia had their chances. They created enough chances in that last innings, didn't grab them. And Pakistan, to their credit, showed a huge amount of fight and determination to hang in there for as long as they did. And I mean, even the fact that, you know, they became the second team in Test history to survive more than 1,000 balls to save a Test is a remarkable effort.
Absolutely. Shaheen delivers to Khawaja, leaving alone. That's a bit closer to the off stump, and it scoops through the gloves of Rizwan. Quick single taken. Smith to the danger end and calls it correctly. With that bye, they'll move to 2 for 80. Not great sign in terms of the surface that we're discussing here, that Rizwan hasn't been able to collect that on the half volley. Never easy for a wicket-keeper. But, yeah, the feeling we had after Rawalpindi was, gee, what a waste. Whereas last week it had... I know there were passages of play that drifted on quite a bit, but where the team was holding on for... Yeah.
Remarkable couple of partnerships from Pakistan's point of view, but more importantly, Australia, when they had their opportunities, they didn't grab them, and there was a number that were put down. And I mean, the most costly one was obviously the one of Shafiq, which would have made them 3 for 38.
This partnership's now worth 72 from 150 balls. Shaheen to finish to Smith, who drives out to extra cover. They've put an extra fielder in that region. He's driving so nicely today. End of the over, 27 gone. Australia 2 for 80. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on Save on Kumo tyres. And for the first time in the Test match, it looks like we're going to see off-spin via Sajid Khan, who wasn't quite as effective last week at Karachi as he was to begin at Rawalpindi, although bowled a really important spell, really long and important spell on the second day to Australia, just to ensure they couldn't lift the run rate. So he's a man who should be bowling with some confidence.
Yeah, he bowled too slowly on day one, and Australia, looking to attack him, made it hard for him to settle.
First ball here to Khawaja. 2 catching men, a slip and a short leg, but he's able to go back and shove this out towards point with a minimum of fuss. No run.
And I expect these two to keep putting pressure on both the spinners, because I think that they know that if they do that, it puts Babar Azam under pressure with his quicks to have to bring them back more often than he'd like to. So I dare say these two will be looking to put some pressure on here.
Sajid delivers to Khawaja, who's forward in defence. Nice flight there. Second ball. He's played a little bit of first-class cricket at this ground. 17 wickets at 35 at Gaddafi Stadium. Just watching the replay back, that had wonderful drift, and Khawaja played it late, but wasn't far away from turning past the blade and bringing the off-stump into play. Goes again, closer to the stumps. Khawaja digging out a full ball down towards long off, gets himself An easy single. Khawaja 34, 2 for 81, halfway through the 28th.
Yeah, that mid-off is in a no man's land at the moment. He's not saving the one. He's probably 10 or 15. Khawaja's going to take him on regardless of him being off the road. But he's
the bat, missed out on runs there. It was a half tracker. Sajid again to Smith. Again short on leg stump, and he does get bat to ball here, easing a single at the deep backward square. He joins Khawaja on 34, 2 for 82, 1 ball left in the over.
Yeah, I think Sajid Khan has definitely upped the ante with his pace since that first day of the Karachi test, where he was generally in the 70k range. They turned up into K21.
Ball for Khawaja. His first over, defended back to him. End of it. It's 2 for 82. There'll be a change in commentary with Geoff Lemon replacing me. Smith and Khawaja both on 34. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
As a small to medium business owner, you need a vehicle fleet that is fit for purpose. The new Nissan Navara is the ultimate workhorse, built tough to handle the harshest conditions. Packed with the latest intelligent safety and driving assistance tech, the new Nissan Navara is the ideal addition to your fleet. Let your local Nissan fleet dealer tailor a vehicle solution that's right for you and your business needs. Visit your local Nissan dealer or search Nissan Fleet today.
Two for 82. The thermometer heading northwards. The birds still wheeling. Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja still out there. We'll have a lot of work in the heat to do today to get Australia into a strong position after that poor start. Around the wicket comes Shaheen off the pads. That's beautifully timed by Stephen Smith. A long, long chase for Nasim Shah from fine leg. Gets around to deep backward square. Does prevent the boundary. 2 runs added, 2 for 84. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Jeff.
Nice to be with you here. Slow roasting on the balcony.
Yeah, we are slow roasting, aren't we? We're very fortunate that that fan came out. Provides a little bit of Freo doctor-like conditions here.
Very glad to not be in the middle during the long run in like Shaheen Shah Afridi, or cooking under the helmet like Steve Smith. Dips his knees, waits for the left. Just. Shaheen thought he was through. Finished running backwards. He wants the review. And Barbara goes for it. Just. No, Sajid's signalling for it. Well, he can't. And they haven't taken it in the end. So they had 2 players doing the T sign. Neither of them were the captains. So
probably the 4th wicket across, and Steve Smith has jammed down that with his bat.
had they gone to DRS on that, that was middle of the bat. Now we can't see that because we're behind Steve Smith. But it was the toe. He got the toe of the bat down in front of his boot, but it was right in the middle of the blade. Shaheen bowls on a length outside off stump and Smith defence. That, if nothing else, will tell you never believe Shaheen Shah Afridi when he asks for a review.
I think he was looking at things as I might have just clipped the boot before, but very good decision from Babar Azam. Would have blown a review.
He's been fairly good at keeping his cool, the Pakistan, so than some of his players. Certainly kept his cool. Days at the end of this. Shaheen might well have gone top.
Yeah.
That was an extraordinary innings. Shaheen Back over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who digs out a full ball to mid-off. The number that sticks out for me is 604 minutes that he batted. There's that hugely famous Michael Atherton innings when he saved the test against Alan Donald and company in 1995 in Joburg. That's the only longer innings batted in the fourth innings of a test ever. So I think everybody who is getting stuck into the Australians, well, they should have done this or that, tactical problems, whatever it is, 99.9% they were supposed to win that test match.
Yep.
He was not supposed to be able to play an innings like that, Babar Azam, but he did. Shaheen bowls full, Khawaja drives, chopped off by cover. End of the over, 2 for 87.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
SEN Test Match Cricket. Welcome to all the networks on 1170 SEN Sydney, SEN Q and SEN Gold Coast. Joining us for the first time today. Glad to have your company. Seeing the start of a new over from Sajid Khan, the off-spinner, being driven for a single, now the long on by Steve Smith. Australia 2 for 88 now. Direct hit from down on the boundary. Well, Sajid Khan thinks he's got a wicket here. He's celebrating. Steve Smith's just walking back to chat to Khawaja. What's going on here?
I'd be very surprised if Steve Smith's not in his crease here. Well, that would be very, very disappointing for him.
Unless he left the bat up, unless he hasn't grounded the bat, which he has, about, on the replay, about 15 seconds before the ball hit the stumps on the slow-mo. So he was very safely home. I'm not sure what Sajid Khan was looking at.
And a bit of a joker. Comfortably home then.
2 for 88. Geoff Lemon and Simon Kadich keeping you company at the moment if you've just tuned in. And Australia chose to bat this morning, won the toss, lost 2 wickets with the score on 8. And they've recovered since. This partnership has added 80 runs. Sajid Khan bowls to Khawaja, full and creeping through. Not much bounce. Khawaja drives to cover. No run there.
Yeah, once again, Khawaja liking playing the right arm off spinner off the back foot here.
Sajid, a bit more flight, driven down to long off, and get through for a score 2 for 89. You mentioned the one where he was given out, caught off the helmet by Rudy Kurtzen. When was that? 2009?
2007 in Hobart.
Sajid Khan darts one through, dug out by Stephen Smith. I'm trying to remember if you were playing in that game. Was Phil Jakes opening in that match?
I think so, yeah. I wasn't playing, no. I was in exile at that time, Geoff.
In Siberia, defended by Smith, the next ball.
And poor 2005 Ashes campaign cost me a couple of years.
They always find someone to blame, don't they?
Rightly so, too.
Darted through by Sajid Khan and blocked away to mid-on the end of the over. 30 overs gone. He'll have one more ball to bowl. They can't quite decide out there. The umpire does call over. 2 for 89 is the score.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. Shaheen Shah Afridi has the ball in hand. Simon Kadich has been sent to exile from the SEN commentary team as well. He's off to do his duties on the TV broadcast. Good of him to divide his time between them and us. Peter Lalor will be in just a second. Shaheen bowls full, driven by Khawaja. Out through the covers. That is a classy shot from the left-hander. He's picked up 4. His favourite area, that cover drive, for a number of years. He got a lot more disciplined with it later in his career. But the full flourish of the bat. And a nice welcome to the broadcast to you, Pete Lalor, with the score at 2 for 93.
He always likes to hear that I'm in the commentary position, and that was a lovely, crisp shot. Most of his runs in his innings have come from the cut shot. I'll tell you what, those two batsmen out there, it's been a bit of total control. Just having a look at some of the stats around the innings.
Runs up to Khawaja, who's leaving.
Usman Khawaja's controlling the ball 93% of the time, and most of those times is through the cut shot, except on that occasion when I walked in just then. Steve Smith 97% of the times, and he's scoring a lot of runs off the flick. Those stats brought to you by Crick Info.
Thank you.
Yeah. Some odd things happening with the Pakistan side out there since lunch. 3 no balls to a spinner today.
Shaheen bowls on a length and driven away by Khawaja straight to cover. No run.
3 no balls to a spinner. Seriously? No, you know how many no balls Nathan Lyons bowled?
None.
You're good. Nick Savage just tweeted that. Fine young cricket journalist. 100 tests, never bowled no ball. What happens? The spinner's bowling a no ball. Is their rhythm off? I know the captain was off him when he was doing it, but very odd. We see an appeal for an LBW that's actually hit the middle of the bat and the pad's about a foot away. And then we see that very great excitement about a run out, but the ball hit the stumps a second after Smith had grounded his bat.
It was a very peculiar one.
Yeah.
Shaheen bowls full to Khawaja, who drives it down to mid-off. There's no run. The control stats don't factor in the fact that both of these batsmen have been dropped, though, at some stage in their innings.
Well, it
should
does.
just know that.
Yeah, but that would be in the 6 and 7,
the 7%, yeah.
or the 3% times when they haven't. And in fact,
it's a yeah song, isn't it? Total Control.
I would sell my soul for Total Control.
Yes.
Oh no, it was before that. It was a band called the Motels. Did the original version of that song. But did the Yeah Yeahs cover it?
In my head, there's a cover in that, in Karen O's voice, but maybe I'm wrong. Outside the off stump, opens the face to Khawaja and takes a comfortable single out behind point. 2 for 94.
Wasn't a big fan of the band, but was, as a music writer, I covered their concert at the Melbourne Entertainment Centre, and that is a great song. And I recall, because it starts with a fantastic sax solo, the saxophonist walking in from the back door of the venue to announce the song and walking down the aisle. And perhaps the singer was walking down the other aisle. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're in Lahore watching cricket. We're not back in the 1980s talking about my past life.
Shaheen, 1 ball to come in the over. Round the wicket to the right-hander, who's again getting the Yorker, and Shaheen can't get it through onto the boots. End of the over. Steve Smith signals for new gloves, as he does at the end of just about every over, especially in this heat. 31 overs bowled. Australia, 2 for 94.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
SEN Test Cricket for Tyre Power. I'm reliably informed they've got a store-wide super sale now on where you can save on Kumo tyres. It's the talk of the town in Lahore. Everywhere you go, people are asking. Store-wide super sale, tell me more. 2 for 94 is the Australian score.
I won't be buying any more tyres for my car. You know what happened between tests?
What?
I won an electric bike.
How did you do that?
The LBW Trust, which is a fine charitable institution that looks after education in impoverished countries.
Sajid Khan around the wicket to Khawaja. He cuts and he's getting it away through the covers. He's got a good piece on that. Slowing up a touch, but it will run into the boundary rope. Will lead Azhar Ali all the way out there and then eventually beat him. He picks up and throws back in. 2 for 98, the score. Nicely struck by Usman Khawaja off the back foot.
So the Chapel Foundation, and if you're feeling generous, Google, the LBW Trust. I'm getting my charities confused. The LBW Trust, obviously cricket related, invest in education in impoverished countries. Get on their website now and donate. But I decided to donate by buying some tickets in their raffle. Threw a few $100 in, got my wife to buy them because I couldn't do it from here.
Sajid bowls a little flatter to Khawaja, who opens the face and dabs a single to point. 2 for 99.
And Allah smiled upon me, and I am now the proud owner of an electric bicycle, Jeffrey. I'll be scooting around. I told my wife we're not going to do the Grey Nomad tour in one of those vans, but we're going to do it on electric bikes, like the woke couple that we are.
Wow.
Because she's already got one that she rides to work.
Sajid over the wicket to the right-hander, and a bottom-handed wristy cover drive from Stephen Smith, straight to cover, who's in fairly short, no run. How much range do you get on an electric bike?
Well, as much as you want if you pedal.
Sajid flights at Steve Smith, little inside edge as he comes across his stumps and defends back down the pitch.
Anyway, LBW Trust. Google them. Throw in a few bucks now. 2 for 99. Here we go.
Sajid tosses it up. Smith waits for it. Flicks it away. Good diving stop at mid-wicket, though. Can't get through. A run saved there by Imam-ul-Haq. Sajid gets the ball back. Darts it through. And Steve Smith shovels with the bottom hand. Imam stops that delivery once again. 32 overs bowled. 2 for 99.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire people who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking it, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath. It's a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. The Ken Oath means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Just thinking, if you're doing the full sort of coastal lap of Australia, as you might have done in the Grey Nomad van, Pete, that would take a while on an electric bike. If you're charging up at each petrol station you get to, or having to pedal.
Oh, you don't need a petrol station, you just need a power point.
Yep.
Most of Australia's got electric power.
True.
And you can pedal. But gee, imagine the blisters.
Heavy.
Jeez, that's a long way.
Heavy bike to pedal.
Bloody bike. Especially that uphill bit. It's all right when you're coming down from the north. Yeah.
I did some sums at one point. Start of a new over. Hassan Ali bowling round the wicket to Khawaja, who's getting a run as he opens the face and steers behind point. Well stopped in the gully by Sajid Khan, doing his diving work again. And there's the Australian 100, 2 down.
2 for 100. They'll be very pleased to get there after being 2 for 8 and almost 3 for 8 when, well, Smith was wrapped on the pads. It was a nervous moment, but he's well outside the off stump. I reckon it was a near-death experience for Steve Smith. I reckon he went, geez, that one's kept low. One's kept low and got David. There's a ball out here with my name on it. I'm not going to be here for a long time. Let's have a crack at this. And he really did come flying out of the box, didn't he? He's settled down into his work now. I think he could seen off the demons in this pitch. It's slow, it's low. It's possibly the slowest pitch I've seen since we got here. I've only seen 2. What do you think?
It's hard to have a competition of the slowest for this. It's a bit like a turtle race as to which has been the slowest surface. Hassan over the wicket to Smith, who drives him crisply to cover. There's no run. So at some point I worked out how long it would take you to walk around the coast of Australia.
Yeah.
I can't remember if the islands were included in this or if it was just the mainland. I think my metric was maybe about 20 kilometres a day, something like that. Might have been 30.
Yeah.
It's all a bit hazy, but I remember it was about 4.5 years if you wanted to do it on foot.
You need a job, mate.
Outside off stump, driven away crisply to point by Smith once again. Well, you can't walk around Australia for 4.5 years if you have a job. Point number one, unless someone will pay you to do it.
Yeah, but where do you find time to lie on your couch? I couldn't even imagine trying to add that up.
I just thought it would be a fun thing to do one day. And I wondered how, I thought it'd be fun to walk around Australia. And I thought, I wonder how long that'll take. 6 months, a year? No, about 4.
4 years.
So you've got to put some time aside. Electric bike would be a bit faster, but not that much. Good length outside the off stump, left alone by Smith. Maybe it would bring it down to 1 year on the electric bike.
So Smith's 40 from 97 deliveries. Qadir is 46 from 90. He's actually going at a better clip. So he's overtaken him. Smith was certainly batting at a faster rate early when he hit those quadruplet of 4s.
Yeah, he was not much below a runner ball for his first 20 runs from 19.
He looks sharp today. His footwork's good.
Hassan Ali bowls outside the off stump, and Smith just guides it away gently on the bounce into the gully. Fawad Alam fields, no run.
I know Smith gets into position early, and I know good batters have a lot of time to play the ball, but I swear to God, he paused for half a second before he put bat on that one.
That was a slower ball, though. That's why.
Really?
Yeah.
Gee, he's good, isn't he?
He read it.
I wouldn't have picked it.
Yes. No, he read that one.
That's why he's Steve Smith. Sorry.
Out of the hand. I think it was a little cutter. Without having seen the replay, it looked like he rolled his fingers a bit. And the next one keeps low. It crawls through, and it hits Mohammad Rizwan on his pads, and he appeals to give himself out leg before wicket. That has smashed him on his wicket-keeping pad. What would have been straight in front had he been batting. 33 overs gone, 2 for 100. Adam Collins to join Peter Lalor after this break.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal!
Djokovic a mile back and he smashes into the net! On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Sajid Khan begins a new over, defended out to the offside by Usman Khawaja, who's on 46, no run. 2 for 100, Australia adding 30 runs in the 40 minutes since the lunch interval. Adam Collins with you. Alongside Peter Lalor here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore, Sajid bowls and Khawaja comes forward to defend. Judging by social media, you and Geoff have been talking about one of my favourite songs.
Total Control.
Total Control by the Motels.
Really? Do you want to give us a first verse?
No, not really, but nice to pick it up. People listening. Khawaja round the corner, gets himself a single to deep backward square. He's 47. 2 for 101.
One of my favourite songs is Control.
By Joy Division.
Yeah. Also the name of the movie, that outstanding movie. Looking around this ground, Adam, and not back into the 80s, the flags are just hanging as limp as dish rags on top of that. Is that the pavilion end?
Yes, it is.
Yes. I haven't worked out the ends yet.
So Sajid to Smith, who's forward, taking one to deep square leg. Lots of room in that on that side of the ground to work with. He's 41, 2 for 102 the score.
Another one of these very open stadiums where there's only sort of they're not high-rise, are they? It's all low-rise. It's all one story, and we can see the tops of the trees looking around the ground. There's a dead tree over there by the right of the Fazal Mahmood enclosure. Yes. I wonder if that's going to come back to life. It just doesn't look well at all.
Sajid bowls and Khawaja comes forward to defend.
I don't know, is that a gum? I see a lot of gum trees in the world, but there's a lot of vegetation here because we're in the Punjab, which is basically the food bowl of India and Pakistan.
Sajid to finish. In at Khawaja, goes back and tries to find one towards mid-off, but it's cut off around there, an extra cover. End of the over, 2 for 102 after 34, with Smith and Khawaja coming together with the score at 2 for 8 at the time. Smith now 41, Khawaja 47.
I've got my glasses trained on the trees now. I reckon there's a gum tree right over there to the left of the Fazal Mahmood.
Yep.
They're very popular in this part of the world. There's a lot of Australian tourists here too, aren't there? Speaking of Australian natives.
Yes.
Looking over there, Luke Sparrow and his mob. We've got a few of them today. Is that Luke there, or is he to the right?
He
looking resplendent.
I was going to say, yes.
Green and gold Showa kameez.
Looked brilliant this morning. He's got a crew of about 8 with him, I think it is.
Yeah, I think so, hasn't he? A few guys, including a mate of mine from the Feral Brewery.
Hassan Ali, new over to Stephen Smith, well outside the off stump, and again bouncing twice before running into Mohammed Rizwan's pads. It won't be long before he has to come up to the stumps to Hassan Ali from the pavilion end, where there is just no carry.
Yeah, it is pretty rotten, isn't it? Yeah, it's great to see waving the flag back. A really interesting crew of people, a diverse crew. Old James from Mildura, who's about 187 years old.
Is it his 190th Test match this week?
Yes, unfortunately not accompanied by his twin brother, who passed away 6 months ago.
Yeah, they've been a fixture on the road for a long time. Hassan Ali bowls to Smith, who off the back foot tries to work it through the covers but can't.
But in the other night playing pool, like one of the guys come over, I had never seen him before. I said, "G'day, Pete, you might know me. You've written some stories about me." I said, "Yeah, who are you?" He says, "Brendan, the founder of the famous Feral Brewery, Feral Hop Hog, one of the more famous beers. Recently sold out to Coca-Cola Amatil. He's he's done pretty well out of the craft brewing industry, Brendan."
I didn't realise that was the connection when you two were chatting. Here's Hassan Ali bowling to Smith, who again tries to thread the needle out through the cover region, but isn't good enough to get it past Azhar Ali at short cover, no run.
In the industry for about 15 years, great brewery, made some seriously good beers. The Feral Hop Hog was a feature in my top 20 Australian beers.
That's been out recently, hasn't it?
It comes out just around the start of the Test series every year in with the Weekend magazine and the Australian. It comes with the James Halliday Top 100 wines, and I blow the wazoo up the back of the kazoo. Sorry.
Yes, that's better. Hassan Ali bowls and Smith pushes out to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I'm the circus act at the back with my top 20 craft beers. Insufferable hipster that I am, with my sours and IPAs and double IPAs and wheat beers and God knows what's.
We've been well looked after in Lahore on a range of levels, including being able to get a beer at the hotel. That wasn't the case at the first two places that we stayed, but they've been good to us here.
And it's been good to have a few days off and actually play some pool for the first time in about 20 years.
Yep.
I used to be a demon at the Lord Newry Hotel on the tables, but
you could see you've got that glint in your eye as well when you get into your posture. Ignoring where the balls go, you've got a technique that's battle-hardened, you can tell. Hassan bowls and Smith leaves alone. That's a bit better in terms of carry through to Rizwan.
Ignoring where the balls... I'm taking you on tonight. That was an offensive statement. Anyway, yeah, this pitch, I reckon it's the slowest pitch we've seen. I reckon this is, and perhaps the only thing that's favour is that we might get some grubbers that get under the gate like a naughty beagle and escape the batter's defence.
Yeah, we've had a couple.
They're not going to beat the side.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're not sort of misbehaving in the traditional sense. They're just not getting up.
Nah.
A little bit like it was at Melbourne 4 years ago. Hassan Ali bowls to Smith, who's well forward again, able to defend out towards mid-on. End of 35 overs with the vice captain on 41, Khawaja on 47. It's 2 for 102. Our coverage for Henley Homes, built with confidence, henley.com.au.
As we enjoy the summer of sport, hear all the big moments on the SEN app. Cricket.
And the first century of the series belongs to Travis Head.
NBL.
The pass, Golding, the take, the shoot, the three!
Tennis.
Serves up the middle and finishes with an ace.
And Season 6 of the AFLW.
Quick snap off the right, she's got it through.
Download the SEN app from your chosen app store. Also available on Apple CarPlay. All sports, anywhere, anytime. The SEN app. It's your home of sport.
Adam Collins here with Peter Lawler, one of those unscheduled drinks breaks between overs, which you can kind of understand given they're expecting it'll be 38 degrees by the time the temperature maxes out today.
They had one 2 overs ago.
Oh, I missed that. They had 2 overs ago and then again.
I think so, yeah. It might have been 3, yeah. Unless Smith has got something.
Khan to Khawaja, new over, and Khawaja takes one out to deep backwards square. He's 48, 2 for 103. Yes, we saw Steve Smith change his gloves after, I think he faced 11 balls this morning in the opening session, and as is his wont, he called out for the new gloves.
I'm just looking up the conditions. I've got my man at the meteorology department here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Been busy. Slipping a short leg. Sajid bowls to Smith, who's on the drive through cover, finds the gap. We got at least one. Good diving stop there by Naseem Shah, the teenager hauling it in. We'll have to be satisfied with that single. Smith on 42. 2 for 104 the score.
It's a lazy, hazy 33 degrees in Lahore. The UV index is 7. The sunset will be at 6:14 p.m. The wind is coming.
Sajid bowls and Khawaja goes back and defends off his middle stump.
Where's it coming from? Is that north or west, I guess? But it's not really coming very strongly, I can tell you that much.
Not strong at all. We can welcome our networks joining us in Melbourne, South Australia and Mount Gambier. Sajid Khan to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, pushing out towards point. Quickish single through comfortably. Khawaja and Smith came together with the score at 2 for 8. It's now 2 for 105 in the 36th over. Shaheen Sharafridi went bang, bang, blowing off David Warner's front pad for 7, and 2 balls later, nicking Marnus Labuschagne off for of another half century, having made 97 at Rawalpindi to start the series and 160 last week at Karachi. Well on his way again to completely over here. Sajid Khan bowls to Smith, wants one around the corner, won't find it. So end of the over, 2 for 105 Australia. Pat Cummins won the toss and batted this morning on a surface that's not giving much to anybody. But Shaheen Sharafridi got the ball moving early on, and they're just getting a hint of reverse Peter Lawler. Our coverage for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. We've reached that stage of the innings that we saw last week at Karachi, where the ball did just hoop around a little bit, going the other way, and Hassan Ali, who's bowling from the pavilion end here, was going for that in the previous over, hiding the ball.
Yeah, he was going for that. I didn't see it doing a lot just yet. Batters are set, so I don't think they'll be too surprised. Khawaja's on 49 from 98. What a series he's having. Stand by, and he'll get his half century in this over. Just an incredible return to cricket, an incredible second life for Usman Khawaja.
A partnership is now worth 97 from 205 deliveries on a hot and hazy day here at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Hassan Ali around the wicket, new over, bowls to Khawaja, who pushes towards mid-on. There won't be a 50th run there. Yes, Khawaja before this innings was averaging 122 when opening the batting against Pakistan, which I suppose feeds into the narrative that they missed the trick not having him open more often earlier in his career, but they found the right place for him now, and he's really enjoying batting in the country of his birth.
Oh, he's made 350 runs here, and he's been dismissed once so far, hasn't he? So that's 175 he's clicking along at. It will come down a bit, one assumes, once he goes on.
So Khawaja on strike. Hassan Ali passes umpire Raza, bowls here. Khawaja again defending into the onside. No single there. Yeah, quite remarkable that Khawaja's batting average when he rejoined the Test team in January was 40, and now it's 45. When you consider how long he's been playing for, to get a spike in your average of that note in the space of 4 Test matches gives a sense of just how well he's been going. Twin tons at Sydney, and then in excess of 200 runs for once dismissed last week at Karachi.
Well, yeah, and it's a fair sample size he's operating from. I think he played about 44 matches before the comeback. He's on his 49th now.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, defending again, passes the bowler but doesn't beat mid-on.
Need I say Usman Khawaja not in a rush? Has Usman Khawaja ever been in a rush to do anything? He is languid, absorbs pressure. Not that there's much of it out there, but doesn't believe in overexerting himself, Usman Khawaja, and that was a knock upon him once, but in these conditions and the way he has gone about his business in recent times, I think it's a tick, it's an affirmation, it's a credit to him.
He's hit 5 balls and 1 big 6 in this innings off the spin of Noman Ali. Hassan here to Khawaja, again trying to score on the onside but won't beat mid-on. Full and straight there from the Pakistani seamer, trying to find a little bit of tail away from the left-hander. Yes, Smith got out of the block so quickly with 4 boundaries in his first 17 balls, I think it was, and Khawaja took some time to overtake him, but he's been the heaviest scoring of this pair since lunch. They went to lunch at 2 for 70. They're now 2 for 105. If you're just joining our broadcast and taking note of where this Test match has gotten to.
Well, I was saying to Geoff before he came in, I think that he was a little alarmed that maybe this pitch had a lot of demons in it and he just needed to hit the ball hard.
Hassan bowls to Khawaja on the drive, out towards mid-off. No run there either. Stays on 49.
But there's very, very little demon once you get the pace of this wicket. I mean, really the only batter who's been gotten out, I would say, is David Warner. He kept low on him and got him out. So that's the wicket and the bowler combining. Marnus Labuschagne got himself out. Once you get set here, really no excuse for not going on, I'd suggest.
So to finish here, Hassan Ali delivers to Khawaja, who plays late. Behind point, no single there either. So the maiden is complete. 37 overs gone. Australia 2 for 105. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Sergeant Khan to begin his 6th over from our broadcast end. Delivers here. Smith using his feet. Through mid-wicket, not quite. Good diving stop there. Imam Al-Haq cutting off at least a couple. A couple of his teammates come up to give him a pat on the bum. Smith stays on 42, 2 for 105. I say Sergeant Khan bowling from our pavilion end. It's also the mosque end, of course, Peter. We had the chance to have a look inside there a couple of days ago. There's an inbuilt mosque behind the ground here at Gaddafi Stadium. Sajid bowls and Smith comes forward in defence. Beautiful place too.
Yeah. I'm completely disoriented. I thought that mosque was at the other end.
No, behind us here.
Yeah.
The local police insisted that we come along and take some photos. Sajid bowls and Smith just beats him in the dive. Down towards long on it goes. He moves to 43, 2 for 106.
Such peaceful places, Moss. All that marble and just such a quiet place. There were a number of policemen in there praying, attending to their prayers, but there were more having a bit of a snooze.
Yes.
taking advantage of them. They're so cool, aren't they? Such cool places with the shadow and the quiet, which you don't get much of here. Look down there to your left. A famous South Australian Shield cricketer has attracted quite a crowd. Selfies and autographs.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja on the back foot on 49 and moves to a half century. Bisecting two fielders either side of point. That's his 6-4. And he moves beyond 50 again in the form of his life, the 35-year-old. 53 from 105 deliveries. His batting average up to 46 in Test match cricket. Australia 2 for 110 and the partnership beyond 100 as well. Pete Lawler, Usman Khawaja is hitting them superbly.
Yeah, well, they struck up the band when he brought up that 50, and why not? What a time he's having in Pakistan. 97 in the first test, 160 and a 44 not in Karachi, and now he's got a 50 in Lahore.
Sajid to Khawaja, going back, exposing his stumps, but getting the bat down in time.
Is in the form of his life. It's an honour to be watching him, and we knew that when we saw him in Sydney. That pair of hundreds at the SCG, emotionally received by his former home crowd.
Sajid wide of the crease to Khawaja, flights it up, drives out towards point again. Collected by the man at cover, no run. End of the over, 2 for 110 Australia with Khawaja beyond 50. He's 53 from 107. Smith down the other end on 43. Our coverage for Henley Homes, filled with confidence, henley.com.au.
And Khawaja was one of those players who started in New South Wales and was very much part of the New South Wales team, but then took his fortunes elsewhere and went to Queensland. He's now the captain of Queensland. It was an interesting time because Philip Hughes went to South Australia where he played, and that allowed David Warner a little look in to that New South Wales side, because David Warner had been banging on the door and trying to get in and was struggling to get... Of course, David Warner made his T20 debut for Australia before he played at first-class game for New South Wales, hadn't he? So, and Usman's really at home. He's really happy in New South Wales. He's got a child. He's got another one on the way. He's married. He seems to love it up there, and I think he likes guiding those players up there, those younger teammates, keeping Marnus in check, keeping an eye on Swepson, just looking after a team at his own pace, in his own place. You know, I think he'd grown up in the shadows in New South Wales.
Well, there was that era when you think about the glory days of Australian cricket through the, let's call it the mid-90s to the mid-2000s.
Yes.
There were many state captains in the Test team. And Khawaja brings that, doesn't he, as a man who's led Queensland for, would it be 5 or 6 seasons now? As Naseem Shah brought back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled 7 overs so far. 1 slip, bowls to Smith. Not a lot of carry through Rizwan, who's shaking his hand. Will go down for 4 byes, just about. We're obscured by the sight screen at our commentary position. It is 4 byes, so signalled by umpire Raza. So 2 for 114. But again, the ball just not getting up. from the pavilion end.
Well, Alex Carey, we're looking at this with interest. It is hard work for a wicketkeeper out there. Funny bouncing in front of him. That's almost yorked him, hasn't it?
What hope have you got when the ball's coming through at 140 and yorking you as a wicketkeeper? And
clipping your fingers on the way through just to add injury to insult.
And Rizwan's been hit on the finger on that hand, his right hand, a number of times. It was his index finger at Rawalpindi, wasn't it? The seam into Smith here. Second ball of his spell. That's better carry outside the line of the off stump, and the vice-captain shoulders arms.
Well, Australia are very happy with this. 2 for 114 after being 2 for 8. This has been a great reconstruction by this veteran pair who began playing cricket together in New South Wales and now find themselves in Pakistan, in Lahore, building a platform for the Australian team.
And they look to have used those days off well. They played some golf. They didn't do a lot of training. They came out for a session 2 days before the test here at Lahore and didn't bat for too long. Naseem delivers to Smith, who's driving on the up, ends up at gully on the bounce. Forward alarm saves a boundary. A little bit loose there from Smith. Not sure if that was reverse swing or genuine swing away from the right-hander, but either way, it found the outside part of the bat and Smith was committed to the stroke. They're all coming over to credit forward alarm for saving those runs. Watching it back, it landed just in front of his left boot, not far away from being a chance as well.
Well, when you say driving on the up here, it's sort of relative, isn't it? Because there's not much up. So it starts pretty low, and he didn't get under the ball. Squirted it out there, but squirted it at some speed. He got a fair bit of bat on that. Was it 141 Ks, was it?
Yeah. 142. Good pace from Naseem. The teenager bowls again. That's wide of the off stump, so Smith is able to get his bat out of the way.
Playing his 11th test, 19 years old. The crowd's built up here a little bit. They're all hiding up the back in what shade is available. The fan experience here isn't the worst I've seen on the subcontinent, but it's not the greatest because those roofs don't actually extend very far out, do they?
Nothing
compared
to
like eaves.
Well, the National Stadium, they have the full covering, but here it's where it gets to. It's reached 50 degrees here in the hot season in Lahore, so you probably want some protection. Smith facing up to Naseem. Bowls here, and again leaving alone. He's working on that 5th or 6th stump line to the Aussie vice-captain, and he's showing patience so far.
Yeah, and he's hiding that ball on the way in, trying to deceive the batter, indicating that there is some reverse here. And as we saw in Karachi, the one thing that does give the bowler a distinct advantage over the batter is movement in the air. And you can't always rely on the ball reversing because of the new playing conditions. You can't actually maintain one side of the ball with your saliva.
The haze settles over the ground. Last ball before drinks. Naseem bowls to Smith on off stump. Defended out to catching cover. So the end of 39 overs, Drinks will be brought out onto the field. At the end of the third hour on this first day, Australia started it at 2 for 70. They've made their way to 2 for 114. Along the way, Usman Khawaja has completed another test half-century, unbeaten on 53. There was Smith on 43. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. And on the other side of it, it'll be Waqar, Younis and Geoff Lemon replacing Pete and me.
MTX Club at Adelaide Oval is the place to do business in Adelaide. From the first bounce to the final siren, MTX Club is the perfect place to entertain, dine and network. Become an MTX Club member today. AdelaideOval.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Bowls full, driven by Khawaja. Out through the covers. That is a classy shot from the left-hander. He's picked up 4. Sajid Khan around the wicket to Khawaja. He cuts and he's getting it away through the covers. He's got a good piece on that. slowing up a touch, but it will run into the boundary rope.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja on the back foot on 49 and moves to a half century, bisecting two fielders either side of point. That's his 6-4, and he moves beyond 50 again in the form of his life, the 35-year-olds. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. I've told you a fib. I said it would be Geoff Lemon replacing me. I haven't seen him yet, so Adam Collins, I'll stay put. I'm joined by the great Waqar Younis. G'day, Waqar.
Good day, mate.
It's hot, and the haze has descended back down on the ground here at Gaddafi Stadium, and they're taking a couple of those impromptu drinks breaks through the session, but they're taking their time here. It's nearing 38 degrees, and it's hard graft for all players involved.
Yeah, started off in Pindi, and the weather was pretty good there, and then we're off to Karachi. Karachi was decent, and now we're getting into a proper summer. And the weather has dramatically changed in the last sort of 2 to 3 weeks, from 6 degrees, 5 degrees here during the PSL.
Oh, really?
Just straight to 38. I mean, it is, and don't forget, these players are not used to of this heat. Once you just been playing in this heat, it becomes a little bit easier. But you're coming from winter and straight into this sort of weather, it really takes a lot out of you, and we can see that. And it's good that just take an extra break, give them water, keep them hydrated.
I'm sure the umpires will take that into consideration when assessing the over 8 later today. Obviously, the hot season here, it can get up to 50 degrees. We've heard it at its absolute most ferocious here in Lahore, but I don't suppose you play cricket too deep into that. That's a time when you get the feet up and go somewhere on another tour away from home.
Yeah, normally in March it's not as bad as what we are seeing. But it can get really steamy. It can get into 50s or around about 48 when we get into more May, June, July. But the summer has come early. Lucky that it's a little bit of breeze, although it's a warm breeze. It's not really cold or anything. It is still very uncomfortable for the players out there, and Australia, I thought they have made a good recovery from what they were. They were 2 wicket down at 8 runs on the board, and things were looking a little hazy for them. But then, once again, Usman Khawaja really, taking them out of that trouble and bringing them in that comfort zone now.
Well, it is something the Australians have had trouble with over the last 10 years probably, is making big runs away from home, recovering, making sure that they really bat long when required. So they've been able to do that on this tour. They haven't had the most difficult conditions to do it in, but it's still been significant. Sajid Khan starts us off after the drinks break, dropping short, cut away by Khawaja, stop the backward point, and no run.
Yeah, good thing what Khawaja is doing it. Anything short, a little bit wide outside the off stump. Normally in the previous matches we saw him sort of blocking the ball, and now what he's doing is he's attacking the batsman. He's going after runs, which is good for Australia.
Sajid with some flight. Khawaja comes forward and defends. No run there.
Yeah, this is a very crucial partnership for Australia and for Pakistan to break this partnership in this session. It is going to be very crucial. It is going to be hard for sure.
Sajid, lots of flight. It dips on Khawaja, who defends to cover.
Pakistan missed out on 2 massive opportunities. Both these batsmen have given that chance to the fielders to catch or get rid of them, but both been spilled, cotton bowled, and one in first slip.
Sajid working away, middle and off stump, and whipped back to him along the surface of the pitch by Usman Khawaja.
Craig, on this sort of pitch, if you miss out on those sort of opportunity, you have to pay for it. And Pakistan, in this heat, looks like they're paying for it.
A little flatter one from Sajid Khan in at the pads and pushed down to mid-on. They are starting to pay for it now.
Yeah, this pitch is getting better and better. It's very slow, and with that heat, it's not really helping the bowlers.
Sajid Khan finishes off the over on the off stump. Khawaja steps away to leg, pushes the ball out to cover. And it will be no run on that occasion. So 2 for 114 after 40 overs. The Pakistan men's team playing. The Pakistan women's team are playing right now as well in the World Cup. Last I saw, they needed about 20 runs off 30 balls to beat West Indies.
Yeah, it's about time. They had a tough World Cup. They came very close to winning few games, and they just couldn't really finish the game. And then now I think this is the last game of the World Cup, and opportunity to bring some sort of respectable result back home. But they need to work really hard, and hopefully they'll win today.
They've got one more to come against England after this.
Okay.
But West Indies have been playing well, so if they could knock them off, quite a feather in their cap. Start of a new over. Naseem Shah holding on a length to Steve Smith, and it's defended away. So that match with the women's team was shortened to 20 overs. They bowled really well, kept West Indies to 89 off the 20 overs, and they're trying to chase the 90 they need to win at the moment. A couple of wickets down when I left the TV inside 5 minutes ago to come and join you. So hopefully they're on their way to a win today, which would be their first of this World Cup.
Yeah, a couple of times it happened. I've been in the commentary and
supposed to be givens were not very nice hotels, getting the Delhi belly, a very offensive term if you're in India. And even though there was this very successful Bollywood movie made by that name, and very biased umpiring, and that pretty much led to the formation of this concept of neutral umpires, starting with one and then eventually ending up at two.
And none now, of course, through the COVID era. We've got 2 Pakistani umpires in his test match. Ashan Raza, who's at the central umpire's end now, with Norman Ali starting a new spell. Left arm over. Smith drives out towards cover, but can't beat the man set back there. Azhar Ali, no single. It stays at 2 for 126.
Yeah, and there was, of course, the famous incident between Mike Gadding and a Pakistani umpire 2 years prior to that 1988 tour.
Yeah, there was this sort of status quo, wasn't it, that we're going to come there and we're going to be done over. Noman bowls to Smith, who's happier to defend here. Whereas on the other side of the ledger, India and Pakistan would come to Australia and they'd feel similarly aggrieved, wouldn't they?
Very much so. More so in New Zealand. It's a story involving the great Irapalli Prasanna, great off-spinner, comes to mind.
Noman bowling with a slip. That's Babar Azam, and a short leg Shafiq to Smith, who's forward again, defending out to cover. No run.
So this must be in the late 60s or early 70s where India were in New Zealand, and Irapalli Prasanna realized that he was getting no LBWs. At one point, he gets one of the Kiwi batters clean bowled, and then he turns around to the umpire and says, "Is that out?"
A partnership worth 118 from 268 balls. No mum. Round the wicket to Smith, who goes back and just deflects it out towards cover. No run. No real footwork there either.
The New Zealand umpire says, "Well, he's bowled." And Prasanna says, "I know that, but is he out? I'm in New Zealand, so I don't know if it counts as it's out."
Yeah, similar back and forth between the umpires and the England team in the 1970-71 tour of Australia, where they didn't get a single leg before. Smith on the advance before defending back down the pitch again. Stays at 2 for 126.
And I was just reading earlier about, we spoke a lot about A.H. Kardar, the first real captain of Pakistan, and how he was one of the first people to talk about the need for neutral umpires, because he wasn't very happy about Pakistani umpires constantly being criticized when teams would travel here in the 1950s. And there's one incident I read about the Lala Amarnath when he was manager of the Indian team in 1954.
Come back to that after the break. Last ball here, Noman bowls and Smith comes forward to defend. He's 47, Khawaja 61. 2 for 126 after 47 overs. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Store wide, super sale on now. Save on Kumo tyres.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Sajid Khan to go again, but up mid-story. Talking about Lalor Amarnath. Sajid bowling to Khawaja, who's lap sweeping. Nearly a shout for league before, but Khawaja's played it so well. Standing up tall, gets himself a boundary. A modern shot from the veteran left-hander. He moves to 65 with his 8th boundary, 2 for 130 to score.
And more words from Sajid Khan, just trailing Usman Khawaja there. Used the angle beautifully. Again, Sajid does have this tendency of firing a few deliveries. And trying to rush the batters, this time really full and just helped along by Khawaja. Yeah, just returning to that story. Could be a bit of masala added, Adam, of course, like anything involving India and Pakistan. But when India came to Pakistan in 1954, Lalor Amarnath, one of the first real heroes of Indian cricket, was manager of the side, visited A.H. Kardar one evening in his room.
Sajid to the crease, bowls here to Khawaja. One catching man has slipped. He defends it into the offside, no run.
And the story goes that the door opens and Lalor Amarnath sitting back facing the door, and the umpire walks in and asks A.H. Kardar, "Sir, do you have any directions for me for the game tomorrow?"
Sajid to Khawaja, defending again.
Lalor Amarnath suddenly turns around and says, "What do you mean by directions? Why are you asking the captain for directions when you're the umpire?" And he insisted that the umpire be changed and they have someone else in. And eventually they had to use one of the national selectors of the Pakistan team who had some umpiring pedigree. Still stands as the only time a national selector has umpired a game.
A bit of tomfoolery there. Sajid, halfway through his over, bowls to Khawaja, playing off the back foot, straight back to the bowler, no run.
And that's the irony, right? You would think the national selector would be more biased than an umpire.
Yes, but such was the reputation. Extraordinary in that 1988 tour, coming back to where we started, as Sajid bowls again, wide of the crease, Khawaja forward defending, but all bar 2 players, according to the Dan Brettig report, voted to come home during the first test match. The only players to say no were Tony Dodemaide, speaking of national selectors. He's currently on the selection panel for Australia. Sajid Khan to finish, and Khawaja forward again. Just 4 runs coming from the over to start it with that lap sweep. 2 for 130, the visitors, with Khawaja at 65 and Smith on 47. A partnership worth 122. And we've got about 20 minutes until the tea break here on the first day at Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. Yet Tony Dodemaide said no, and Jamie Siddons on his only tour of this part of the world said no. Of course, Siddons never got a test cap. He did play a one-day international here on that trip. But yes, most interesting that it was 2 of the younger players who wanted to keep going, where the experienced guys who'd sort of been over here in 1980 and 1982 said, no, actually, we want to get out of here. But thankfully, cooler heads prevailed, and Collega, who was the tour manager, went out in front of the press and called it a disgrace and cheating and conspiracy and all the rest of it. He was calmed down by a bit of independent counsel that was sought from Mike Coward, the great Australian cricket writer who knows more about relations between India, Pakistan and Australia than perhaps anyone on the planet. Noman Ali bowls here to Smith, well forward in defence to start the new over, and they cracked on and played out the series, and they nearly pinched a 1-all series result here at Lahore to finish off. They set Pakistan a fairly chaseable, about 250 on the final day, and got 8 of the 10 required wickets. So it might have been a rare success for Australia in this part of the world through the 80s. Noman bowls to Smith on 47, looking to drive through cover, but can't beat Imam Al-Haq doing the work in there. Close-ish cover, no run.
And that was a good period for Australia in the subcontinent, wasn't it? The 86 tour, the famous tight test, winning the World Cup in 87, like you said, nearly clinching it here in Lahore in 88.
Noman between umpire Raza and the stumps. Bowls here, Smith dancing, gets it on the full, tries to go through mid-wicket, can't quite beat Sajid Khan, but they do get through for a single, which moves Smith along for 68, and the score 2 for 130.
And surprisingly, they just took long breaks from the subcontinent, didn't come to India till 96, which was just a one-off test.
Yeah. It didn't make it back to Pakistan until 1994, which is the last time they played at Lahore. And of course, yes, one-off test in Delhi in 96, and the next full tour was 1998. Yeah. Amazing to think that rivalry that we think of as such a cornerstone of Australian cricket now didn't really exist until the late 90s. Nurman bowls here to Khawaja. Reverse sweep. First time we've seen that. Cut off on the edge of what we would call the fielding circle in limited overs cricket at short third. Khawaja through for a single. He's 67. 2 for 133.
Probably only the second reverse sweep he's played since he got out to it in Rawalpindi.
Yeah, India came out to Australia in 91-92 for a full series, but again, beset with allegations of umpiring bias, dissatisfied Indian touring team. Smith back on strike. Nurman bowls, and going back is Smith for an easy single down to long off, who's been there for the majority of the day when the spinners have been in operation. He's one short of a half century, 2 for 133, one ball left in the 49.
But of course, the 1991-92 tour did herald the arrival of two megastars of cricket, Sachin Tendulkar and Shane Warne.
And then Warne didn't tour in 96. It was the spin twins of Brad Hogg and Peter McIntyre, I think.
We'll never forget that, yeah.
Had to dig deep for that one. Last ball of the over. Nurman bowls, Khawaja goes back, no single there. End of the over. We'll have a change in commentary. Geoff Lemon replacing me. The score is 2 for 133.
Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of Kumho tyres. You can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power Store-wide Super Sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
2 for 133. And this series, it has been the series of long bashing partnerships. That's what we've spent most of the last few weeks doing. Bharat Sundaresan, watching guys bat.
And bat. And bat.
And continue batting, and then maybe someone else comes in and bats. We'll punch off the back foot from Smith on 49. Looking to raise yet another 50 in his illustrious career.
Yeah, especially his illustrious career in the subcontinent. He just loves batting here.
Didn't get it on that occasion. Sajid Khan tries again, some loop, and Smith flicks it off the pad to backward square leg. And Sajid Khan was very excited. Thought that he'd done him in the air, might sneak through, hit the pad, hit the stumps. Didn't get any of it. He's been overexcited at times, Sajid Khan. Angles in at the pads, and again he's got one arm in the air, half appealing as Smith hits it off the middle of the bat to mid-wicket.
Yeah, some guys have compared Mohammad Rizwan with Manas Labuschagne. I think it's more Sajid Khan. Manas with the ball and Sajid with the ball are pretty much the same.
Sajid flat. And Smith will get that single as he clips it to mid-wicket. Helped by a misfield. He'll actually come back for a second. So he goes on to 51. 2 for 135. And there is the half century for Stephen Smith. 36 of them now in his career. At one stage he had more hundreds than 50s. But in his last 3 years, 3 or 4 years, the 50s have much outnumbered the hundreds.
It's something he did acknowledge the other day in press conference.
Sajid flights it. Smith turns it away. Gets another single. Goes to 52.
Yeah, he couldn't seem to put his finger on what has really happened, like whether it's something to do with concentration or anything at all. It's just, and it's not that he's been getting out the same way. He's been getting out in different ways.
Yeah, all kinds of methods of falling. Sajid around the wicket to Khawaja, who comes forward to defend. And there's no run on that occasion. So end of the 50th, 2 for 136. It's not exactly a huge problem if you keep making 50s. You're like, oh, God, if I only make 80 or 90 runs every time I come out to bat. That's a good problem to have. But it is interesting. It's noteworthy given how relentlessly he converted his high scores, his big half centuries he turned into hundreds almost exclusively for about 5 years, 4.5 years.
And it's happened to so many batters. And seriously, growing up in India or even covering a lot of cricket in India, every time a batter started getting to Sachin Tendulkar's record, people around India would start panicking. It happened with Ricky Ponting, it happened with Zach Callis, it even happened with Alistair Cook. But then you realize that consistency that some batters have in scoring hundreds doesn't last for too long. Like with Stephen Smith for those 4-5 years. It was the same with Cooks, the same with Ponting, the same with Callis. Or for that matter, even the same with Virat Kohli. And, you know, he's still waiting for that 71st international 100. It's been a long time now.
Getting on towards 3 years, isn't it? Start of a new over. Yep. Noman Ali around the wicket, in at the pads of Smith. He'll take a run. Clips it to backwards square leg. Goes to 53. Australia 2 for 137.
Which, if anything, puts Sachin Tendulkar's hundreds into perspective. And, hey, he had to wait nearly a year and a half, if not more, to get that 100th 100. He was stuck on 99 for a long time. I remember covering many matches of Tendulkar where I would fret about that being the game where he gets it and having to write about it. Thankfully, it didn't happen for my sake. I wasn't there in Bangladesh when he got there.
Maman, left arm spinner, bowling to the left-handed Khawaja, who drives, gets a run down to long on, just waits for that ball and pushes the drive down the ground. 2 for 138.
Interesting, before the start of the last over, the umpires had a long chat with Babar Azam. I'm wondering what it could be about. Didn't seem to be about the ball. Not much has really happened for the umpires to have a chat with the fielding captain.
Noman, slip in a short leg. Around the wicket to Smith, who advances, whips it through mid-wicket. And he'll pick up runs here. He'll pick up 4 of them. A good piece of timing. Takes his score under 57. And he measured his advance. It wasn't a charge. He just did the little crossover step, reached the pitch, and whipped it away. Economy of effort. 2 for 142.
One of those boundaries that tells you why Steve Smith is so successful in the subcontinent. When you're using your feet, you can delay it till the last second where the bowler, the spinner, has no chance to change what he's doing. That's when you're most successful, like Smith was there.
Noman, round the wicket, fires it in, and Smith turns it square. Ready for that one, waiting for it. On the back foot and flicking it away. Gets a single, 2 for 143.
And we are in Lahore. One batter, I've found a lot of spinners who say the most difficult batter to bowl to Pakistani batter was Inzamam ul Haq, because he came at you so late that you really had no chance to alter your length, and he would hit some huge sixes, if you remember.
Noman, over the wicket to Khawaja, down the leg side, and Rizwan cleans up. Mimes a stumping, won't go through with it. Inzamam, he might be here today. He lives here, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, very much so. Unless he's busy with his YouTube channel, which
of course
we've fallen in love with in the last couple of weeks.
Interviewing Yusuf Pathan or Muhammad Kaif. He was big on Indian player interviews on his YouTube channel. Didn't see a lot of Pakistani players getting a run. He knows where the clicks are. 1.5 billion smartphones ready to go. Noman Ali fires in outside the off stump, and Khawaja backs away and then plays a little drive back towards the bowler. End of the 51st over. 2 for 143.
At Dometic, there's always time to escape to the outdoors, especially with the amazing 480ml Dometic Thermo bottle. This little beauty can go far and wide, any environment, any climate. Convenient to clean, comfortable to use, hot or cold drinks. When you have a thirst for adventure, Dometic drinkware is designed tough to go anywhere with you. Dometic Outdoor. Go further, stay longer. Explore the full Dometic drinkware range at dometic.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. Your trusted tyre experts. Sajid Khan, the off spinner. Over the wicket, flat, in at the leg stump. Steve Smith turns away to square leg, no run. So the Steve Smith numbers, Bharat. 71 is the bogey number, right? Well, it is now. If for that 4.5 year period from 2013 to the end of 17, the Smith drives bottom-handed to mid-off, no run. If Smith got past 71, he went past 71 24 times. He made 22 centuries.
Wow.
So he only fell short twice, as he turns the ball away on the bounce to short leg and there's no run.
up until the Boxing Day test of 2017. Since then, he's passed 71 15 times, and he's got out short of a century 10 times.
Wow.
Sajid, flat, in at the stumps, turned away, no run. So 2 times out of 24 to 10 times out of 15. It's a huge split.
Absolutely.
His concentration used to be relentless, and he would almost always get 100 when he got into the 70s. As he defends the next ball, back down the pitch, no run. And now he rarely does. So 3 of those hundreds were all in the 19 Ashes. And since then he's only made 1, despite making a lot of big 50s over that period of time as he defends the next ball back down the pitch to Sajid. End of a fast over, 2 for 143.
Yeah, and like you said, it has to be concentration. It can't be something technical. I don't think you can get to 71 as consistently as he does with him having any technical deficiency. Remember that series against New Zealand in Australia where he got to, I think, 80 odd a couple of times. He did see off Neil Wagner, but they bowled so many dot deliveries to him. And I know for a fact that India's strategy in 2020-2021 was, if Steve Smith wants to make 100, we'll make sure he faces at least 400 balls. Bloated number, but that was the plan.
Really slow him down as much as possible. Noman Ali outside the off stump. Khawaja bunny hops across, or kangaroo hop perhaps to be nationally appropriate, and defends. Well, Ashwin was pretty good at tying him up, bowling a lot of dot balls to him there. Gave him some problems with the ball turning in, giving up catches around the corner. The fast bowlers did that as well. Wagner, you mentioned, and Chris Wokes and so on. A lot of flight from Noman, draws Khawaja down the wicket and plays to mid-on, no run.
So what would be interesting to see is in those first 22 instances where he got to 100, how many balls and minutes it took him to get to 71 as compared to what's happened since 2017.
Noman bowls to Khawaja, who again hops across and defends. But a lot of those innings were plenty slow. It's not like he has been a super aggressive player. He has been at times. Declaration, the 192 was it that he made against India in 2014 when batting for declaration runs. You know, there have been some fast innings in there. Noman tosses up inside edge from Khawaja, vacant gap at mid-wicket, and he gets away with it. Hands on heads from the Pakistan players. But plenty of those hundreds were long, dig-in hundreds, even early in the innings. So it's not as though making him bat a long period of time would bring him undone like it would for a naturally attacking player. He's very happy to defend for long periods when that's the thing to do. So it just seems to be that it seems like he had superhuman concentration, and he doesn't have that anymore. Noman tosses up, bit of turn away, and get through for a single as Khawaja pushes it to point, but something in that for Noman Ali.
Yeah, that's maybe the only time all session where Pakistan have come semi-close to getting a wicket. The inside edge just flying well wide of short leg fielder. First time any of the bowlers have had a reason to look a little disappointed, like Noman Ali.
2 for 144. Smith on strike. The last ball of the over. Noman walking up around the wicket. Lots of flight, some turn away. Smith plays it well. Reads the turn off the pitch. And plays it into the covers along the ground. 53 overs gone. 2 for 144.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Steve Smith, 58, Usman Khawaja, 68. Tyre Power, our trusted tyre experts. Henley Holmes delivering affordability, and Sajid Khan coming in to bowl around the wicket.
to Usman Khawaja, who defends the cover. Pakistan with the dual spin in operation. Got something going with the fast bowlers early. Shaheen Shah Afridi, the early wickets. Got some reverse swing going for a while. They're back to dual spin, hoping to whittle away, prize out a wicket. Another defensive shot from Khawaja into the offside.
And just to finish on Steve Smith, concentration aside, maybe he's just gone into a rut of sort when it comes to getting to 100. Maybe he's just getting a little desperate as he gets near, as we saw in that last test in Karachi.
Sajid tries to fire one through, and Khawaja has to jam down on that. That ball keeps low. So that's an interesting one. It skidded through. Khawaja was just quick enough to adjust his shot.
Sajid Khan just on his way back, replaying Khawaja's shot to Aleem Dar, just so that the umpire knows what position the batter's getting into, in case Sajid gets one to stay low again and it misses the bat and hits Khawaja's pad.
So they've got a silly mid-off in now, as well as a slip. Looking for a catch to pop up. Khawaja backs away and slashes at the ball out towards point. No run. The only thing I'd say with Smith is I don't think there's a psychological thing about the 100, because it's not like he's getting out for 96, 97, 98. He's getting out for 78, 82, 85, 92, these kinds of scores, where the 100's not looming yet. It's just that it's as though after he's been batting for a few hours, that's about as much as he can do. And then the mistake comes. And as you say, there've been a range of mistakes in a range of ways. Not the same thing, not falling to a leg slip all the time, not falling to a certain kind of bowler, just making a mistake, which Steve Smith never used to do. He basically batted almost error-free once he got past about 50. It was very difficult to get him to make a mistake, almost impossible. And now he will hang the bat out at a wider ball, or pop up a catch somewhere, or occasionally even miss a ball heading for his stumps.
It's just a case of the mind tiring a lot quicker than it did when he was at his peak.
So a bit of a delay as the 12th man came out. Sajid resumes now, and Khawaja's driving a comfortable single down to long off. 145 on the board. Khawaja's got 69.
It's been pretty easy going, like you said, in this session. Usman Khawaja, just a change of bat. He's not been very happy with the piece of wood he's used for large parts of this innings.
Sajid stays around the wicket to Stephen Smith, stretching forward and defending and then walking off. Steve Smith, he's happy to be done. So the session comes to an end. Steve Smith heads for the sheds. Usman Khawaja trails a long way behind him. And Australia are 2 for 145. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, your trusted tyre experts. Steve Smith 58, Usman Khawaja 69 after 2 sessions. After Pakistan were in the game early, 2 wickets with the score on 8. But this partnership has been building up ever since.
Yeah, hard grind. It's just been the flavor of the series. Bowlers have stuck at it. Not much for the fast bowlers. It's not the kind of extravagant reverse swing we saw in Karachi. All did do a little bit, but more or less it's been pretty comfortable for Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja, who, to their credit, used their feet well to the spinners, kept out the few deliveries that have kept low, and Usman Khawaja just enjoying his dream form, and Steve Smith inching closer to that elusive century.
Well, great patience from Khawaja. 149 deliveries for his 69. Very nice. And Steve Smith 58 from 166. He's gone along at an even slower clip. Shaheen Afridi 2 for 27 at the moment. Hassan Ali 10 overs at none for 17. Naseem Shah 11 overs, none for 14. Nouman Ali 10 overs, none for 43. Sajid Khan 14 overs, none for 39. So the fast bowlers have been very economical. Hassan and Naseem, the two who haven't taken wickets, have been. Nouman Ali's gone along at 4.5 and over, and they've scored pretty freely off Sajid Khan as well. So a lot of work for Pakistan to do. Australia won the toss this morning, elected to bat. May have regretted it after about 20 minutes, but they're not regretting it anymore. Even with those couple of early wickets, the conditions are there for Australia to make the most of it. They will be back at it after the tea break, as will we. For the moment, let's go to the highlights, take a break, and we'll be back with you soon.
Get behind Celtic Football Club, led by Ant Postecoglou and starring Socceroos star Tommy Rogic. And show your support with the iconic Hoop Celtic home jersey from their online store.
Plus, they're rewarding SEN listeners with 10% off the new Adidas Team Geist clothing range when you use the code word SEN Celtic.
Support the Aussie boys in Scotland when you support Celtic Football Club.
Shop online now at celticfc.com/store.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner operator.
Here comes the Kia Stonic SUV. Step up into the sportiest SUV on the block and see it all with an elevated ride height. Packed with a turbocharged punch, up-to-date smart tech, striking two-tone colour range. Hold up. And Australia's best 7-year warranty? The Kia Stonic SUV. You up?
Red Energy is the preferred energy supplier of the Formula One Heineken Australian Grand Prix 2022. To celebrate, Red's giving away a great Aussie holiday to the Red Centre, Northern Territory, valued at $12,000. Enter a few details at redenergy.com.au/Aussie holiday and agree to chat with us about our great value energy offers to go into the draw, so you and your family can re-energise with Red Energy. Residents of Vic, SA, New South Wales, ACT and South East Queensland, age 18 plus only. Competition ends 10th of the 4th, 22. Eligibility criteria and T's and C's apply. See redenergy.com.au/terms for full details.
A kid's playground, rubbish. A park bench, rubbish. A nature boardwalk, rubbish. You see, the Australian government is helping industry to transform your old rubbish into incredible new things. Proudly remade in Australia. Like this outdoor gym, rubbish. Even this brand new road, rubbish. Every time you recycle, you're helping to remake Australia into a better place for everyone. Remade in Australia. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Moving house? Use the team that's easy and affordable. Budget Car and Truck Rental. SA family owned and operated, 20 locations across SA, plus the largest variety of vehicles for hire. Whatever your household size, you're kicking goals from small cars to courier vans and furniture removal vans. And you only need your car licence. Winning. Move your possessions the smart way with Budget Car and Truck Rental. Call Budget now on 13 27 27.
Looking to roll some healthy, tasty goodness into your day? Eat good, feel good with rolled Vietnamese. Lunch, dinner, or a fast feed after training, Rolled has the healthy meal you crave. Barbecue chicken and lemongrass beef rice paper rolls, hot fur noodle soups, crunchy banh mi baguettes. Freshly made in-store every day. From our family to yours. Download the Rolled app, order now. Rolled. Fast, fresh, Vietnamese.
At Dometic, there's always time to escape to the outdoors, especially with the amazing 480ml Dometic Thermo bottle. This little beauty can go far and wide, any environment, any climate. Convenient to clean, comfortable to use, hot or cold drinks. When you have a thirst for adventure, Dometic Drinkware is designed tough to go anywhere with you. Dometic Outdoor. Go further, stay longer. Explore the full Dometic drinkware range at dometic.com.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power. Store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumo. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Full, driven by Kalaja. Out through the covers. That is a classy shot from the left-hander. He's picked up 4.
Sajid Khan
Around the wicket to Khawaja. He cuts and he's getting it away through the covers. He's got a good piece on that. Slowing up a touch, but it will run into the boundary rope.
Sajid bowls to Khawaja on the back foot on 49 and moves to a half century. Bisecting 2 fielders either side of point. That's his 6-4. And he moves beyond 50 again in the form of his life, the 35-year-old.
Sajid flat. Smith will get that single as he flips it to mid-wicket. Helped by a misfield. He'll actually come back for a second. So he goes under 51. 2 for 135. There is the half century for Stephen Smith. 36 of them now in his career.
This is the tea break on day 1 of the 3rd test live from Lahore on SEN Test Cricket. Australian batter Beth Mooney spoke to the media this morning ahead of the side's final pool clash with South Africa tomorrow in the Women's One-Day World Cup. Here is Beth Mooney.
Everyone at this World Cup has been an absolute challenger. You can't. I think yes and no. Everyone at this World Cup has been an absolute challenger. You can't just look at one team and think that they're going to run away with the competition. As we've seen, there's been a high percent of games going into that last over. So certainly South Africa have shown that they can win those close games, which obviously has been really impressive. And they look like they've been playing a really consistent brand of cricket as well. So essentially tomorrow's a huge game for us, just like every other game in this World Cup.
And also, what do you want to see in the last 2 games? Given you've qualified already, is it just keep the foot down to the pedal to the metal? What is it that you want to get out of these last 2 fixtures?
Yeah, absolutely. I think towards the back end of this competition, you want to gather as much momentum as you can leading into the semis and potentially a final. So we've shown that we've got the depth within this squad to make sure we're pushing the ladder a bit and competing against world-class teams. So tomorrow will be no different for us. I'm sure we'll put our best team out in the park, even though we have locked in that semi-final game. Obviously, we still want to make a huge statement leading into that semi-final as well. So I'm sure you'll see the best of the Australian team across the next 2 games.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
LJ, do you want to jump in? Beans, you haven't played South Africa in an ODI for almost 5 years, and I think it's been just the one T20 across that period too. How important then will your experiences against in the WBBL be when it comes to preparing to play against someone like Cat or Raquel with the ball?
Yeah, it's a huge point that got raised in our meeting just before training. Obviously, South Africa have been on a bit of a run and played a lot of consistent cricket across those 5 years against some world-class opponents as well. Unfortunately, we haven't had too much of an opportunity to come up against them. They've shown they've got a world-class bowling attack as well as batters that can win the game for them. But we're pretty confident with the intel we have, both playing with them in WBBL and playing against some of the girls in that team that have been around for a long period of time. So certainly we'll be sharing that information amongst ourselves between the batting and the bowling unit and understanding that whilst we know what we're coming up against, it's always going to be a challenge against a team that's playing well and playing on confidence.
And just for you personally, are you excited at the prospect of coming up against Marathon, having played with her quite recently?
Yeah, slightly scared as well. We've seen what she can do with the bat and the ball and how competitive she is and that fiery nature she brings to a contest. So looking forward to coming up against her this game, and hopefully we can keep her a little bit quieter than she has been in the last couple of games, but she's also shown she's always the one that puts her hand up for South Africa. So as I said, hopefully we can keep her a little bit quiet and get on top of them early.
Well, thanks, Beth. Emily Collins. Thanks, Lucy Luke. Hey, Moon, just wanted to ask about Team Mac. You guys have found yourself in a couple of crunch situations over the last couple of months. What have you enjoyed about playing with Team Mac and being out in the middle with her?
Yeah, I think Team Mac's obviously come into her own in the last 12 to 18 months, hasn't she? She's an unbelievable player that's only just showing her skill set in the international scene, so hopefully we can see it for a number of years. I think I probably underestimate sometimes just how mature she is, and probably put her on the spot a little bit in that game yesterday when she said, I'll get you back on strike in that last over as much as I can, and I sort of just said, nah, don't do that, I'm not hitting the ball that well, and she looked a bit shell-shocked when I gave her that response, so had to quickly change my tune and say I was hitting it very well. But no, she's a very mature cricketer. I know she's got a lot to offer this group, both on and off the field, and it's just really exciting to see players like her who've been on the edge of this team for a really long time just come straight in and absolutely dominate and perform, and hopefully, as I said, she can do that for a long time to come.
Nice. And how are you feeling about your own batting in your own game at the moment? You've pulled in some brilliant catches over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been nice to contribute in different ways. Obviously, our batting lineup is such an elite top four that I haven't had to do too much of the heavy lifting, which has been nice, but also, obviously you want to spend as much time out in the middle as you can, but I also love the fact that I get to put my feet up and watch those girls go about their business and break the back of those run chases really nicely. So to be able to contribute in the field is important to me as well, and thankfully Midge and I have been doing okay behind the bat there.
And do you enjoy sort of that finisher tag, or do you enjoy the pressure of coming out and bat and those punch-overs in the night?
Yes and no. Rach and I spend a little bit of time talking about the fact that we both enjoy batting at number 5, just because you don't know what situation you're going to come into. She does that role in T20 cricket, but I remember saying to her after the game the other day, I want to open again because it was a little bit too stressful for me having to nail that game at the end. But it's exciting, it's challenging. There's certainly a lot of pressure that gets added, especially when games get that tight. But at the same time, I thrive off the fact that there's always an opportunity to learn and challenge myself in that position.
Nice, thanks, Liz.
There's a couple of questions that Malcolm sent in from home. The first one is just around the prospect of playing Shevin and Ismail. Obviously, a lot's spoken about Kathy, but what are your thoughts? How do you kind of combat her pace as well?
Yeah, as a batting unit, we spoke about coming up against Ismail and Kat. They're probably the two form opening bowlers in the world at the moment, and we spoke about that against India as well with Julan Goswami and Meghna Singh. So we know that the threat in most teams is up front and having to nullify that a lot. We also have played a few games here at the Basin and understand that's a pretty quick wicket. Taking our medicine when we have to, but absolutely understanding that the second that those bowlers of that class miss their line or their length a little bit, which isn't that often that we have to cash in. So not a whole lot changes for our batting unit, I don't think. As I said before, the girls have been doing an outstanding job up the top, breaking the back of those chases and getting us in positions where we can build a strong total to defend. So I'm sure we'll see this more of the same tomorrow against some fiery competitors in Kathy and Ishmael.
And the second part of that question, between Ishmael and Darcy Brown, two of the fastest bowlers going head-to-head out here tomorrow, how exciting is that for, I guess, the game broadly to be able to see it in action?
I think it's hugely exciting. Obviously, we don't see too much out-and-out pace in women's cricket. We're starting to see a lot more of it now, which is always challenging as a batter, but just as a pure fan of the game, whether you're batting or bowling, it's so exciting to watch people go about their business, especially people like Darcy and Shabs who can swing the ball like they do, and bowl with raw pace. So I'm sure it'll be a serious contest tomorrow, and really looking forward to it.
Beth Mooney there from the Australian women's team at the ICC Women's One Day World Cup ahead of tomorrow's pool clash with South Africa. This has been the tea break on day one. Play to resume shortly, live from Lahore.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Canstar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award winner again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Get behind Celtic Football Club, led by Ange Postecoglou and starring Socceroo star Tommy Rogic, and show your support with the iconic Hoop Celtic home jersey from their online store.
Plus, they're rewarding SEN listeners with 10% off the new Adidas Team Geist clothing range when you use the code word SEN Celtic.
Support the Aussie boys in Scotland when you support Celtic Football Club.
Shop online now at celticfc.com/store.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Tradies, at National Tiles we know how extra valuable your time is in this current building boom, so we've streamlined how quickly we can serve you. Just go online and order from thousands of National Tiles, adhesives, grouts and tools for immediate delivery or pickup. No waiting, no delays. Yes, at National Tiles our tradies are our VIPs, where we consistently strive to save you time and money every day of the year.
Australia's making positive energy and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the southern hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
What if I said you could be driving your very own new car ASAP? Apply online with Credit Union SA and get an epically low rate on new or used cars up to 5 years old. There's no monthly or early repayment fees. Plus, flexible payment options to suit you. Nice one. Credit Union SA. Do it your way. Apply online at creditunionsa.com.au. For new business and for a limited time, fees, charges and lending criteria apply.
Introducing the Drive Car of the Year. The all-new Kia Sportage. Awarded for its new petrol turbo engine that gives you progressive performance. The Kia Sportage has a boldly sculpted sportsback design and soft touch leather interior, making it a natural leader. Kia Sportage, the Drive Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au or visit your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Every Sunday, mow the lawns, do the edges, weed the garden, and then it's twilight racing at the Sale Greyhound Club. Every Sunday, wash the car, wash the dog, clean the shed, and then it's twilight racing at the Sale Greyhound Club. Every Sunday, phone the parents, phone the kids, and then phone a friend to take to twilight racing at the Sale Greyhound Club. Every Sunday, it's twilight racing at the Sale Greyhound Club. You deserve some playtime trackside.
At the Sale Greyhound, come and play.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
SEN Studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
For Henley, build with confidence. Henley.com.au. And Tyre Power, store-wide super sale now on. Save on Kumho. Live from Lahore. Pakistan versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
We welcome audiences joining all around Western Australia for the first time today as the final session starts. Live at Lahore, Naseem Shah around the wicket, bowls to Usman Khawaja, pushed out towards the offside, no run. Australia pick it up at 2 for 145. They've faced 54 overs so far. Usman Khawaja is on 69 and Stephen Smith on 58. They came together when the score was 2 for 8 and they've put on 137 unbeaten runs. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me for the start of the session before Waqar Younis picks up the call. And Bharat, they have the chance here to do just as they did last week at Karachi and bat through the rest of the day. Just 2 down. Here's Naseem Shah bowling, and Khawaja squared up, defending back down the pitch. Nicely bowled and nicely played.
Yeah, I mean, he could just bat on here. It's interesting to note, and could definitely bring the great Waqar Younis into it. Felt like the entire Australian dressing room descended upon the pitch during the tea break.
Yes, I did see that.
Just to check on the pitch to see if there's anything at all that's happening off it.
Thank you, Bharat. We'll hear from you later in the session as we welcome Waqar Younis back to our commentary position. Naseem Shah arrives and bowls, and Khawaja defends back down the pitch, playing from the crease. Yes, there was a group of Australians that went out there at tea, Waqar, which included the captain, the coach, Nathan Lyon, the senior spinner, Mitchell Schweppes, they seemed like they were all out there and they were obsessing over the surface, which, considering it's only tea on day one, that's a fraction unusual. What did you make of that?
Look, I mean, it's a modern day thing. You see all these players, you know.
Naseem to Khawaja. Off the off stump, one hand off the bat. It spits out towards mid-wicket, but no concern. Stays at 2 for 145.
They all gather around the pitch. They just want to assess the pitch. They have different ideas. Different people think differently. For the first day, it is difficult to judge anything. I mean, for me, I feel it's a slow pitch. It's not going to be like a rank turner on a second day or even a third day, I would say. But yes, looking at the pitch, it's going to get crumbly. It's going to get a little bit more dusty than what we've seen in Karachi and Pindi.
Naseem passes. Umpire Raza bowls to Khawaja on leg stump, defended out towards mid-wicket. You played a lot of cricket here, both domestically and 7 test matches as well. Is this largely the Lahore pitch that you remember from your playing days and before they stopped playing test cricket here?
No, not at all. I mean, previously pitches have been, I'm talking about 20 years back when I left cricket. It's been a long time, 17, 18 years. So the pitches over the years have changed. 11, 12 years, there's no international cricket on played on this surface.
Naseem to finish to Khawaja, playing again from the crease out towards cover. So a maiden to start after tea. 55 overs gone, 2 for 145 the score. Khawaja remains 69 and Smith 58. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres. What was the surface here like normally when you were a player? What would you expect when you rocked up?
It's normally a very fine batting pitch. A little bit more bounce, even bounce, and early on, a little bit of moisture. Ball does a bit for the first sort of an hour or so, and then it flattens out, and it flattens on for a long time, you know, and it never gets like a big turner. It always, like, reverse swing comes into play, and if you're a good bowler, good pacey bowler, you can still make inroads and find a way to pick up wickets. But this wicket, what I'm seeing is definitely a lot slower than the usual pitch, a lot drier. It's got a lot more cracks. So I guess Pakistan heavily relying on their 2 spinners, although Pakistan made a change and brought in a quick bowler in.
Sargent, first over from our broadcast end to start after tea. Short and wide of the off stump, and Smith takes an easy single wide of mid-off. He moves to 59, 2 for 146.
That's what I couldn't really understand or figure out, that you made a pitch which is very flat. The toss makes a big role in that, and then you bring in third pacer and you reduce the kind of batting, because Fahim Ashram is a very fine batsman also.
Sajid's got 2 catches on the offside. Past Khawaja's outside edge. Haven't said that many times today.
No.
Khawaja was forward, although not a long way forward, and Sajid gave it a bit more air and a rip, as he tends to do, bring him forward, and yes, that turned and bounced. And Rizwan didn't quite collect it cleanly, but Sajid's in the game.
This is the first time I'm seeing that this ball has spun. So because of the dryness of the surface,
bowls again to Khawaja on the leg stump line, turns it out towards mid-wicket, no single.
Now, I'm not sure where that hit, because that was the first delivery which has really spun very sharply, and that's what probably Pakistan want to see going deep into this game.
Sajid to Khawaja, forward, nicely handled, back down the pitch in defence.
Getting back into the third seamer Pakistan player, Naseem Shah, I think it was a good move, but for me, I felt after Pindi, they shouldn't have dropped him because he was probably the best bowler in that lineup.
Sajid bowls short and wide. Khawaja doesn't middle it, ends up at backward point, no run.
And they dropped him in the next game and then brought in Hassan Ali, who still not really into his best rhythm. A spell was good, but not really. He's not really bowling quickly. So bringing him back.
Sajid to finish, and Khawaja again is forward in defence. Ended the over. Just a couple of runs from it. So Khawaja 69, Smith on 59, 2 for 146. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Who Waqar Younis was talking about before the break. Surprised that he was left out at Karachi last week after his performance at Rawalpindi to start the series. He's on the way to Smith. Just one slip in position. He bowls here, full and straight, and Smith defends the mid-wicket, no single.
Even what we have seen in this game so far, Naseem Shah has bowled 12 overs. He's bowling his 13th over. He's given away only 12 runs, and the length he's bowling is perfect. I mean, Shaheen Shah, I thought he sprayed it around a little bit. Yes, he picked up early wickets, and then he gets into the mode where he tries too hard sometimes, and then he just leaks a little bit extra runs. Naseem Shah was very, very disciplined, what I've been seeing so far.
Hides the ball before bowling. Smith struck on the pad, shout for leap before, and given. Fabulous bowling from the teenager. Smith went back in the crease. Struck him bang in front, no need to review that. Umpire Raza's finger goes up, and the partnership of 138 comes to an end. Stephen Smith, leg before wicket for 59, and Naseem Shah, Waqar Younis, has been rewarded for this consistency and a bit of extra movement as well. Bang in front.
Yep, worked really hard. He's been very, very consistent, bowling that line in and that length. Smith going across and trying to sort of run him on the onside, and as we know that once he is batting, he's right in front of the stumps most of the time. When he miss, and if you can sneak in hitting the pad, and this is the result you get wicket, you get him out, and that's what Naseem Shah has been working on it, and he's done it beautifully. Few deliveries outside the off stump, just going away from, and this one nipped back, hitting the middle stump. What a delivery! Excellent spell from Naseem Shah. He's bowling his 13th. He's picked up a wicket for 14 runs.
Yeah, he's done exactly what his captain needed after tea. Yep. And been able to bring something into a game that felt a little bit lifeless in the couple of hours after lunch when the Australians were able to pick the Pakistani seamers off more or less as they saw fit. But Naseem, that point of difference, extra pace, and then what we saw on the replay screen, maybe a bit of extra movement as well. He did hide the ball upon his approach, trying to find some reverse swing, just as you would at this ground for many, many years, and maybe that was the undoing of Stephen Smith. Caught on the crease, back pad, no need to even consider reviewing that. Umpire Raza gets another decision right after getting the first two right this afternoon, or this morning I should say. Travis Head walking out for Australia at number 5.
Big difference between the other bowlers and Naseem Shah so far in these two sessions is that he has hit the length on a regular basis. He's been threatening the stumps or even outside edge on many occasions. Wonderful bowling by young Naseem, and that's what needs to be done on this. The other bowlers can really learn from this, that what needs to be done on this pitch, which is very slow, and he keeps a little low at times, so bowl nice and straight and be disciplined, and that's what Naseem Shah has done in his couple of spells so far.
And you'll get an early opportunity here at Travis Head as well, building up a head of steam early after tea. 2 slips, Head, first ball, goes back and defends, not a lot of footwork, and again appreciable movement back towards the left-hander. For Head's part, he's made 8 and 23 so far in the series, so barely out of the blocks. Away from home, he only averages 26, Waqar, and against Pakistan that drops to 25. So Despite how well he batted during the home summer against England, winning the Compton Miller medal for the player of the series, he hasn't been able to influence this series as yet.
Yeah, it is a different ball game altogether. Playing on these pitches, you have to be technically very sound. In Australia, the ball comes onto the bat very differently.
Naseem to hit his second ball down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Had a little flirt, and Rizwan diving away to his right, hauls it in, and gets a pat on the back from his captain, saving 4 byes.
Yeah, wonderful wicket keeping. I thought Naseem was a little bit getting a little edgy, wants to just hit those stumps, and sometimes when you're in that sort of mode, you just push it a little too hard, and you can be a little wavered. He's only 19. He's got plenty of time in his hand. All he needs to just do is just do the same what you did to Smith. Just keep it nice and straight.
Naseem hiding the ball again. Bowls the head, driving out towards point, square driving, but can't beat Sajid Khan doing the fielding.
Very reluctant, wasn't he? Travis Head is still not very confident, but what a delivery to Smith as we are looking at the replay. Playing with half face of the bat, trying to nudge it down to third man. The ball nipping back, hitting right in front of us, hitting middle leg. Wonderful delivery.
And that conversion question around Stephen Smith will continue presumably through to the next series in Sri Lanka. Unlikely he'll get a chance to push ahead in the second gig here. Travis Head back in the crease, pushing out towards point. The end of a successful over for the young speedster Naseem Shah. A wicket maiden. He has 1 for 14 from 13 overs. Travis Head new to the crease, yet to score. Khawaja on 69. Australia 3 for 146.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Khawaja facing up. New over from Sajid Khan. First delivery, defended back down the pitch. Brought him forward. He's got a slip. That's Barbara's arm. And Abdullah Shafiq standing at silly point, not far away from the bat. Sajid turns and goes again. Passes umpire Alimdar. Bowls here. Khawaja goes back and places it to that man at silly point. How exciting to see that replay of Naseem Shah. And all of the fielders going around to give him a pat on the bum after the over. A quick bowler who can move it around with the old ball.
And bowling with control. He's not really being wavered or bowling all over the place.
Sajid to Khawaja. Gets off strike and moves into the 70s with a single to long off. Shaheen Afridi does the fielding. 3 for 147.
Yeah, Pakistani fielders and bowlers, they know that Travis Head is under immense pressure. He hasn't really had best of the series so far. So put him under pressure, bring more players, bring more fielders closer to the bat.
Absolutely.
Mid-off comes up in the circle. They don't want to give easy singles. Still 3 deliveries. Sajid Khan would like to bowl all those 3 deliveries to Travis Head rather than Khawaja.
So Afridi does come up at mid-off. Sajid bowls to Head. Off the back foot, can't get off the mark, picks out point. Down the other end, Usman Khawaja, how important his innings becomes now. Of course, he had to get them out of an early hole, 2 wickets in the third over of the Test match, and now after tea, this looks above par, 3 for 147. Well forward again, comes Head in defence, nicely played, and by that I mean Pakistan are ahead in the Test match here.
I wouldn't say they're ahead of them, but looking at the numbers, what they have done so far, Travis Head struggling. If he can get him out now.
Last ball of the over, Head will get off the mark. Nice clip through the onside. Bit of work to do to cut it off, and it is just hauled in there by Naseem Shah. Well supported by the crowd, enjoying his work at the moment. He'll be back at the bowling crease just after the break. Australia 3 for 149. Khawaja 70 there with Head on 2. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Next to win, and he's done it!
That is a remarkable save, very elegant from in centre ice. It's going to be the crowning moment
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossip.
Bears and Izzy for breakfast.
Stansley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
An exciting start for Pakistan here at Gaddafi Stadium after tea. Stephen Smith out leg before wicket to Naseem Shah for 59, breaking that partnership of 138 for the third wicket. Adam Collins with Waqar Younis, and we're enjoying Naseem Shah going about his work.
Yeah, he's a wonderful talent, no doubt about it. He started very young and now is maturing up nicely. And I understand his bowling much better than what he was maybe a couple of years back.
Sprinting into Khawaja. Just one slip and Khawaja defends back down the pitch with nice soft hands.
He's hardly bowled a bad ball, isn't it? Just maybe one ball down the leg side. Otherwise, he's been on that off-stump channel, is trying to target the stumps.
And that might have been the one criticism of him at Rawalpindi, Waqar, was that he did give the Australians a number of opportunities to strike boundaries. A lot of wicket-taking deliveries, but they found the rope repeatedly against him. Not so today.
Yeah, that's because he was playing after a long time and he was rushing into his plans and he was trying too hard to pick up wickets. But this time around, he's very settled.
Naseem to Khawaja, clipping through the onside, square. Beautifully played. Off the bat, that looked like it'd be one to Shaheen Shah Afridi, but it was much squarer and much better than that. Khawaja moves to 74 from 165 balls, and they passed the 150 barrier, 3 for 153.
Yeah, he wanted to bowl that magic delivery, pitching on leg stump, hitting off stump. So he went a little bit wrong on that occasion, bowling onto the legs of Khawaja, who's very well settled. He's not going to spare these sort of deliveries. And the timing was just outstanding. The ball sort of raced away. The ball is traveling around the field very quickly, isn't it? It's a fast outfield.
Sure is. 9 fours and a 6, Khawaja. Facing up again, Naseem Shah around the wicket. Back of the length here, and Khawaja goes back to defend to mid-wicket where Babar Azam does the fielding. You're watching that replay back of that glorious Usman Khawaja clip through the onside. Khawaja wasn't even too far away from the leg stump. It was just about where he needed to be in terms of length, but Khawaja, he's seeing the ball so nicely at the moment. 2 men out in the deep, they never had a chance. So a slip in the gully, the 2 catching men. Babar Azam at a close-ish mid-wicket. Naseem may not bowl many overs in this spell, but he's giving it his all here. Can he get a second wicket here after tea? Bowls to Khawaja, who plays late. So late that he deflects it out to Farwad Alam in the gully, who dives away to his right and denies a run, but Khawaja watched that all the way down into his blade.
Yeah, it was a good delivery. He's cranking up a bit. His pace is up there. His tail's up. The second delivery ball was almost it was 144.1, so over 144 kilometers. So he's feeling good about himself. He's hitting the length, as I said. I always say the length is so crucial when you're bowling on these pitches, and he's doing the job for his captain and for his team very, very nicely.
And the big wicket becomes Khawaja, the in-form player for Australia. Great contest this. Naseem bowls full and straight. Khawaja pushes out to cover, no run. Khawaja in this series up to 374 runs in his 4th hit for Australia. Batting in Asia, the highest we've seen in terms of runs scored in a 3-test series with Matthew Hayden, 549 in 6 innings against India in 2001, and Mark Taylor, 513 runs here in Pakistan in 1998, including that 3-3-4 not out at Peshawar. So Usman Khawaja 3rd on that list, and a long way from done yet.
Yeah, what a fantastic talent. He has been in and out of the Australian team, and now is a regular member, and scores in all part of the world. Scored in Asia and in England.
Naseem Shah to finish to Khawaja on the pads again, clipping through the onside. Nearly a second boundary, a diving stop. Azhar Ali, the veteran, had to get everything right with the execution of that dive, and did. They take 2. Khawaja moves up to 76 at the end of the over. 6 runs coming from it. 3 for 155, the score for Australia. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres.
At Dometic, there's always time to escape to the outdoors, especially with the amazing 480ml Dometic Thermo bottle. This little beauty can go far and wide, any environment, any climate. Convenient to clean, comfortable to use, hot or cold drinks. When you have a thirst for adventure, Dometic Drinkware is designed tough to go anywhere with you. Dometic Outdoor. Go further, stay longer. Explore the full Dometic Drinkware range at dometic.com.
Sajid Khan to continue from our end, from the Waqar Younis end. We've got Waqar Younis with us on the call here at Gaddafi Stadium. Enclosures representing or honouring the greats of Pakistani cricket. You can see here in front of us Saeed Anwar, Javed Miandad, Imran Khan, Fazl Mahmood, A.H. Kader, Majid Khan, Abdul Qadir, and beneath us Waqar Younis, and to our left his great mate, former bowling partner Wazim Akram. They do that well in this part of the world. Honour the former greats of Pakistani cricket. Sajid bowling here. 3 catching men, 2 silly points. Head goes back. Oh, was that an edge? He went back and ended up in the gloves of Rizwan and hit the deck. Was there a feather on that?
He did lose his wicket early on like that. Very similar fashion. That's a very productive shot. He will not let that one go. He will look to cut the ball, but then it can be a downfall also at times.
Sajid goes again. That's flighted up to head, down the ground, gets himself 1. And kicked away there, diving. Not quite sure why Naseem Shah didn't go down with his hands. He's got no excuses as a teenager.
Tired, I guess.
3 for 156. It's South Australians 3. Yes, that's fair enough. On a hot day.
Yeah, on a very hot day.
Was there an edge here? I'm going to watch the... No, not quite. But, yeah, you're right. At Rawalpindi, he was out in exactly that fashion to Sajid Khan. Slipping a silly point with Khawaja on strike. Sajid bowls here. Khawaja well forward in defence. Nicely played again.
Yeah, that fielder silly point, I feel is a little bit too deep. He's got to really come close. Because of the slowness of the pitch, the ball, even if it hits the inside edge onto the pad, it just doesn't go. So come closer.
Sajid delivers full to Khawaja, digs it out, gets 1 to long off when Naseem Shah is patrolling the rope in front of us.
I think what Naseem Shah is hoping that it would be Trevor's head facing the next over, so he can come and have another crack at him. He doesn't want to bowl to Khawaja. I could clearly tell from the previous over when Khawaja was batting, he never wanted to bowl to Khawaja because Khawaja looks really good. I mean, it's very hard to get his wicket at the moment, but you can always have a new batsman at the crease, and if you attack him, there's every chance that you might get him.
Sajid bowls the head, he's forward, and between the 2 silly points. Spits out towards cover, but not far away from them being in play. The score remains 3 for 157. 1 ball left in the over.
I like that fielder, that silly point, and then he's got a silly mid-off also. They're 2 men very close to each other, and they're very close to the bat now. That's the right way to go.
Sajid round the wicket to head, who again goes between those fielders, but this time gets plenty of it. Driving through the covers, out towards the rope, and gets his first boundary. So Travis Head moves to 7 at the end of the over. 3 for 161 is the score after 60 overs. There'll be a change in commentary after the break, with Geoff Lemon replacing me. Our commentary for Henley Homes, delivering affordability, and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres.
Callaway's new Rogue ST drivers represent a breakthrough in driver performance. The Rogue ST drivers are Callaway's fastest, most stable drivers ever. Callaway's industry-leading innovations include the tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI-designed flash face are engineered for maximum speed with exceptional levels of forgiveness. Think speed, go Rogue with Callaway, the kings of distance. To find out which Rogue ST driver is right for you, visit callawaygolf.com.au.
3 for 161 into the 3rd session of the day. Usman Khawaja still there. 77 not out. Travis Head on 7. So Khawaja doing a lot of the work again, as he has done since he came back into the side. New over to begin. Naseem Shah to continue. Got that big wicket of Steve Smith, one that kept a bit low. Coming around the wicket to Khawaja, who turns it away into the leg side. Won't get a run.
I think it's important for Babar to understand that this might be Naseem Shah's last over of this spell, so he can maybe push the mid-wicket back a bit, or maybe mid-off, mid-on, both a little bit back, and no harm in giving a single. I know Travis Head is their main batsman, but at the moment, I feel the way Naseem Shah is bowling, he should be bowling at Trevor's head rather than Khwaja. And Khwaja knows that this will be Naseem Shah's last over, so he's not really going to go for a quick single. He's going to make sure that he faces the next 5 deliveries. But if you push the fielders back a bit, and if there is an easy single, then they had to take it.
Naseem around the wicket. Khawaja's fending, thinking about a run, won't take one in the end. Fahad Alam comes across and fields Sajid Khan rather. Maybe he should have just let that one through.
There was a single there, but as I said, Khwaja is they're smart, both of them. They know that for a new batsman, the way Naseem Shah is bowling, it is a little bit hard, it's tough. So let me face these, Khwaja probably saying to Travis, let me face these next 3-4 deliveries and we'll deal with whoever comes after that.
Smart teamwork, if that's the case. One slip in for Khawaja with the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket's quite close. Deep backward square and long leg. And he's reaching Khawaja for the ball and the dead batting it back to the bowler.
Well, Naseem Shah is not going to ask for fielders to move back because he's young, he's not that experienced. Otherwise, probably if you're an experienced bowler, I'll push that point fielder on the offside back halfway and I'll bowl in that off-stump channel. And because Khwaja plays with open face of the bat, give him single, there's no harm in that, and then attack Travis. But Naseem Shah with less experience, he's going to keep attacking Khwaja also, which is not a bad way also going.
Around the wicket, and he bangs one in on a length. That one seemed to move away a little bit there.
Yeah, he's bowling quite nicely. It's the length. I'm really loving the way Naseem Shah is bowling. He's not really trying too many things. He's just keeping it very, very simple, but bowling the right lengths, which is important.
Naseem wandering back to the top of his mark. Taking their time today. Slow on the overs in the first session, 24 overs bowled. The last Naseem Shah comes in again to Khawaja, who's getting a thick outside edge towards point. Again, Sajid Khan's very sharp to pounce on that ball, give nothing away.
Yeah, he's got a slip in, which is more of a second slip or maybe a little bit wider. That was a no ball, last ball. He's got to reload that. He's got a gully also, a point which is sort of deepish, and then cover which is also deep for my liking, mid-off there. So that's offside field. 5 fielders on the offside, 4 fielders actually on the offside. No, that's mid-off there also. 5 fielders, and then of course 4 on the onside with short mid-wicket. Shortish mid-wicket.
Now, another conversation between Hassan Ali this time and Naseem Shah, and the older fast bowler giving some guidance to the younger. Runs into Khawaja, who's reaching away from his body, again playing to backward point. Again it's Sajid Khan doing the fielding.
The old Naseem Shah bowling is 15th over. He's been right on the money, swinging it both ways, reversing it nicely, and got a big wicket, big fish. Smith right in front of the stumps. That really gave him the boost in his into his 4th over, I guess, in this spell, and bowling quite nicely. This might be his last delivery, and
bowls it now to Khawaja, who's edging along the ground, and it goes through first slip, so they get a run, and that was a false stroke. It did bounce before it reached Abdullah Shafiq. They'll get through for the single. 78 for Khawaja, and Australia 3 for 163.
Want European floor tiles at 28% off? Why wouldn't you? At Beaumont's, Australia's biggest floor tile sale is on now. 28% off select European floor tiles and massive slabs from $99. Save on floor tiles or grab a slab. But hurry, last days.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
SEN Test Match Cricket, Geoff Lemon with you. Waqar Younis has just left us. Bharat Sundaresan has jumped in to keep us company on this warm, slightly breezy Lahore day. At least it's breezy in front of the fan. And Pakistan looking for a way to chisel through another Australian wicket. Bharat spends a lot of time watching South Australia play, and now Travis Head out there in the middle. He'll be brimming with excitement.
And still waiting for that first square drive for 4.
Sajid Khan starts a new over. There is a square push, but it's from Usman Khawaja, not from Travis Head, and he trots a single as Hassan Ali pings the ball back in at the non-striker's end. Khawaja 79, and Australia 3 for 164.
I think I speak on behalf of all South Australians. Jeffrey, I'm pretty glad Travis Head didn't have to face Naseem Shah in what should be his final over of that particular spell. Not that he couldn't handle him, but just early in his innings, better off at this end. Just get his eye in.
Travis Head facing Sajid Khan. A bit of flight, comes forward in defence. Travis Head didn't much enjoy facing a Pakistani off-spinner on his Test debut in 2018. If I recall correctly, he got out for a duck to Bilal Asif, I think, following a ball and edging it. He's slashing this ball square hard into the ground past his stumps. Classic Travis Head material. Plays a big shot outside the off stump, mistimes it and gets away with it somehow.
Well, it's both his strength and could be his weakness. He doesn't take the pitch out of the equation.
Oof.
Does throw his bat at...
Well, that ball on the replay, that bounced over the leg bail. He hit it so hard into the ground that he got it over his stumps. And he's just playing a circumspect turn to mid-wicket from the next ball.
He played 2 extraordinary innings in the Ashes. And others were struggling to hang in there. He just made 2 centuries in no time.
Sajid, a lot of flight, head down the wicket and hits it back into the bowler. That has struck Sajid Khan. And again, that's a false shot. Sajid Khan points at his wicket keeper. He's having a chat with a few of his teammates. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but that's another drop catch. It is. He's put it down. So that was smashed right back at his sternum. It's hit him on the collarbone in the end. It was hit so hard that he just had time to get his fingers to it, deflected it into his own chest. So he's hurt himself. He's continuing, bowling the last ball of the over now. 3 for 164, both extremely difficult chances, but Sajid Khan has missed 2 caught and bowled decisions. End of the 62nd over, it is 3 for 164.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Tradies, at National Tiles we know how extra valuable your time is in this current building boom, so we've streamlined how quickly we can serve you. Just go online and order from thousands of National Tiles, adhesives, grouts and tools for immediate delivery or pickup. No waiting, no delays. Yes, at National Tiles our tradies are our VIPs, where we consistently strive to save you time and money every day of the year.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. Simon Kadich has just rejoined us. I don't know if you saw that as you were coming through the door, Simon, but another caught and bowled put down by Sajid Khan.
Yeah, and that one was probably the easier of the 2 because it didn't come back as quickly as the one earlier today to Naman Ali. So Sajid Khan probably should have wrapped his hands around that. It probably did him for lack of pace.
Start of a new over. Hassan Ali has replaced Naseem Shah. Bangs it on a length outside the off stump. Well, it did hurt him. He was rubbing that. It got him on the collarbone, that exposed bone. It really hurts when it gets hit. I don't imagine you get hit there too often playing cricket. But
well, it'll teach him for not wrapping his hands around the ball because Travis Head gave him the opportunity. It was a great spell from Naseem Shah. Got the big wicket of Steve Smith, pinned him in front. And Pakistan have just got this ball to tail a little bit. It's 62 overs old, but there's just enough happening at the moment.
Hassan Ali up to Khawaja, who's driving compactly enough down to mid-off, no run.
And Pakistan will feel if they can open this end up and remove Khawaja with 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease, they'll feel like they're ahead of this Test match.
Certainly, if they could be bowling to Travis Head and Cameron Green, there'd be that sort of feeling that they're not Australia's absolute top rank. They've got a degree of inexperience or inconsistency that could be exploited. Inside edge, Khawaja into the pads as Hassan Ali gets one to deck back. So there is a bit in this surface. Not a lot, but just once in a while it does something.
Yeah, there's just enough with this ball. That one holding a little bit back of a length, but also just because it's tailing, it's meaning that the batsmen aren't fully committing sometimes to the full-blooded shot, which they were probably in previous sessions when the ball was just coming through relatively straight.
Khawaja waits for Hassan Ali and plays a cover drive. A square of the wicket. He's hit that pretty nicely. It's going to put on a bit of a race out to the boundary rope. It will be hauled in. It'll take 2 runs. Won't hustle for the third. 3 for 166. Khawaja 81. But that shot, the one that inside edge, he's been playing that sort of reach away from his body and just deflect the ball away behind point very confidently through the whole series because the ball's done nothing off the straight. Suddenly you see it move a bit, and that was one he could have chopped on.
Yeah, correct. And I think that's the danger on this wicket is some will skip through like the one that Steve Smith got against Naseem Shah, and then some will just hold a little bit, so it'll become a bit too paced.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, flicks it away off his pads as Hassan strays in line, so we'll get through for a single. Khawaja to 82, Australia 3 for 167.
And Khawaja's moved nicely to 82. Probably hasn't been quite as fluent today as he was in Karachi, but I think that's the nature of the way Pakistan have bowled to him at times. Have been very disciplined. I think Naseem Shah's been the standout from that perspective. He's been prepared to build up pressure on Khawaja, not go too straight to him, apart from probably one ball in that previous spell where he got a little bit straight and clipped him behind square leg for 4.
2 left-handers with Travis Head on strike, and he's shoveling the ball away towards cover. A lot of bottom hand in that stroke.
Yeah, and that's exactly the shot you're talking about, Geoff. Travis Head will want to score square of the wicket. And that's the shot he has to probably be a little bit wary about, fighting the line of the ball.
End of the 63rd over. The score is 3 for 167.
MTX Club at Adelaide Oval is the place to do business in Adelaide. From the first bounce to the final siren, MTX Club is the perfect place to entertain, dine and network. Become an MTX Club member today. AdelaideOval.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1800 858 858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghhelpline.org.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley. Build with confidence. Henley.com.au. Forward comes Usman Khawaja and defends the first ball of Sajid Khan's over to the silly mid-off. So they've got 2 close catches on the offside with a slip as well. Sajid Khan, the off-spinner, around the wicket, seeing if he can turn one away from the left-handers. Trying that again, and again just defended to that close catcher.
Yeah, I think the deep mid-off's not really appropriate at the moment while Travis Head's getting himself in. I think Babar Azam could bring him up, see if Usman Khawaja wants to go aerial.
Sajid flat and at middle stump, defended off the back foot.
And not just because it might try and buy them that 4th wicket, but also the ball's not quite bouncing that much, and if he comes down and tries to go aerial and toes it or gets on the lower part of the bat, then the mid-off might be up in the ring for a catch.
Sajid, a little more air on that one and stretching forward to it. Khawaja defends. Also, I guess the chance, given we've seen a couple keep low and skip through, maybe that gets through the shot and he's a stumping candidate as well.
Yeah, you never know. There was one ball that gripped earlier on and beat the outside edge of Khawaja.
Sajid, flight, driven by Khawaja down to long off. There's that easy single that Simon Kadich was talking about, all along the ground, comfortably done, and he gets off strike and goes to 83.
I understand what they're doing. They obviously want to bowl more balls to Travis Head here, but I think it's also an opportunity to try and open up another end and say to Khawaja, right, why don't you take it on? And if you don't get it right, going for a boundary, you potentially lose your wicket, and then it opens up both ends for Pakistan.
Well, equally looking to bowl to Travis Head they've got one ball at him now, and he's off strike for the next over, and he gets one here, which he doesn't. So he just comes forward to defend that ball, and they'll be bowling to Usman Khawaja once again. So 3 for 168 the score, and if they'd brought that fielder up, they might have had an over at Trevor's head. But there you are, 3 for 168 now the score.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term, with top returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus. Search, compare, Host Plus today.
Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index, December 2021. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN Test cricket, 3 for 168, Usman Khawaja on 83, is moving serenely along. Another century in his sights. He's waiting for Hassan Ali and driving it down to mid-off. And it's extraordinary that a late summer that Usman Khawaja's having come back into the team past the age of 35.
It certainly is. We'll see Hassan Ali come over the wicket now to Usman Khawaja, just changing the angle from the previous over, with his ball just tailing a little bit, so potentially looking just to angle it across him here and lure him into a drive that try and catch that outside edge. But yes, Khawaja's been magnificent, making the most of this opportunity.
Hassan up to Khawaja, who's just defending on the off stump. Must be something you would enjoy watching, you know, having been through the stress and the mill of trying to make it in Test cricket and all the rest of it, just to see a player who's had all of that, the ups and the downs, and now just able to enjoy themselves towards the end.
Yeah, and I think it brings back a lot of personal memories as well, because I felt like I had the same sort of mindset at the back end of my career when I knew it was a bonus to be back in. I didn't think I was going to get back into the Test team, and Uzi looks like he's doing exactly that.
Hassan Ali to Khawaja, solid in defence on the front foot.
It's almost like, you know, the pressure goes because you know it's the last chance you're going to get because of the age you're at, and as a result you really just cherish playing for Australia and just try and enjoy every moment for what it is. And I think he's said it publicly, you know, he's treating this as a bonus. He wasn't expecting it a couple of months ago. He got back in for Sydney, really enjoyed that occasion, got the twin hundreds, and then realised if he can play his cricket like this for the rest of his career, he's going to be very, very successful, because it's a dangerous place to be when you've got that freedom and you're not too concerned about the end result. You're just enjoying the moment and playing each ball as well as you possibly can. And you can just see the freedom he's playing with at the moment. You know, he knows he's a Test player. He's always had that ability. He had a very strong Test record even when he got dropped after that 2019 Ashes, and he's come back bigger and better.
Having a delay to get some maintenance work done to the bowling crease. The hammer is coming out so that he can belt away at the footmarks for a while, and Australians are taking the opportunity to have a drink. A couple of fielders having a sit down or a stretch while we sort out the bowling crease. But yeah, I feel like everybody who has followed Australian cricket is just enjoying watching him enjoy himself. You know, there's, like you say, there is none of that anxiety about, well, I need to make sure I get a 40 or a 50 here to keep my spot for next time, or whatever it is. And I suppose as a player towards that later part, as you were talking about, by that point you know how to play. You know what works for you. There's no point trying to be someone else or follow someone else or whatever it is. You just go out and play and actually enjoy the experience instead of thinking about tomorrow.
Absolutely spot on, and I think that's a great lesson for a lot of young batsmen in particular that are still trying to find their feet at a certain level, whether it's at first grade level or state level or as Usman Khawaja is showing at international level. When you get in this space and have this mindset of playing pretty much like you do as a junior, you're going out there and you're trying to do a job for your team and help your team by making as many runs as you possibly can, setting them up for victory. It's amazing what happens to you individually, and that's exactly what Usman Khawaja is showing at the moment.
And I suppose maybe even removing the context of matches or series, you know, often we'll talk about, you know, why did a player play that shot given everything that's going on around them. Sometimes
I imagine it's just reduced to, there is the ball, here's how I'm going to hit it, without thinking about anything bigger than that.
Yeah, correct. A lot of the time, cricket is a very instinctive game, and it has to be, because it's all about that moment where you've got half a second to react, and you can't think too far ahead, and you can't also dwell too much on what's happened before, because that's come and gone, and it's important to make sure you stay in the present, which is exactly what he's doing at the moment, and hence the reason he's being able to bat for long periods of time, but also bat with good intent.
So we're finally back underway. The players have done the hammering, got the hand sanitizer brought to them. Hassan Ali's got the ball back in hand, and he's bowling to Khawaja, who leaves alone outside the off stump. That was an amusing detail. One member of the ground staff comes out with a hammer, the other comes out with a big pump bottle of hand sanitizer, because after you've touched the hammer's not in the bubble, then you have to sanitize again. Very, very sharp on the details here.
Very much so. Everyone knows the COVID protocols.
Not sure we've had many cases of hammer-related infections, but you can't be too careful. Hassan Ali to Khawaja. He's working it away up his pads to mid-on. Can't get a run. 3 for 168 remains the score. Khawaja on 83. Got 97 in the first test, 160 in the second. Another big score in the third.
And I think just how Pakistan have applied themselves today, they have been very disciplined. You can see with this ball just swinging a little bit of reverse swing. It's just keeping the batsman honest, but I think it's that low bounce as well. This could well be a war of attrition, this test match.
The ones that shoot through might decide it. Hassan Ali bowls back of a length, so not able to get any swing from that sort of length. We've had 65 overs bowled, dot ball to finish the 65th. And the score is 3 for 168.
Want European floor tiles at 28% off? Why wouldn't you? At Beaumont's, Australia's biggest floor tile sale is on now. 28% off select European floor tiles and massive slabs from $99. Save on floor tiles or grab a slab. But hurry, last days.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Still 25 overs left on this first day. Australia 3 for 168. Khawaja 83 head-on 7. Adam Collins joining the Simon Kadich for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Sajid Khan to start his 20th over, bowling at head, going back and defending from the off stump, no run. Simon, we received a message in from Frost Global on Twitter saying that he's been listening to our coverage driving to work in Japan.
Wow.
If you are listening to us around the world, 0433 98 11 16, send us a text. Head forward to the next ball at the silly point on the bounce. Good bit of athletic fielding there by Shafiq. No run.
Yeah, Pakistan have built up some nice pressure after the tea break. Getting Smith out certainly has made a big difference, because they've been able to feel like they can try and attack Travis Head while he's getting accustomed to these conditions.
Just 23 runs since tea and that wicket. Head goes back again in defence towards silly point.
And he nearly offered a chance. Well, he did offer a chance. Sajid Khan couldn't wrap his hands around the ball. A return catch.
Had a couple of those today, haven't we, off the spinners that haven't quite came off. Going back here, a ball that does spin from Sajid Khan. Head plays it well, pitched on that leg and was heading towards off before the bat got in the way. Yes, we saw Head close to feathering one through off Sajid earlier as well. Rizwan feels like he's right in the game at the moment. Sajid around the wicket to Head, clipping only as far as mid-wicket. No single there. Forward alarm doing the work. Got a great overhead shot on your television broadcast of the ground, and a number of people on social media said, goodness me, that's VFL Park. Sajid the finish. Well forward again is Travis Head, the South Australian. End of the over, 3 for 168. Khawaja down the other end on 83. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Save $100 on Cooper four-wheel drive tyres. Yes, the not quite the distinctive floodlights of the former VFL Park, but you can kind of see it with the low set seating, no grandstand with the exception of one end, which was a feature there when they were playing footy there at the Sir Kenneth Luke stand before it was decommissioned in the late 90s. And I suppose the angle the seats are on as well.
What a ground that was for footy.
I grew up around the corner, so I spent a lot of my formative years there.
Was it Jimmy Steins that ran across
through the mark? Yeah. As I said before, I was in the car park at the time. My dad thought we'd get away early when Melbourne were up by 3 goals late. Didn't quite work out that way. Buckenara with the winner after the siren. But yes, Andrew Donaldson, one of our listeners, suggested it might be either the Wellington Road end and the freeway end there, or maybe the Waverley Gardens end and the Country Club end. Something like that. They did play cricket there, of course, during the World Series era.
And where was the Macedonian marbles pocket?
Oh, well,
where is it here?
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now we're talking. that was, I suppose, that was left of screen, far side if you're watching on telly, that 1990 qualifying final. Here's Hassan Ali on the way to Usman Khawaja on 83. Plays it nicely, steering a deep backward point. It's 1. He's 84, 3 for 169. Yes, well, you'd remember that growing up in West Australia. Peter Sumic missing from 8 metres out after Dacos did what he did earlier in the quarter and had to come back next week.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it?
There weren't many finals that were drawn and needed teams to return. You'd think there would have been more of them over the years, but brought in the extra time for 94, and again it was back at VFL Park with Hawthorn and North playing out a draw that first weekend of the final 8. That didn't go our way. Change of field with head-on strike. So deep backward square comes up inside the circle, so to speak, next to the square leg umpire. So a relatively conventional 5-4 field. Slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Closest mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg. Head defending here, out to point from the crease, no run. It's there on 7. So after wanting to get bat on ball early on, he's just wound it back a gear or 2. Finding his way into this innings. So Stephen Smith, the wicket to fall in the session, out for 59. It's becoming a bit of a thing, this inability to move from 50 to 100. He's still making a contribution. The guy averages 60 in Test cricket, but it's impossible to avoid the fact that he was the kind of guy who was so dependable when it came to converting, and he's gone the other way in recent years. Hassan Ali to the crease to head, who defends again out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, look, I thought he looked magnificent today. I thought his driving, particularly through the offside, was as good as I've seen from him. And he looked like he had that look in his eye for a big score. He had the intent. He didn't want to let the Pakistan bowlers dictate terms to him, particularly in the channel outside off. But I thought it took a very good piece of bowling from Naseem Shah and a very good spell, because he'd worked him over with the reverse swinging ball, taking him away, and then pinned him in front with one that came back.
Hassan delivers wide of the crease, head. Can't quite beat the man there at square leg, the veteran Azhar Ali. No single.
And Naseem Shah had been very disciplined today. He bowled, I think it was up to about 8 maidens or something like that at the stage, out of probably about 11 or 12 overs that he bowled. And he'd been patient to both Khawaja and Smith. And on the dismissal of Smith, you can just see his back getting caught behind his back pad, or the flap of his back pad, and it just sort of slowed down the back plane.
Previous ball, an overstep. He bowls again, Hassan Ali, and going back in the crease, his head defending out to mid-off, no single.
And that moment just stopped the back flow coming through to the line of the ball, and he couldn't never catch up with the ball, and it just skipped off the surface, did him for a bit of pace and movement back in, and in the end, he probably missed the ball by a good couple of inches and pinned him right in front of middle. And umpire Raza had no hesitation in sending him on his way. He knew, didn't even look at the review.
Yeah, there was that. Smith's been around long enough to know that if you send that upstairs, you look very silly.
Yeah.
Hassan Ali, wide of the crease, head, looking to drive straight back to the bowler. Collecting it in his follow-through. 1 ball left in this, the 67th over. Do you think they'll start playing on his mind a bit, Smith, that he's got this hurdle he hasn't cleared too often in recent years, just the 1 century since the 2019 Ashes? He's clearly a guy who thinks deeply about every aspect of the game. This wouldn't be beyond him, that this is a thing now.
Oh, there's no doubt to be thinking about it. You can't help but know as a batsman, because you constantly feel like you're not getting to the target you want to, and he's doing everything right in the process, just not being able to finish the job off.
Hassan Ali to finish on middle stump, Yorker length, head digs it out. Hassan Ali tries to flick it up with his boot. End of the over. 67 gone. Australia 3 for 170. Our coverage for Henley Homes, build with confidence. Henley.com.au.
Callaway's new and improved Chrome Soft family of golf balls is better for everyone. From amateurs to major winners like John Rahm, Phil Mickelson and Annika Sorenstam, now with Callaway's proprietary new precision technology. The Chrome Soft family delivers Callaway's highest quality, best performing and most consistent golf balls. To learn more about precision technology and the new and improved Chrome Soft, Chrome Soft X and Chrome Soft XLS, visit callawaygolf.com.au.
Khawaja 84, head on 7, and Barbara Azam, Simon, off the field. Bharat Sundaresan always got a keen eye on these matters, and it's Mohammad Rizwan captaining at the moment. We're not sure why Barbara is off, but it'll be in the hands of Rizwan for the time being. As always, plenty of signs in the crowd. Getting a look at those between overs. Sajid Khan starts, and Usman Khawaja comes well forward before defending out into the offside.
Yeah, the crowd have really got into the spirit of things throughout this series. Great energy, great noise.
Sajid delivers, and Khawaja from the middle stump, happy to defend again. We haven't seen any funky business from Khawaja to Sajid since we saw a couple turn big at the start of this spell. He's played him with respect.
Well, I think he knows there's a lot of work to be done for Australia to get to where they want to get to in this first innings.
Sajid delivers to Khawaja, back he goes and pushes out with a horizontal blade to point, no run.
And I think with his level of experience and leadership, given that he captains Queensland, he knows that this is another very important partnership. He needs to dig in with Travis Head here.
Facing his 200th delivery here, Khawaja, and gets a single from it, moving to 85 down to long off, easing it down the ground, one-day international style. Naseem Shah does the fielding, 3 for 171 Australia.
And I think Pakistan sense that if they can keep things tight and attack with the little bit of reverse at the other end in short, sharp bursts with their 3 quicks, it'll allow them to control the runs leading into the second new ball, and then they could potentially attack for those last 10 overs late today. And if they can strike once or twice, they'll feel like they've had a good day. They'll be thinking, if we can take 5 wickets by the end of day 1, it's a good result after losing the toss.
So Sajid to the crease, wide of it, to Head. Looks the drive and slap out through cover, but again, Naseem Shah's in the game at mid-off, no run. I suppose even a 4th, I mean, just purely based on what we've seen in the series so far. If they went to bed with Khawaja back in the pavilion, that is a good day for Pakistan. Just measured against what we know of the conditions, how flat it is. Sajid to finish to Head, who whips him down to long leg, gets that nice and fine. There'll be at least a couple, and they're happy enough with that. So Head moves to 9. The strike goes back to Khawaja. 3 for 173 is the score on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres.
There's no time like the Easter holidays for four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4. We know that every four-wheeler family is looking forward to a school holiday adventure, and we're here to help to make it as safe as possible. Check out our quality four-wheel drive accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics, and our wide range of premium Aussie-made LED lights, including ultravision lighting, setting the standard in performance. Feel the freedom this Easter with Go 4x4. Go4x4.com.au.
Shaheen Shah Afridi back into the attack, 2 for 27 from 9. His analysis so far, and they're going to give him a go with the old ball cap, and presumably one with the second new ball later in the evening session. But 2 wickets in 3 balls to get the party started for Pakistan earlier today. Doing the big high kicks here to show the crowd that he's ready to roll.
Yeah, he was excellent his first spell today. Really got Pakistan into the test match with that burst of 2 wickets within 3 balls. Getting Marnus Labuschagne for a second ball duck. And this is an important spell again to these 2 left-handers to see if he can tail the ball back in.
The crowd's energy lifts a notch or 2 with Shaheen Shah Afridi starting a new spell to Khawaja here, who goes back and defends out towards mid-off, no run.
Well, you can tell he's a crowd favourite. They have gone up a notch, the crowd here. Plays for the Lahore Qalandars.
Yes, they won the
PSL,
comp,
won the comp for the first time this year. He was captain as well. So at 22, a magnificent effort from the young man.
He led the competition with 20 wickets at 19.7, so that patent celebration of his got to go here pretty regularly. They were packing it out, as we hope they will on day 3 here, which is the national day in Pakistan. All the tickets are sold here at Gaddafi Stadium for that. Shaheen Bowls here well wide of the off stump. Attempted for Khawaja, who was on the advance before the ball was bowled, before shouldering arms.
Yeah, I think he will have learned a lot from that Karachi spell and the test there. Particularly, he got really full and straight to Khawaja, and Khawaja picked him off a lot through wide mid-on and square leg. And I think he'll try and set him up for an LB here, but I think he's got to be prepared to bash the wicket a bit like he did to David Warner and use that angle to his advantage and try and pin Khawaja in front, just using the length.
Slip in the gully. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja. Full on leg stump. Tries to turn him into the onside, as you say, but can't beat the man at mid-on. Noman Ali. It stays at 3 for 173.
Yeah, I think he got a bit greedy in the last test and he just went full a lot of the time. And in the end, the batsmen were able to set up against that. It's when you start bowling out that sort of fourth, fifth stump line, throwing it out there, but bashing a good length, just like the length he got to David Warner, knee roll length. It starts asking questions of the left-hander about whether he wants to cover drive the ball against the line and against the reverse swing in. And I think if he does that patiently and then brings him across the crease enough, he'll be able to actually try and get an LBW when he does come in straighter. But he has to be prepared to do that for sort of 8-10 balls first.
Analysis from Simon Kaddick. Shaheen bowls to Khawaja, who pushes out towards mid-off. They just brought a fielder in there, moving an extra man over from the onside. So 2 out for the short ball. Let's call it a catching mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Slip a gully, a cover and a point. So not giving Khawaja singles on the offside. They're going to make him work for this. He had to work hard through the 80s and 90s last week at Karachi. They never really let him get away, which in the end was quite important that Australia weren't able to up the ante on day 2. Shaheen Afridi bowls to Khawaja on middle stump. That's a lovely clip. Right at the middle of the bat, down towards the rope. Noman Ali cuts it off a couple of metres inside the Toblerone. They get back for 2. Khawaja 13 short of 100, 3 for 175 now the score.
Now that probably highlights what I was talking about before. He just got a little bit greedy there, a little bit straight. He just needs to... Naseem Shah did this better than anyone today. He was patient and he worked Steve Smith over for a period of time. But you have to be able to hold it for probably a good 10 to 12 balls before you start coming back into the stumps. Naseem Shah did that and he reaped the rewards with the wicket. Shaheen Afridi's got to be patient here.
He's to the crease, passing umpire Raza, hiding the ball, bowls to Khawaja on the drive, but, I was going to say collected at mid-off, it nearly was. A bit of a bobble there. No concern, though. Hauled in there. End of the over. 69 bowled, 3 for 165 as we say goodbye to Simon Kaddick with drinks not quite yet on the field, but they will be shortly. 3 wickets taken across the course of the day. Just checking as to whether they call for the drinks. Nope, they'll wait. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. Khawaja 87, head on 9. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres.
MTX Club at Adelaide Oval is the place to do business in Adelaide. From the first bounce to the final siren, MTX Club is the perfect place to entertain, dine and network. Become an MTX Club member today. AdelaideOval.com.au.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Sajid Khan bowling over 22. Round the wicket to Travis Head, who's forward in defence, straight into the man at Silly Point to start the new over. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan with me. Baz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adam. I don't know whether it's become cooler or we've just gotten used to it. It doesn't feel as steamy as it did even an hour ago.
Yeah, we're sitting under a couple of umbrellas at the end that Sajid Khan is bowling from, just above the Waqar Younis sign, called the mosque end or the northern end. And yeah, we're not getting much protection from the stand from the sun, but maybe the temperature might have gone down just a couple of degrees, which is most appreciated. Got the fan on us as well. Had to stay outside. Could not go inside a commentary box after the last 2 weeks. Sajid Khan bowls to Head, goes back and cuts and does well. Nicely timed. That's his best shot, Travis Head, and he'll get a boundary for it. His second 4. He moves along to 13. Australia 3 for 178. Didn't have loads of width to work with there, but into position early and made sweet contact.
Yeah, that's a strength. Like you said, arguably his best shot, something he's very comfortable with. Very fast hands, Travis Head. Not someone who moves his feet too much. He had great hand-eye and just saw a little bit of width, and that was more than enough for Travis Head.
So they bring in that second catcher, 2 silly points. Sargent bowls Fuller, and on the front foot he goes and deflects down towards slip, diving across. Is that Sarfraz Ahmed doing the subfielding? I think it might be.
It's Iftikhar Ahmed.
Iftikhar Ahmed, my apologies. For a moment there, Sarfraz, who's in the squad, I thought, well, if they need someone fielding in the slips, may as well go to a wicket keeper. But no, yes, Iftikhar doing a good job there, cutting off runs. Back to Sajid Khan, bowls to Head, off the back foot, tries to place it through the covers and does. Nicely timed again, picks up speed towards the rope. 2 boundaries in the over for Travis Head. Too quick for Naseem Shah. And that's a combination of timing and placement. Head to 17, Australia 3 for 183.
Those fast hands again, they generate such power, and regardless of whether it's a slow outfield or not, he can power the ball through the infield. We've seen this so often in Shield cricket and already now in Test cricket.
Yeah, Shafiq's helmet was right in the firing line there at silly point. He smacked it into the turf, which gave it that pace. Sajid Khan, how will he respond? Wide of the crease, Fuller to Head, who's forward and wants one to mid-on, but he's sent back by Khawaja. They stay put. He's 17, Khawaja 87.
An important innings for Travis Head. Don't think there's a lot of pressure on him. I think he's cemented his spot after incredible Ashes.
Sajid to finish. Head well forward to smother any spin. End of 70 overs, 3 for 183 the score with Head. 2 boundaries there, moving to 17. Khawaja 13 away from another test ton. Our coverage for Tyre Power. Save $100 on Cooper 4-wheel drive tyres.
It's that time again. The training under the bright lights. The tunnel run on with your best mate. It's the canteen steaming pies. The sausage sizzle after a game. The halftime rever. It's the muddy football boots all over the back seat of the car. Witnessing their first mark or kicking your first goal. The feel of the Sharon and the sound of kids cheering. This is why we play. Why we coach. Why we support. This is footy. This is us. Find your local footy today at play.afl.
Babar Azam's back on the field and immediately waving some changes, reinforcing who's boss. So Mohammad Rizwan's stint as acting captain lasted about 4 overs.
Yeah, he made the most of it. Mohammad Rizwan's generally very animated.
Had some experience leading the national team as well. I think he's overseen 1 test match and a couple of one-days. He's got his face on that wall of fame we've seen outside the media centre here. There's a photograph of every Pakistani to captain the national team. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who probably will one day, is on the way here. Bowling to Khawaja, first ball of the over, goes back and defends to cover.
And Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan are their pitchers are the only ones which look like them because most of the other pitchers are so fresh-faced. Azhar Ali's pitcher, I think, is from his under-19 days. He was a great. Ramiz Raja doesn't look anything like what we know him to look like.
Yeah, Ramiz that's when his name was spelt with the double E. Now, of course, it's the I. So as chairman, it's Ramiz with an I. As captain, it was the double E with that mustache of his that he used to get around in. He's Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling to Khawaja. The short ball. Khawaja does well to get underneath it, but it's a reminder that we haven't seen many of those today. The conditions just haven't asked for it.
Yeah, having said that, Waqar, Younis spoke about this as well a while back, especially on a pitch where so many balls have kept low. You'd have thought that Pakistani fast bowlers would have at least tried it out. They haven't tried it out at all.
And we did see a short ball that didn't get up last week result in a lead before wicket decision, albeit on the 4th day. But yeah, that point does hold. There's a deep backward point and 2 out on the leg side. Shaheen up to Khawaja, bowls here. Khawaja playing with soft hands. Does he beat Gully? He does, well, just well enough to get through for a single. Assertive running from Travis Head. Khawaja to 88, 3 for 184.
Yeah, we haven't seen significant reverse swing, but Naseem Shah used it very cleverly. It just did enough. Like Simon Catich described so eloquently, the way he set Steve Smith up. He used that little bit of reverse swing to great effect, but it also worked for him because he was so consistent with what he was trying to do. He's known as the express pacer, the youngest member of the space attack. I think he's by far been the pick of the bowlers. Hassan Ali has been a bit of a letdown across 2 test matches, Adam.
He'd just not been anywhere near as potent as he was before his injury that kept him out of the first test. The change in field for Travis Head. We're having let's call it a second gully, a very unusual stagger though. So that's the Captain Barbara Azam. He's in front of the other gully, Fawad Alam, and Head chopping down hard on a ball back of a length, looking to cut still despite the extra fielder, ends up in front of point, no run. But yeah, it'll make for a good photo for the photographers who are beneath us here at our pavilion end, or I should I say at our broadcast end. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that before. 2 gullies where they're almost standing the way that you would if you were at point and backward point. Yeah. But very, very close together. Difficult to explain.
Absolutely. It takes me back to my days playing gully cricket. I'll come to it.
2 balls left in the over. Shaheen passes umpire Raza, hides the ball, delivers here, full toss, and Head doesn't make the most of it, pushing out to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, when if you had a very young kid playing cricket, as part of your team, you would post him in front of you and you would stand right behind him, just so that he doesn't feel too bad about it, but also to make sure that the ball gets stopped. That's what it looks like from where we are seated.
And they've also got someone protecting runs back there too. Probably in between the angle the 2 gullies are creating is a deepish backward point. So Shaheen to finish. They've got a plan. Bowls to Head. And chops down hard again, but this time it comes off the inside part of the bat. Ends up at mid-wicket. We'll have a change in commentary after the break with Australia. 3 for 184. Khawaja 88. Head on 17.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
3 for 184 with Smoke Khawaja on 88. He's taking his sweet time at the moment. Started pretty briskly, but he's slowed down over the course of the day. You're on SEN Test Cricket. Geoff Lemon here. Bharat Sundaresan with me.
Hello, Jeffrey. Yeah, it's also a sign of how slow this pitch has been. Arguably the slowest of the 3 we've seen so far. Again, once the new ball loses its hardness, gets softer and softer, it's not easy to score off it either. Of course, it's not very easy to bowl with. Saw this in Karachi as well.
9 overs till the second new ball becomes available. Nouman Ali over the wicket to Khawaja, who's whipping him with the wrists down to long on for a single. Goes to 89. 3 for 185. I suppose you wonder whether it's in Pakistan's interest to take the new ball or not.
Yeah, it didn't do much. Yes, they did take 2 wickets with it very early on.
Well, they would sell just about anything to get 2 more wickets here, so I suppose they'll have to take that gamble, give Shaheen Shah-Afridi the chance to swing that new ball conventionally, but it does give the Australians the chance to score. Nouman Ali to Travis Head, who defends across the front pad. Diving stop it mid-on. Imam Ul-Haq running across from mid-wicket. If they just want to stifle the Australians, they might keep the old ball going, but it's not like these Australians are attacking or scoring freely. Lemon bowls to Head, who's sweeping and missing. Big appeal, but it looked like it was high and wide. Travis Head sort of shot.
Not one of his strengths, the sweep shot. I've seen him get out to it a few times in Shield cricket, but he doesn't always play it with great confidence.
He likes playing it, even if it's not one of his strengths. He's still keen on it. Sometimes brings him undone. Nouman looking for some footmarks already. You can see some patches showing up outside the left-hander's off stump from the right-armed bowlers.
Yeah, Travis Head wouldn't mind the second new ball. He'll come onto the bat a lot better. And he'll just feel more at home, if anything.
An hour and a quarter with possible game time left. Nouman
Bowls to head with a loop, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. They're all up. Keeper's up. Bowler's up. Umpire's finger is not up. Alindar says, I didn't hear a thing. And I think that's missed. And Rizwan, he's not saying to Babar Azam that they should go straight upstairs. So that gives you an indication. They have now reviewed. But you'd think if they were really confident, if Rizwan knew that had taken an edge, he would have gone up. So that was an appeal in hope rather than expectation.
And you would think Babar Azam would have heard it as well, considering he stood at first. It was the arm ball from Noman Ali. Very good delivery.
Seeing the first replay here, and it did skip on with the arm. It did beat the outside edge by very, very little. But sometimes with these ones, you can just pick up the tiniest flick of bat on ball, but there is nothing there. The line is as still as the dramatic end to an operating room scene in a hospital drama. Nothing doing, just a long beat. 3 for 185.
And Travis Head and Rizwan having a chat. Maybe Travis Head's just telling you, you should have just asked me, I would have told you. I got nowhere close to that ball.
Well, he did get close to it.
Yeah, but nowhere close to edging it.
Very close to edging it.
But it didn't catch the edge.
He did not edge it. That didn't mean he wasn't close to edging it. I can have these arguments all day. One ball to come in the over. Travis Head still there on 17. Maman bowls to him with flight, and Head digs it out. A full ball back to the bowler. There is no run after 72 overs. 3 for 185 is the score.
We do it now. We don't have
Travis Head on 17. And Usman Khawaja on 89. We'll have a drinks break here. So let's head to a break ourselves. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks for comfort with cushioned soles that stay comfy all day long. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegambling.helpline.org.au.
Major moments in sport. Crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back, and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Match Cricket, 3 for 185 for Henley. Build with confidence, henley.com.au. Geoff Lemon and Bharat Sundaresan here with you on a loud Lahore afternoon. They love to pump the tunes at Test Cricket here in Pakistan. It's been happening all the way through this series. They've been discoing in between overs, innings breaks, session breaks, the lot.
A few times I think, Jeff, they've got their timing off today because a lot of Usman Khawaja's boundaries have been treated with loud music unless they've just adopted him.
Well, I think they have adopted him, and I think we've seen that throughout the series. The way the Pakistan crowd in Karachi cheered him on when he made the 100, and the slightly more ironic chants of Khawaja after he dropped the catch late in the game. But I don't think Australia would have won it from there. I know others say it was a turning point, but 18 balls to go, 2 wickets in hand. I think they would have negotiated their way through 3 overs, or at least been a good chance to do that. It wasn't like that pitch was ragging all over the place and batting was impossible out there. So
yeah, no, I think the bigger drop or costlier drop came the previous day when Steve Smith dropped Abdullah Shafiq and Pakistan were 2 for 38. And then it's that partnership that really brought Pakistan back into the game, gave them hope. And some worrying signs for Australia. I just saw Babar Azam and Azhar Ali just shadow practicing during that drinks break on the pitch, taking position. Maybe even they like what they see.
Well, I'm not sure that they will have the opportunity to get out there anytime soon, because the Australians haven't been piling on the runs, but they've batted through the day without too much trouble. The Marnus Labuschagne wicket was user error, you might call it.
Very much so.
Steve Smith's wicket kept a bit low, maybe swung in a little bit, so there has been a bit for the fast bowlers. They've had to be watchful, the Australians, but they haven't been in great danger every time the ball has come down. It's been the occasional delivery that's threatened rather than having a consistent threat across the course of the innings. So a long drinks break coming to an end. They really take their sweet time with the drinks breaks in. They have done in this series, certainly.
Especially today, I said earlier, it's been a hot day. And you could see the first drinks break of the day came just 45 minutes into the day's play.
So Sajid Khan will get us going. And he'll bowl full to Khawaja, who's driving back to the bowler on the bounce. No run there.
Of course, with drinks breaks on a hot day, regardless of whether it's junior cricket or test cricket, the umpires can call for extra drinks break.
Sajid darts it through to Khawaja, who defends the offside of the pitch.
Only if they think the players could do with an extra ring, not themselves.
Well, umpires have a tough gig. Sajid bowls to Khawaja, leg stump, flicked away for a single. Khawaja goes to 90, 3 for 186. Umpires have to be out there all day. We laud a player with the bat if they batted for a full day of Test cricket. The umpires are out there all day, every day. They don't get a break to go and sit in the sheds while someone else bats. Sajid bowls to Head, who defends.
On that note, I did wear my wife's, what do you call it, the Apple Watch to umpire a game one day, just to measure how many steps you take. And turned out at the end of the day, I'd walked 12 kilometers.
Sajid Khan flights the ball, and it's driven down to mid-on by Head, 3 for 186, 12 kilometres. As an umpire.
As an umpire, you don't expect to walk as much.
No.
Moving from square leg to square leg, from offside to leg side.
Running out of the way of the ball when it gets returned. Sajid, some flight on that delivery. Head's backing away and chopping into the ground, as he's wont to do. We'll see that many more times if he stays out there, I'm sure. 73 overs gone, 3 for 186. You're on SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power with 25% off Kumo tyres. And this Test match rolling along. Tended to go slow. The first couple of days at Karachi were like that. Australia batted into the third morning. Ended up with just over 500. You can't race along. You can't look to score really quickly on these sort of slower pitches. But there's not much threat in them if you're willing to have the patience, as Khawaja's done. 213 balls he's faced so far. His third real vigil of the series, one in every test. Noman Ali bowls to Khawaja, inside edge on the bounce to short leg as he steps across to the offside.
Honestly, I saw some numbers earlier just about the number of runs Khawaja has scored in this series, and I saw the name Matthew Hayden right on top. Must have had to do with Australian openers in the subcontinent.
Noman up and bowls with flight to Khawaja, who comes forward to defend. Would it have been in a series against Pakistan specifically?
Oh no, more to do with the subcontinent, considering Matthew Hayden 2001 was on top, and I can't think of any other Australian batter who's reinvented himself in the subcontinent.
Well, he did. Hayden also made a lot of runs in 2002 in the UAE against Pakistan. Only 2 tests.
Yeah.
He made a big 100 in one of them. Noman comes in and bowls with flight, stepping across is Khawaja and defending. The other test, though, is the one where Pakistan got bowled out for 50 in both innings. So
I don't think he was called upon to make a lot of runs in that test match. So it probably wouldn't put him at the top of the list. But, yeah, 2001, he made the double 100 in Chennai and 100 in Kolkata as well. No, in the first test, wasn't it? In Mumbai.
One of the greatest partnerships I've ever seen live. Adam Gilchrist and Matthew Hayden.
Stepping across and defending. No run.
Yeah, that was a fast-paced test match in the first one, Mumbai, that famous series. Australia lost a lot of wickets early on, and then Gilchrist and Hayden just swept India away.
Yeah, both made hundreds and quick time, especially Gilchrist, for lots of flight from Noman to Khawaja, who walks down at the ball and knocks it down the long on for a single.
And Sachin Tendulkar was playing an incredible innings. India were trying to stay in the game, and that's when he smashed this ball onto short legs helmet, and Ricky Ponting took one of the great catches in Test cricket, diving to his right.
I think it was Langer under the lid there from memory. In flight from Noman again, and Travis Head's moving across his stumps and trying to flick that down to fine leg. Can't make contact. Comes off the pad. He stays on 17. Khawaja on 91. Australia 3 for 187.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley. Build with confidence, henley.com.au. Usman Khawaja on strike, and he's waiting for Sajid Khan, and caught it slip. Caught it slip, he's gone. Tries to flick to the leg side. A little leading edge. It pops up, and for the second time in the series, Khawaja is out in the 90s. He made 97 in Islamabad. He's out for 91 here today. He's done a good job for Australia. They don't have an imposing score on the board. 4 down for 187. Cameron Green coming in to join Travis Head. We've talked so much about patience in this series, Bharat, and that's for the bowling team as well as the batting team. If they have patience, they can start to work their way through. And from here, Pakistan, despite having been in the heat bowling for a whole day, they have an opportunity to push through an opening in this innings.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja still hanging in there, just trying to see if that catch was taken cleanly by Babar Azam. It's a brilliant catch, reflex catch to his right, and just the first replay should be enough for the umpires to decide that it was a clean catch.
Yeah, it was that wristy flick through mid-wicket, and Babar's taken it one-handed initially, the right hand out there. Just used the left to stabilise it for a second, and then managed to keep his elbow soft as it hit the turf. Made sure that didn't bounce out as he ended up sprawled on his stomach behind wicketkeeper Rizwan, who went to congratulate him. And that will be given out. 4 for 187.
Yeah, but really good knock again from Usman Khawaja. Chanceless till that point. He's used his feet so well to the spinners throughout this series. Tried it one more time. Like you said, Geoff, credit to Sajid Khan. He's wheeled away from one end for long spells. Got this one to just stop at Khawaja, grip a little. And that's where he got beaten. Closed the face of his bat a bit too early. Got the outside edge of his bat, and again, brilliant catch from Babar Azam, and no wonder the entire Pakistan team were onto him, patting him on the back, lifting him to the floor, from the floor. Yeah, a little opening for Pakistan here.
It's that slight bit of turn, perhaps, that helped take the outside edge. And Khawaja, that makes 392 runs in the series, I reckon. My mental arithmetic is
I'm going
right.
with your math, yes. 97 plus, was it 160?
204 last time around.
That's 301.
In both innings, yeah. So 392 so far. A chance to go past 400. If Australia get a second innings here. Cameron Green on strike, and this ball crawls through from Sajid Khan. That did not bounce at all. That did the limbo outside his off stump. So if there is something that can help move this test match along, it might be the inconsistent bounce. That might help prize out a few wickets, as it did with Smith. Green survives that one. Lots of flight. He comes down the wicket and drives it back to Sajid Khan on the bounce. Crowd catch. They all went up. Green hard into the ground, but important that Green's used his feet. Second ball he's faced. He's saying, I won't be a stationary target for you to bowl at. I'm going to try to be active. Take my game to the bowlers. Umpire Ahsan Raza is holding up Sajid Khan for some reason, having a conversation with him. Not sure what that was about. Slip and a short leg for Green.
Wonder whether it was about what he was using to shine the ball. That's what he seems to be indicating to Babar Azam.
Sajid. Flight, inside edge from Green as he looks to drive to the offside of straight. It ends up at mid-on. Shortish mid-wicket, I suppose. So they've got long on, they've got a conventional mid-wicket, and they've got a kind of halfway in-between character standing about 10 paces across from the non-striker in line. So what do you think he was using on the ball there?
Those things that they wear underneath their T-shirt, and he's taken the...
Sajid bowls flat. Green turns it off leg stump straight into short leg. No run.
Those inners or skins that they call, that he wears over his forearms, and he's immediately taken them off and sent them off the ground. Looked like Ahsan Raza had seen him just use it to shine the ball.
Sajid bowls in at the middle stump, defended off the back foot by Green. End of the over, 75 of them gone, 4 for 187. Bharat, stay put. I'm going to leave you to talk about this with Adam Collins a bit more after the break and the over.
It'll be interesting to see what that was all about, but nothing serious. You could see Babar Azam still having a quick chat with the umpire, just clarifying what it was all about. Yes, it's not just saliva that you can't use to shine the ball anymore. Still at it as Noman Ali continues from the other end.
Start of a new over. Bowls here. Back goes Travis Head. Pushes out towards mid-wicket. No run. Hand coverage for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. So as we heard from Pat Cummins before the series, Bharat, when you get a moment to pounce in Pakistan, you have to take it. And the home side have done that after tea, picking up 2 wickets. Noman delivers here. Head goes back, rides the bounce. Can't quite find the gap at cover. He stays on 17. It reinforces the importance of South Australia's finest. He's their skipper. A fine contributor through the home summer. Well, he needs to make it count here in Pakistan. This could be a decisive passage, not only in this match, but in this series. They need to hold tight here. Noman has a slip and a short leg to the crease here. Head goes back and defends. Gets one down to long on. Nicely played. He moves to 18. 4 for 188 the score. Noman hit his 13th over now. He's been the second of the spinners today, with Sajid Khan getting the first opportunity. And indeed, that was a lovely piece of bowling to get Khawaja. A number of times he threatened after tea. With that extra flight he seems to be generating from this end. They switch him around at the right time, and what do you know? Off the back of the bat, sharply taken by the captain. Completely against the flow of play. Khawaja looked to complete ease after tea. Back to Green here. The new man yet to score. Noman bowls to him here, and he's well forward defending out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, important. Green as well. Both these batters have got starts in this series, but not kicked on. Yeah, this is a big opening for Pakistan, with that second new ball not far away either.
Yes, 4.2 overs away to Shaheen and Naseem again. Noman delivers, and tentatively pushing forward is Green. He ends up finding the middle of the bat, but it's kind of a one-step, two-step effort out of the crease. So he'll know how important this innings is for him as well. As you say, got a couple of starts in the series, including 48 at Rawalpindi.
And Pakistan will also know that he is a very tentative starter, very nervous to start with.
He's already faced 7 deliveries. Last ball of Noman's over here to Green. Flat. Well played. Good over. Good contest. 4 for 188 remains the score as we take a break on SEN Test Cricket with Green yet to score. Head 14. After the break, Peter Lalor replacing you.
Hear that? That's opportunity ringing. So make your own call and switch to Kogan Mobile. Because right now you can get started with a new 12-month plan from Kogan for just $2 for the first month. That's just $2 for the first month for unlimited calls, texts, and a huge 10 gig of data. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Visit koganmobile.com.au/radio. Terms and conditions apply. Monthly costs after 1 month is $15 per month. The minimum cost for the year is $167.
4 overs until the second new ball is due here at Lahore, Gaddafi Stadium. Final session of the first day, and there have been wickets with the score on 146 and 187 after the short interval this afternoon. Sajid Khan getting the second of those, bowling to head, using his feet to start the new over, pushing back down the pitch, no run. Good afternoon, Peter Lalor.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good evening, Australia. Pakistan in this game with the fall of that wicket.
Well, they're on top. Based on what we've seen. Coming forward again, his head in defence, back to the off-spinner again, who's operating around the wicket in his 25th over. Getting a look at Cameron Green on day one, and Travis Head yet to really break the shackles. If they can get one more here, especially before the new ball, Head on the advance and pushing out towards mid-wicket. No single, though. Nice piece of fielding there. Can't quite pick up who that was. That might have been the sub-fielder. And yes, it was Fahim Ashraf, who was overlooked for this test match. Wide of the crease again, Head in the same direction of mid-wicket, no run.
Head's been out there for 84 minutes, faced 57 balls. Cameron Green doesn't look that convincing, trying to defend against the spin, but that might be unfair.
Sajid, back of a length, Head carves it hard out to point. So hard that it bursts through the hands of Fawad Alam, and they get through for a single. Can't complain about the outfield here. It's a billiard table, 4 for 189. Head to 19, 1 ball to come in the over.
He never leaves you in any doubt, Travis Head. Or he never leaves the ball in any doubt, does he? He gives it the full throttle.
Yes, his cutting is to die for when on song. Green facing up, last ball of the over, down the track to Sajid Khan and off the mark as well. Good positive batting from the West Australian. So at the end of the over, 4 for 193 until the second new ball is due. Our coverage for Henley Homes delivering affordability. Tyre Power, 25% off Kumho tyres. Pete, off air we were talking about conversion rates and the fact that Steve Smith's doing it tough on that front. Also David Warner, not for nothing, that since 2017 when in Bangladesh he brought up his 20th test ton. That's the better part of 5 years ago. He's registered 4 test centuries since then. It's been 38 international innings since he's last reached 3 figures. I'm not saying that there's any question around his spot in the side. It's just a change in energy from before their suspensions. They were a couple of ton machines, and they're not at the moment, and they're playing a different role in this Australian team where they're more often than not making a contribution, but not the kind of massive contributions that we were conditioned to between about 2013 and 2018.
We spoke to Smith about conversion rates before the test match, brought it up with him. He got a little look on his face like, I knew you'd bring that up. And he said it's bothering him, 78, 72. He said, I've never usually used to get out on those sort of scores. Hopefully I'll get set here, move on. Well, it didn't happen. And he looked like a man who'd made 3 ducks in a row, not a guy who made 3 half centuries in a row when he walked off. And he was still disappointed when he was sitting on the deck with the players later.
Set up really well by Naseem Shah. Green facing up on 1. Started Noman's new over. It's full and flighted and defended back down the track. I crunched the numbers between test matches. He was out 4 times between 72 and 100 from his breakthrough century in August 2013 through until his 23rd 100. So that's a massive sample size. When he was just a machine, getting to the 70s, he was set and forget. A couple of those were in the 90s. Noman bowls and Green goes back and tries to find one and can't. Mid-wicket cuts it off. Fahim, the sub-fielder, in there. And since then, as has been documented, he's made a number of half-centuries, 3 in this series, and just can't seem to get over that hurdle. So, yeah, still making a contribution, absolutely. Just a different kind of player in this stage of his career now, 32 years of age. Noman around the wicket to Green. Forward again in defence. Bowling with flight here, the left-arm orthodox spinner.
It would be 10 occasions since his last century in the Ashes where he's passed 50 but failed to go on.
Right.
Yeah. He's like a missionary who's not doing his job. Yeah, just can't bring him round. Can't convert him.
Slip and a short leg, the two catches. No man. Bowls here to Green, dancing and defending. Gets to the pitch of it, decides to squeeze it instead of slap it.
But that disappointment the disappointment immediately was obvious. He trudged off like the sad sack. But when he reappeared on the balcony, it was still etched on his face. It's eating at him.
And this does happen to great players over long careers, remember? I mean, it's happening to Virat Kohli right now. No man, bowls to Green, goes back, rides the bounce, and out through point on the cut. Really nicely played. Hitting at the top of the bounce, he'll get a couple. He'll be satisfied with that, but that's something to build from. He moves to 4 for 192 is the score. I mean, Alan Border went 4 years, of course, without reaching 3 figures. He came back in style later in his career and made an art form of it, but sort of reinforcing that you can be a contributor just without that particular part of your game clicking.
Interesting that you bring up Alan Border's name in this test match.
He had quite the relationship with this ground, didn't he? We'll come back to that after the break we're going to take after the final ball of this over. No man to deliver it here. Green thinks about dancing, decides to stay at home. Clipping to mid-wicket, end of the over. He's on 3, heads on 19, Australia, 4 for 192.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal! Djokovic a mile back and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
After tea, Stephen Smith was the first man out, leg before wicket for 59, and the other set man, Usman Khawaja, fell about quarter of an hour ago, caught by Babar Azam. It slipped from the bowling of Sajid Khan for 91 rather, and this pair, Cameron Green and Travis Head, have added 5 for the 5th wicket. And we're seeing Naseem Shah has been the best of the bowlers today, given a chance with the old ball, the 79th over, and they'll be taking that second new Kookaburra soon enough. I'm sure we can see the 4th umpire brandishing it in the air for the TV cameras.
Oh, it looks shiny and it looks lovely, and I think those bowlers would really like to get their hands on that right now because they can do a lot of damage and take an advantage in this game.
So Naseem getting it over to warm up and get into the act again with the old ball. Maybe a little bit of reverse, which he was able to generate to Steve Smith. Excellent spell after lunch. Really earned that wicket. 1 for 22 from 15, his analysis. Bowling to Head with a slip in a gully. Delivers here. Head edging through 3rd slip. Gets himself a boundary. You can be sure that when the second new ball arrives, they'll have a packed cordon, but not at the moment. So Head advances into the 20s. He's 23. 4 for 196. That was a genuine edge. Catchable height.
Sorry, that was a genuine edge. There's one slip there. It's Abdullah Shafiq. He's standing at second. It's gone to his left. No hope of reaching that. Maybe 3.5 slips, that one. Got a fair chunk of it.
Yep, that would have been straight into the pouch of 3rd slip, maybe just moving to their left, as you say. Great way to start the spell from a young man who's been on a mission today, Naseem Shah, racing away from that pavilion.
Don't think he liked being left out of that second test, did he?
Fair enough.
His bowling was in real heat.
I mean, the similarities to Waqar Younis are frightening with that release. Slinging it down here to Travis Head, pushing down to mid-on, no run. Yes, we mentioned Alan Border in the previous over and that long gap between centuries. Well, he made a couple of them here in 1984, wasn't it, when he made twin centuries? No, to make that 1980, I should say. He made 150 in both digs. Not many players have done that.
No. He's one of 2 Australians to make centuries at this ground, isn't he?
Yes. Norm O'Neill being the other.
In November 1959 in the second innings, Norm O'Neill made about 135, thereabouts. It's 3 figures, anyway.
The seam bowls to Travis Head on 23, works it off his hip, can't get it beyond mid-wicket, no run. Great test match that for Australia with Norm O'Neill's ton in the first dig, 43 not out in the second to win the test match.
And did you know that one of the players on the opposition side defected to Australia afterwards?
Really?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Duncan Sharp. Right. From the Parks and Gardens
Yes.
Department in Melbourne. Relative of a very interesting chap. Obviously had English heritage, you know, in pre-partition Pakistan.
It's Naseem to Head. Now there's a second slip and Head's driving off the front foot, but even though it's wide of mid-off, he won't get a single.
So Duncan Sharp made his debut in that 59 match against when Norm O'Neill made the 100. He made a 56 and a 35. He didn't really go on to play a lot more test matches. A really interesting bloke. He was a relative of William Makepeace Thackeray, the British author who wrote Vanity Fair. Seriously.
You've been doing your research.
He was handsome.
Okay.
He was so handsome they mistook him for Cary Grant once in England.
Wow.
Yeah.
Had the CB fries about him.
Worked on the railways in Pakistan.
Naseem again. There's two slips in weight. Deflection off the pad, trying to clip. He'll get four-leg buys. Just waiting for the signal by umpire Raza. In fact, no paddle given as buys, and that'll frustrate Mohammed Rizwan. It'll also bring up the Australian 200. 4 for 200. A couple of overs before the second new ball is due, and yes, that's right. It didn't hit anything on the way, and Rizwan had no chance.
So, well, getting back to Duncan Sharp, he after making that, he didn't really go on in Test cricket, as I said. So he was sponsored by Barry Jarman and moved to Oz and started to play Sheffield Shield. You know this, Adam, but maybe some other people don't. I apologise if you do know. And played some Shield cricket with South Australia, where he became a groundsman. A bit like Nathan Lyon in reverse.
Naseem to finish his over to Travis Head, pushing out with hard hands towards point. Shaheen Afridi does the fielding. Into the over, 4 for 200. Head's 23, greens 3. Continue, Pete Lawler.
Yeah, well, back on to our mate Duncan Sharp. So he played in that 59 game against Norm O'Neill and played a few more tests. Didn't really get traction, so he was wicketkeeper when not playing Test cricket. So he had Barry Jarman said, come out to South Australia. Didn't really get traction in Shield cricket in Australia. Became a groundsman. Then later on got a job in Melbourne in the Parks and Gardens Department in Melbourne. And I assume he lives there to this day. He had quite a number of children. I tried to make contact with him before the series, but I couldn't find him. He was one of two players in that 59 test against Australia who weren't Muslims. The other one was a guy called Wallace Mathias, or Matthias, who was a Catholic and a member of the Goan community via the other side of the border in India.
Right.
Yeah, so that 59 series, remember, it's very soon after partition, after they split India and Pakistan.
Noman Ali starting a new over. Last over with the old ball, and Green defends back to the bowler, collects it in his follow-through.
But there's still those hints of India, Raj, Pakistan in that time. And there's still a lot of British people living around the places and having an influence on cricket at that time in Pakistan.
Yeah, and that tension between in the region, which was at a fairly heightened state in 1959, as Noman gets to the crease with a couple of catching men, bowls here to Green, going back to defend. Take a quick single. Shaheen Sharafridi to the stumps at the keeper's end. He might have done better throwing at Green's end. In any case, they're through for 1. Green's 4 for 201 the score. That was partly the catalyst for President Eisenhower visiting during that 1959 series when he showed up at Karachi during a day of Test cricket where only 121 runs were added, the second slowest day of Test cricket ever.
Being old stick to baseball, mate. Actually, he probably didn't have an Australian accent, but anyway.
Well, he enjoyed it. They gave him a Pakistani blazer. Richie Benaud questioned why he'd moved to the other mob. Noman bowls and Head goes back and defends down the pitch, no run.
But he did Australia a favour, didn't he? He made an observation about that game to the Pakistan host, saying, I thought you played cricket on turf wickets, which had been really annoyed the Australians to be presented with matting when they got there.
Yes, in Karachi, those couple of series in 56 and 59, they did play on the mats. Noman bowls hit ahead on 23. It's full, driven down to long on for the easiest of singles. He's 24, 4 for 201. It was Sam Loxton who was the team manager of that Australian team and said, if you're fair income about playing Test cricket over here, got to get rid of the mats.
Yeah, but it took they reckon the US president sealed the deal. Yes. When the Yanks got involved, mate, the Pakistanis said, geez, it could become an international incident.
Noman. It'll be the last over of his spell. Got 2 balls left in it. Into Green on 4. He comes forward, looking to push hard, but can't beat the bowler in his follow-through. Deflects back onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but heads well back in his ground.
I'm going to the US consulate tomorrow night.
I heard this.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good dinner invite.
That's not bad, is it?
It's about as good as it's going, I reckon.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. They put on a good show. I'm sure they put on a good show around the world, wherever they are, but...
Texan barbecue or something, you reckon?
Might be a step up or two from that. No mun to finish. Bowling to Green. Round the wicket. Green goes back, presents all three stumps, but he's equal to it and gets a single due to a misfield from the bowler. So that will be the end of the over. The score 4 for 203, and presumably the second new ball will be taken after the break with Head on 24, Green on 5. Our coverage for Henley Homes delivering affordability. Tyre Power, 25% off Kumho tyres, and Geoff Lemon to replace me.
So this summer, what sporting events are you excited for? AFLW? Basketball? Big Bash cricket? Racing? Soccer? To witness the biggest sporting events in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
SEN Test Match Cricket 4 for 203 for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumho tyres. Thanks, Adam Collins. Peter Lawler's here. My name's Geoff Lemon. The sun is westering. The shadows are lengthening. It's a very hazy day here in Lahore, and the new ball, they're not going to take it.
No, you would have assumed that, but I've been looking out there with my binoculars, and that's the one the dog chewed.
Okay, so Naseem Shah has the old one, and he's hiding it and getting it to swing in. Well, that's why they haven't changed it. I want to see if Naseem can reverse it first.
Yeah,
as Missy Elliott said, lay it down, flip it, and reverse it.
Did she?
She
wore a nice singlet, Missy Elliott.
Not to be confused with Missy Higgins. Very different style all round. 4 for 203. Naseem.
Wow, this is an interesting tactic, because I wondered why they brought him on before the new ball was due. I'm thinking you don't need to warm up out when you've been out there all day. Clearly they've no intention of taking it soon.
Hiding it again, and he's looking to get it swinging into the pads of Green. He clips a single. A little wide of mid-on, but that one seemed to move a bit too. 4 for 204.
Mate, you wring every little bit out of the toothpaste tube, don't you, in conditions like that. So if this old ball is reversing, you stick with it until every little bit of reverse is gone, because there's not a lot going right for the bowlers out there, or there's not a lot of assistance for the bowlers. Some things have gone right for the bowlers. They're in a good position at 4 for 204, despite the best efforts of Usman Khawaja and Steve Smith.
It looks like a proper Test match scoreline. You know, we've seen a lot of 2 for 450, and then we had one innings of 6 for 70 or whatever it was. This is in the middle of the bell curve, this scoreline, 4 for 204. You can live with that. That could mean 320. It could mean 450 from here. Who knows? Big drive from Travis Head. He's thinking 450. Gets it out to deep cover. Comes back for a second run. Trots back, rather, at this time of day. He's got 26 now. Australia 4 for 206.
Well, he wouldn't mind a score here, would he, Travis Head? He's got a
48 is his biggest, the one he made in the first test.
Not really been conditions that favour a batter like Travis Head, who had a wonderful summer, particularly that innings in Brisbane, that 150.
Naseem bowls around the wicket this time, looking to get it swinging in to Head. He defends away. He's a counter-puncher, isn't he, Travis Head? He likes to get stuck into the bowlers. So the long, grinding kind of innings, the sort that Khawaja's been playing, he's not really built for that.
No.
Likes to back away to the spinners and slap them away. And if you do that often enough, even on these placid tracks, you will make a mistake eventually. You'll miss one or chop one onto your stumps or whatever it might be. offer up a nick. Round the wicket, and that's swinging in from Naseem Shah. He got the angle coming in, but there was swing as well. It hits head in line with leg stump. Would have been going well down the leg side.
Just you're right, he did get a 48 in my opinion. He did have me scratching my head there, but it was a none for 48.
There you go. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, no, it was hot. Yeah, and even you are going to be wrong once in your life. He got a 23 and a 13 not out. So he hasn't really got on the board yet.
Here's Naseem Shah, and he's beating the outside edge. They're all going up. No, he's nicked it. Naseem Shah's got the wicket with the old ball. They had the chance to take the new one. Naseem Shah had one swinging down the leg side, the previous delivery, and this one goes the other way. He has showed great skill today, the young fast bowler. Great athleticism, great endurance, but it's the skill that stands out above all. He's got the ball to go, and Travis Head has just hung the bat out on around the off stump. It's left him slightly from the angle in around the wicket. A reverse Mitchell Stark, if you will, and it's taken the edge through to Mohammad Rizwan. Australia's fifth wicket goes down with 206 on the board.
Well, reward for effort for that young bowler, the teenager, Naseem Shah, and didn't he like that wicket? He's followed through and he's headed right out the point. They pulled him up about 50 metres west of the batter. And the team have embraced him. What a great bit of cricket for Pakistan. They were in this game 5 for 206. They have the new ball. They haven't taken it, and you can see why they didn't take it. That one moved significantly.
Well, that was a delivery after Naseem Shah was chastising himself for putting too much swing on it that would have taken the ball down the leg side. Very next delivery, the other way, means it holds its line. Head's just hanging back, looking to survive, looking to try to drop it down into the pitch. Moves away and takes his edge. So, Naseem, but plenty of swing for Naseem Shah.
He sure has. And this is a dangerous period for Australia. Do not go to sleep. They're 5 for 206. The ball's reversing. Carey hasn't faced a delivery. Green's faced 21. We know how hard it is to start against reverse swing. Or at least we're told that it is.
Another left-hander coming out as well. So Naseem Shah's got rid of one lefty. Now he's got the opportunity to put another one in the crosshairs as long as they keep that old ball. So it's the last ball of the over that the wicket fell. Shaheen Shah Afridi's having a long chat to Babar Azam.
17 overs, 2 for 29 for Naseem Shah, the 19-year-old.
And Shaheen having a warm-up delivery or two. He's still got the old ball, doesn't he, Peter? Looks like it from here.
Looks like it. I don't think you warm up like banging it into the ground if it's a new one.
That is definitely the chew toy that he's got in his hand. So, 5 for 206, Green on strike to face Shaheen Shah Afridi. We'll see if he can reverse it as well. He did damage with the new one this morning. 2 wickets early on. Australia were 2 down with 8 runs on the board. Big partnership after that between Smith and Khawaja. 146 they added. And then wickets have fallen since then. Shaheen round the wicket to Green, wide, left alone.
Well, that's an unhappy dismissal for Travis Head, who's yet to pass 30 on this tour. Had only 3 chances, but when you get a chance, you should make the most of it on these sorts of wickets. We've got 2 slips, a gully, a very old ball that's reversing, sun that's sinking in the west, shadows that are growing longer. The light's dimmed a little out there, hasn't it? The smoke isn't helping. Pollution, whatever it is. The particulates in the air.
Shaheen runs up to Green, hooping in, and Green is defending from the crease. Yeah, the air quality index is poor today by the official reading. So you can almost taste the smoke and the smog in the air as you breathe in here in Lahore. It doesn't help the visibility.
No. It's not quite Delhi, but it's not great.
No,
it's good for you.
Not that Sri Lanka-India test in Delhi a year or 2 ago when there were players vomiting and being taken off the field. Shaheen bowls to Green, who's driving. Well, that's bold. the ball moving, gets on the front foot, drives it crisply to cover. Good shot. No run.
Very good shot. Difficult wicket for a man as tall as Cameron Green to bat on. He's bent over. His posture looks bad almost. He has to bend over to make sure that ball doesn't get below the bat. Handling it reasonably well. But as we've seen, this Pakistan team will not be denied. They have kept at it all day.
Great application. Shaheen gets the ball moving in again. Left arm around, angling in at the stumps of Green, who defends. So the AQI, the air quality index, is 126 today in Lahore, where it's been 35 degrees. That is rated as unhealthy. Health effects can be felt immediately by sensitive groups. Healthy individuals may experience difficulty breathing and throat irritation with prolonged exposure. Limit outdoor activity. So it's good that we chose to have an outdoor commentary position and talk all day. Smart move by us. Here's Shaheen, and he's getting good bounce and carry through to Rizwan. So one ball left in the over.
I think it's fine as long as you don't inhale. Yeah.
Bill Clinton rules.
Yeah. So I wonder how long they'll persist with this old ball. They wouldn't be getting rid of it any time soon.
Well, certainly not before Naseem Shah says he's done with it.
No.
So Shaheen hasn't got much going with it in this over. But if Naseem can get it working again, it could be magic. Shaheen bowls to Green, who comes forward and defends again. He looked pretty comfortable against that over. Used the big stride to negate any movement and defended stoutly. After 82 overs, the score is 5 for 206.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Alex Carey yet to face a ball in this test match. He's about to do so now. Cameron Green on 6 at the non-strikers end. Australia 5 for 206 after winning the toss and batting this morning. Pat Cummins had no hesitation. Pakistan have done a wonderful job at prizing out wickets through the day. And this is the big moment. Naseem Shah with the reversing ball to Carey on the leg stump from around the wicket to the left-hander. Defends the ball away. A little bit jumpy Carey. Hopped up, stabbed it away.
Well, if you're not alert and alarmed facing the first ball against Naseem Shah when the ball's reversing, he has 2 for 29 and he's just into the third over of his spell. You never will be. Check your pulse.
Be alert. Your country needs alerts. 5 for 206. 2 slips. Gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg. Naseem bowls to Carey, who's coming forward and driving his first run. Just square of the cover fieldsman. Thinks about a second. Green says no. 5 for 207. Carey off the mark.
Doesn't get all of that, but played with some positive intent. Likes the ball outside off stump. Likes that sort of cover region to drive, doesn't he?
Smart move just to get off strike too. Stay away from this dangerous period when you're new at the crease. Green's been out there a little longer. Looks good so far.
Only 1 slip for Green. It's 2 in for Carey. Now they're shuffling this field around.
So they're bringing Azhar Ali into a short mid-wicket. They'll have 2 short mid-wickets. That means Babar Azam is in there himself. And he's moving Imam Ul-Haq a little bit behind square leg. So slip the gully, the long leg, the square leg, the 2 catching mid-wickets. Naseem over the wicket to Green, who outside edges for 4. Well, that's what happens when you only have 1 slip in. Along the ground, wasn't a chance. Reached forward for it. Big edge. 5 for 211.
Wasn't a false stroke, really, was it? Just put the bat down on that. Never a chance. Ran it down almost. 142 km/h delivery.
It's genuine nick, but he had the bat held softly enough that it just played into the ground.
Just letting the ball come onto the bat, really, right? You know, rather than throwing the hands at it.
Yep.
Guess what? Second slip's in.
There you go. Babar Azam shifted himself across, but he's still got the two catching mid-wickets, so he's popped Fawad Alam in there. He's taken out the gully and put in the second slip. Nasim to Green, who reaches for it, didn't need to play it, that one, and could have given up a proper edge there to the second slip, but he gets just enough on it, plays it to cover point instead.
He's not doing as much those first two deliveries, but is he foxing Nasim Shah? Let's wait and see. So you got every bit of that, Green. He's got good reach, and he's a very talented cricketer in all aspects of the game.
Wonderful eye, but Nasim Shah has Green playing outside the off stump. That's tick number one for the bowler. That's exactly what he wants. A player who's reaching rather than leaving. Nasim to Green, coming in, and Green's able to keep it out of his pads, down to mid-on. With a bit of movement.
Handled that with a plum, the young man. One young man to another. 19-year-old to a 22-year-old. But Cameron Green was up to the task there. Got down on it. Keeping low and coming back in at him. We're seeing these fantastic drone shots on our monitors now and all the sports fields around here, because they've got the Cricket Academy, haven't they, out in the back road that the PCB have built. When the PCB couldn't get enough international cricket and couldn't get its players exposed enough to cricket overseas, they put money into development at home.
Nasim to Green, who cuts into the ground, angled bat on the bounce to that second slip. The over comes to an end. 83 of them bowled, 5 for 211.
But yes, I was talking to the PCB sort of head honchos the other day, and they said, well, you know, our players really weren't getting much exposure to international cricket. They had to go away to play. So we just decided to put money, not waste a crisis, and put money into grassroots crickets. And they built that fantastic academy next door, and it really is a splendid facility. And I don't know, maybe the results are shown, but they do seem to have a production line of great batsmen and really good bowlers. Rarely is the cupboard empty in Pakistan cricket.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability and tyre power, 25% off Kumo tyres. Have you been able to have a look around that facility yet, Pete?
No, I haven't. No. I'll pop in there tonight and I'll report back.
It might be something we should do in the days ahead.
But I do have my eyes on a restaurant near the mosque, the rooftop restaurant. Is Bharat supposed to be in here now?
He is.
Okay. Yes. I'll get out. I'll get out at the end of this over.
I was enjoying talking to you, so I thought we'd keep you around for a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I think people want to hear from Bharat.
5 for 211. Shaheen Shah Afridi is coming. A left arm over to the left-handed Carey. The crowd roars. Shaheen bowls on the leg stump, driven down to mid-on. Carey handled that one fine.
Didn't cash in on that one, but didn't do anything wrong either. Who's loosening up on the ground there, Geoff? I'll just get my glasses on. That's Hassan Ali.
They've taken the new ball.
They have?
Yep.
They snuck it in while we were talking.
Shaheen's got it in his hand now.
Right.
Shiny reflection you can see with the binoculars. So,
yeah.
I've decided enough of that experiment. And he's slinging it in at Carey, who's hesitantly stepping across his stumps and then just jamming down on that ball to send it into the leg side on the bounce.
Well, does that suggest that they're going to take Nasim Shah off from the other end?
Well, Hassan Ali's warming up.
Yeah.
Hassan's doing some stretches, some fairly intimate looking kind of pelvic floor exercises or something. He's really very comfortable with himself out there.
There's 7 overs left in the day. 30 minutes in which to bowl them, or less. 21.
Shaheen to Carey, who just keeps out the Yorker. He was expecting it. Shaheen's been very Yorker happy today. I think he's over-bowled that delivery. It's so good for him in white ball cricket, but
Players here are expecting it, and he's gone to it frequently. Yeah, 21 minutes. So you wouldn't get much more than another 4, maybe 5 overs in tops.
My sister Megan's asking where the crowd is, Geoff. Can you find them? There's not that many people here now, is there? There were earlier.
Shaheen bowls to Carey, who drives fluently, and it's well stopped at cover by Imam Al-Haq, who dives across, loses his hat, stops any scoring. Well, there are some spectators up the back in the shade. There's an attendance, but, you know, it was about 37 degrees here today, and I couldn't tell you. The crowds... We had some good crowds on a couple of days in Karachi. We had good crowds in Islamabad. Disappointing
great crowds in
today.
Islamabad, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, look, it's a hot facility. There's not a lot of shade for the punters.
Shaheen up and bowls and whipped away up the pads by Carey. That's nicely timed out through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a couple of runs as Noman Ali goes back to field that ball towards the boundary rope. 5 for 213.
Pushing it up there, which you were... Well, actually, no. You were saying he pushed it up a little bit too much, giving the batter a good look at it, and not really getting much movement in the air. He's got one delivery left. Bharat Sundaresan will be coming in to bring it home.
The last 20 of the day.
He's been a handy tourist to have, hasn't he?
Been an outstanding tourist.
Yes, he's been our fixer.
Cultural negotiator.
Yep, can speak the language.
Can speak several of the languages, so had him doing Punjabi as well as
really?
Doing... well, Hindi and Urdu are basically the same, so he's been able to speak Urdu, but able to dip into other dialects as well. Outside the off stump, driven hard down towards mid-off. To end the over, 84 overs gone, 5 for 213. So Carey on 3, Green on 10. Peter Lalor working his way out of our somewhat precarious commentary position. Bharat Sundaresan coming in, hitting his head on the umbrella. And here we go with just under 20 minutes left of the day's play. 84 overs bowled. Pakistan, they've got through 5 Australian wickets. And they've had the patience. And they just need to keep chiselling away. Hello, Bharat.
Hello, Jeffrey. Well, late in the day, Pakistan sends 2 more wickets to finish the day and completely be their day. Had Cummins winning the toss and electing to bat. I don't think it took more than a couple of seconds to say, yes, we'll bat first.
Well, he wanted to say it as quickly as possible so nobody could take it away from him. Naseem Shah will bowl with the new ball now to Green, and it's well pitched up, has Green driving to cover. Again, solidly out of the middle. I've been very impressed with Cameron Green's innings today. He's faced spin well. He's used his feet. He faced out a little bit of the reverse swinging ball and handled that. And now he's facing the new ball. He's very rarely hit anything but the middle of the bat.
And this is the Cam Green you get to see at Shield Cricket. I've said it a lot over the last few months, where whether he's scoring quickly or not, his footwork is so confident, so positive, he's so committed.
Naseem bowls to Green, who leaves a wide line and happy to shoulder arms.
But Naseem Shah, we saw him in Australia as a 16-year-old. Traumatic start to the tour, losing his mother, but chose not to travel back and stay in Australia to make his test debut. Didn't make too much of an impression.
Well, he got David Warner out with a no ball.
True.
And Warner went on to make 100, so that was quite a story. What would have been Naseem's first test wicket. I think he then got him out after he'd made the 100, didn't he? Naseem Shah bowls in at the stumps, and Green plays this well. Flicks it away to mid-on. Saw that attack on his timber coming, and again keeps it out very competently.
And he was left out of the second test where David Warner made that 100. He's been by far most consistent of the bowlers, and no surprises that he's been amongst the wickets. And he's also threatened in every spell, even in his early spell, the first 4 over spell he bowled, started the day.
Green, watchful, waiting, forward, defending. Back to the bowler, who seizes the ball on the bounce in one hand.
Someday, Geoff, I guess we'd expect Naseem Shah and Shaheen Shah Afridi to become a formidable new ball pair for Pakistan across formats. The next Wasim Waqar, who knows, maybe putting a lot of pressure on both of them.
Well, Pakistan fast bowlers don't tend to have long careers. As Naseem runs up, bowls outside the off stump, driven away by Green, square. Just slightly took the outside portion. He was aiming more at extra cover, and it ends up going through point. Comes back for a second run, and takes his score up to a dozen. 5 for 215. Very few Pakistani quicks with more than 200 wickets.
It's true.
I'm just trying to do it from memory. Wasim Akram's 414.
Yeah, that's right. Waqar
Younis is 200 and...
No, I think he's in the 300s, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
Shoaib Akhtar in the 200s.
And I think that might be about it. Safraz Nawaz didn't cross 200.
Imran Khan, of course.
Imran Khan with 431.
300, I think, in the 300s. 360s, I think.
In at the off stump. Green coming forward to defend. 85th over comes to an end. Yes, Imran Khan, one of the great all-rounders who didn't go above 400 with Kapil Dev and Hadley, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
5 for 215 after 85 overs. Adam Collins in to join you in just a moment.
Hear that? That's opportunity ringing. So make your own call and switch to Kogan Mobile. Because right now you can get started with a new 12-month plan from Kogan for just $2 for the first month. That's just $2 for the first month for unlimited calls, texts, and a huge 10 gig of data. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Visit koganmobile.com.au/radio. Terms and conditions apply. Monthly costs after 1 month is $15 per month. The minimum cost for the year is $167.
Excellent evening session for Pakistan, picking up 3 wickets, and they're not done yet. One suspects with Shaheen Shah Afridi away from us. A couple of slips, bowls to Carey, pushing out towards mid-on, no run. So 13 minutes left, but that'll leave 4 overs if they really want it. And Carey and Green yet to really set themselves, although Green has looked good against the second new ball so far.
Evening, Adam. Yeah, I mean, going back to that tea break where we saw half the Australian dressing room empty out to check out the pitch. Not sure what they saw. I'm sure they didn't see 3 wickets.
Yeah, that's the best possible scenario, really, from where they were. Shaheen bowls and Carey defends out to cover. It stays at 5 for 215. Had it been Khawaja and Smith at the close of play, even if one of them made it to stumps, it feels like a replica of Rawalpindi or Karachi day one. But instead, 5 wickets. I mean, it feels like 15 wickets in the context of the series we've had on days 1 and 2. It really does feel like Pakistan have opened up this test match. And we discussed earlier with Simon Kadich that bowling second here historically has been advantageous. Only 3 teams batting first here in 40 test matches have been successful and won. Carey facing, playing nicely on the up, out to cover. Oh, brilliant stop. Imam Al-Haq, not known for his ground fielding, let a number of balls go through his legs in the second test match last week. Had plenty of work to do to his right and hauled it in, dragged it in. 5 for 215 remains the score. The captain happy with that.
Yeah, also keeps Alex Carey on strike. It's looked okay so far on this short stay at the crease, but Pakistan would want to bowl a lot at him. That was just the 11th delivery in this innings.
So 2 slips of gully. Pretty conventional 6-3 field for Shaheen with his second new ball. Bowls here on the hip of Carey, just past Rizwan. Not sure if it was bat or pad or thigh pad. Either way, it's down to the rope. It's missed everything. Signalled 4 byes by umpire Ali Imdar. He's had a bit of a workout today, Rizwan, behind the stumps, diving away. That's the 3rd time balls have gone past his clubs and made it down to the Toblerone, but not a lot he could have done about that.
Yeah, Shaheen Afridi kicking the dirt. the ground in frustration. He wasn't very happy with having let the pressure off. Even if it's just gone for buys, it's just one less delivery Alex Carey has to worry about.
So Carey made 93 last week at the National Stadium. 2 balls left here in this over from Shaheen. Good movement, but an even better stroke. Beautiful response on the front foot and crunching it out to the rope. Gets his first boundary. Carey 7, Australia 5 for 223, and again that was on the up, and much as it was at Karachi last week, but he's looking to score early in his innings.
Yeah, we saw him play this classy cover drive a couple of times in Karachi. Like you said, Adam didn't bother about getting to the pitch of the ball. It's been a slow pitch, maybe late into the wrist, but hard new ball coming onto the bat. Just pushed it through the line. Beautiful shot.
So to finish his over, Shaheen Sharifredi bowls here, and riding the bounce is Carey, taking it out to point. End of the over. 5 for 223 with Carey on 7, Green on 12. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumho tyres. They'll get 3 in before the close of play, you would think, from here. The wickets to fall since tea. The first was Stephen Smith, LBW to Naseem Shah for 59. Then Usman Khawaja, 9 runs short of what would have been back-to-back tons in Pakistan. Caught by Babar Azam off almost the back of the bat from the bowling of Sajid Khan. The score at that point was 4 for 187. And then it was 5 for 206 when Travis Head was caught behind from the bowling of Naseem Shah. The second new ball was due. They elected to stay with the old one on the basis that he was able to find the edge of Head a couple of overs earlier, and it was a good decision, well pouched by the keeper Rizwan. And now they start the final little stretch of the day with the second new ball. Naseem Shah has it in his hand. Hassan Ali, rather, change at the pavilion end. Bowls the 14th over for him for the day. It's full and straight and driven out by Green into the covers. He stays on 12. Naseem Shah's day, but he has been quite outstanding. 19 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 40. Both of those wickets coming since tea when it's been really tough.
Yeah, I mean, and he created that pressure. He earned his wickets. The first 12 overs, he'd gone only for 14 runs. He'd been very consistent. As Waqar Younis said, his lengths were perfect. He didn't try anything onto it. He just kept landing the ball. Of course, his extra pace, getting the ball to skid off, hurrying those Aussie batters even when they look comfortable.
Here's Hassan Ali, close to the umpire. Bowls to Green, shout for leg before, only really the bowler up. Rizwan went up in support, but only for a brief moment. Umpire Ashan Raza has had a brilliant day at the office, says not out. I doubt they'll consider sending it upstairs. 5 seconds left on the clock. They've already blown 1 review in this session. They're not going to make it a second. And a word for umpire Raza. We see Babar Azam and Rizwan have a little cuddle after making the right call. A lot of affection between that pair. It's been discussed through the day, but of course, officiating this test match, he was here 13 years ago. He was one of the men shot in the terror attack at the Liberty roundabout around the corner from here. To think that all these years later, he'd be standing in this test match. It's a great story, which you've been documenting. Hassan Ali bowls here to Green. Off the back foot, carving away. Can't beat Sajid Khan at backward point.
Yeah, I mean, he was a reserve umpire back then, just making his way through on the panel, and yeah, to have been involved with that, to come back. And I saw him 2 days out from the test, Adam, having a chat with Usman Khawaja, and you could see he was so bubbly, he was so excited to be back in Lahore, this time as a test umpire.
Yeah.
Of course, he's come back many times since.
And just his 4th test match. It's been a long road for him. From his end, bowls Hassan Ali, pushing out to cover, no run. The light fading here. The floodlights aren't on as yet, though, and there are many, many floodlights to choose from. There's, of course, what we've got here in front of us, the original floodlights in Pakistan, but over to our right's the Olympic Stadium or the Athletic Stadium. There's 4 of them there. Then there's the hockey ground. Then there's the football stadium. So 4 venues within a couple of 100 metres of each other, all with these big towering lights, and they're all visible from our broadcast end. Really nice sight as the sun begins to set. Hassan Ali, 2 balls left in his over, delivers to Green, 2 slips in a gully, and he works this off his pad, clipping through the onside. Takes a couple. He'll be happy with that. Azhar Ali doing the fielding. 5 for 225, Green up to 14.
Yeah, Hassan Ali's been slightly disappointing since making his comeback to the side. Missed out on the first test. He's just not been able to be consistent either with his lines or his lengths, and he owes it to his team to land it where he wants it to. And then this delivery and the 6 more balls to go in this next over.
You can see why they want him in the team. He's a real live wire. Bowling here to Green, who drives again through the covers. That's one of the shots of the day. Saving his best for last year, Cameron Green. Rocking onto the front foot and crunching it through extra cover. That's the end of the 87th over. Australia 5 for 229 with Green up to 18 and Carey 7. Our coverage for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. Bharat Sundaresan, that is right out of the textbook.
Yeah, we've been talking about how slow this pitch has been, but to pull off a drive of that quality just tells you why everybody gets so excited about Cameron Green. We see a lot of this when he bats at number 4 for Western Australia. He's coming into his own as a batter at this level. And trust me, we're going to see a lot of those shots in the next decade or so. Adam Collins.
I'm certain of that as well. He made just 28 after getting a fairly brisk start at Karachi by his standards, and 48 at Rawalpindi, but now up to 18 from 43 balls. What he would give for some red ink overnight as well. Just 5 minutes away from that. One over here from Shaheen, and in all probability one from Hassan to take us through to stumps. So Shaheen to start his 15th over of the day. It was his second where he got the party started for Pakistan, knocking over Warner and Labuschagne in the same over. Short ball here to Carey, takes it on down to deep backward square, easing it down to Naseem Shah for 1. He's 8, 5 for 230.
Yeah, Shaheen Shah really doesn't mind having a word with the Aussies. He was hit for that boundary in the last over. Next delivery had the follow through, took him all the way up to Alex Carey. Of course, all Alex Carey had to offer was a smile.
That's why they love him. When he took that second new ball, the roar around the ground was as loud as any we've heard today. I had my camera fixed on a chap to our left with the Vuvuzela, just about in tears.
Yeah, the Lahore Qalandar captain.
Yeah.
Led them to PSL glory just, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Just when we were landing in the country at the end of that tournament, and 3 test matches later, they really do squeeze them in. Over the wicket here to Green. Afridi bowls, and the West Australian pushes out towards cover. No single there.
This is going back to that Cam Green boundary. This is one thing he was working on a lot during the Ashes summer. He's trying to get his front foot in the right position where his head wasn't falling over. Trying to get it coming more straight down the pitch rather than across his body. And everything was absolute perfection with that shot.
Yeah, the perfect weight transfer they talk about. Afridi away from us, bowls to Green, hits him high on the splice of the bat after coming forward. Out to cover again, no run. So the 88th over of the day. A day where it's not been packed here, but they've made plenty of noise here. The first test match at this ground for 13 years, and with the National Day 2 days from now, the 23rd of March, and I'm sure that'll be packed, especially if Pakistan can get into a good position tomorrow. And with use of this second new ball, sleep and a rest. It's been a warm day, up towards 38 degrees, we're told. Shaheen passes umpire Dar, bowls here, full at Carey, wants to drive again, but picks out mid-off where Norman Ali does the fielding, no single.
Yeah, he's tried this a lot, pretty much from the first innings in Karachi, the really full ball. Bowled at least a couple of those in most of his overs. He hasn't really got too much success with it.
Crowd still involved, chanting for Afridi as they did for so many years for his namesake, who retired a couple of years before he started. Well, I say retired, I think he was still playing in 2018 in one international. Shaheen bowls here and Green comes forward to defend. In fact, I was at that final retirement of Shaheen Afridi at Lords. It was playing for the World 11 against the West Indies in it was a charity game for the Tornadoes in the Caribbean, but they gave it T20 international status, and Boom came back for it.
Of course he did. I think he just retired from the PSL a few weeks ago, so he's still going strong.
What a guy. 1 for It's Shaheen here. His last ball of the day. 2 for 37 to his name. Bowling here at Green. Over the wicket, delivers, and Green playing. Flashy shot out through point. Probably get himself a boundary for it. But just hauled in by Naseem Shah, sliding away to the left of our commentary position. So Green moves up to 20 in Australia. 5 for 232. We'll take our final break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability and tyre power. 25% off Kumo tyres. There'll be one more over today.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it. Or on the SEN app.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
Scrap that. It stumps. No real urgency from Pakistan there. They had the chance to get one more over in, but weren't in their positions early enough. And Ali Imdad said, that'll be it. That'll be that, gents. We'll come back tomorrow. So an over short. They get 88 in all up. But Australia close at 5 for 232. Green there on 20. The last ball of the day was one that he threw his hands at. It spat out behind point. He got a couple, but he'll return tomorrow. 2 boundaries out of his 20. And Alex Carey, the South Australian, on 8 with 1-4. They came together with the score at 5 for 206, and they've put on 26 across 7 overs to steer Australia not to anything close to honours. That goes to Pakistan, but it could have been worse, especially after 3 wickets in the hour and a half after tea.
Yeah, I mean, a day of 3 sessions, Adam. Pakistan starting very strongly, reducing Australia for 2 for 8. Shaheen Shah Afridi striking the same over. And then, of course, Smith and Khawaja took us back to Rawalpindi or even Karachi and owned that middle session. But again, it wasn't easy to score a lot of runs. Very slow pitch. And then Naseem Shah, full credit to him for bringing Pakistan back in the game, getting rid of Steve Smith and then Travis Head. Of course, Usman Khawaja, for once, falling short of a century. But credit to Cam Green and Alex Carey for seeing out the day, last 7 overs, and no surprises that Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam was slightly upset with the umpires that they couldn't get that extra over in the end.
A word for Smith and Khawaja, Bharat, who came in, as you say, at 2 for 8 and added 146, going deep into, they batted the entire session together between lunch and tea, and Smith fell about half an hour after the short break for 59, but important spade work on a track that's giving the bowlers very little.
Yeah, and Steve Smith started strong. He started fast. He got away with a few boundaries. It looked like he was really coming at the Pakistani bowlers, especially the spinners. But Usman Khawaja just, has continued on his merry way right from Sydney when he came back into Test cricket and scored those 2 centuries and looked pretty chanceless till the time he finally got out to Sajid Khan to a ball that gripped. So Nathan Lyon would see that ball and smile maybe. And you can see even now, Adam, a lot of the Aussies coming out to check the pitch. I don't know whether they've seen something that has interested them or if they feel that there are some cracks that Simon Catty spoke about earlier, which could widen as this test match goes on. So maybe they view the score of 5 for 232 differently than the way we do, because I still think, Pakistan may have finished the day slightly ahead, especially after Pat Cummins won the toss and elected to bat.
Yeah, point of fascination. They all came out at the tea break. This time around, the delegation includes Lyon, Swepson, McDonald and a couple of the assistant coaches. So they're going to take a view on that before they go to bed tonight. They'll do so with Australia at 5 for 232. Bharat, thank you for your contributions throughout the course of the day. Naseem Shah, the best of the bowlers for Pakistan, 2 for 40 off 9, seeing off both Stephen Smith and Travis Head in the third session for 59 and 26 respectively. Khawaja top scoring on 91, and Shaheen Shah Afridi, the other man with multiple wickets, 2 for 39. Thank you everyone for listening and your company throughout the course of the day. We'll be back tomorrow on SEN Test Cricket live from Lahore about 5 minutes before the first ball with Australia 5 for 232. Our coverage for Henley Homes and